NBA superstar Kobe Bryant is not having a quiet offseason. He's in a feud with his mom.
I'm one of the only guys left that remembers your dad as a player. I'm curious how much he's talked to you about this stage of their career.
Unfortunately, we don't talk much.
Kobe's parents didn't speak at the moment. Why do you think that was?
Maybe they didn't want to.
Kobe Bean Bryant had everything this world had to offer. Millions of fans, all the money in the world, a beautiful family, and a legacy fulfilled. Everything but one thing, his parents' love. What run from a tight-knit family that basically did everything together. Even signing NBA contracts became a frigid relationship at best that never mended itself, even up to the tragedy that befell the world 4 years ago. It all started when he was a 21-year-old in Los Angeles, taking up a rap career among some of the biggest stars of the day. Tyra Banks, 50 Cent, and Nas are just some of the artists that a young Kobe collaborated with. In his own words,
Didn't last long.
but during that brief
I heard about it, but I never listened to any of that. Did you guys ever hear him? Have you heard him rap? Is it any good?
stint, there's one moment that changed his life. Vanessa Lane was a high school senior who had happened to be stopped at a concert by a company that shot music videos. They asked her to work for them, and a few months later, Vanessa had become a video vixen, even appearing in a music video with Snoop Dogg. Like Kobe, her stint in the music industry.
Okay, I gotta admit right here, I didn't know about her past. I didn't know she was this girl.
Was short-lived. She stayed for just 3 months. But before her 3 months were up, she was called for a Kobe Bryant music video, and the rest is history. But that's not what's important here. What's important lies in the background. We've all seen that Vanessa and Kobe's relationship was a very romantic storybook one, you know. It's like love at first sight, then Kobe follows her around the set, and then, you know, she writes down her number on the paper, and then they go to Disney World. So romantic, all of that, right? But the fact of the matter is that Kobe Bryant, as of meeting Vanessa, was a budding star. Winner of the 1997 Slam Dunk Contest and already a one-time All-Star, and playing for the Los Angeles Lakers, no less. It was obvious that he was the talk of the town. For him, as a 21-year-old, to meet a high school senior on a music video set is one thing, but...
Dude, well, okay. I'd say it's fucked up because she's a high school senior, but at this point, what was he? 18 himself? Maybe 19?
The pace of the relationship.
Don't get me wrong. I know. I don't know what her age is here. She could be 18. She could be not. I don't know the details. I'm just saying. I didn't know they met this young. That's what I'm surprised about. I didn't know she was a high schooler. This is getting, I'm learning a lot already in 2 minutes and 7 seconds. Good video so far.
Was way too quick, at least according to Kobe's parents. Joe Jellybean Bryant, a former
let me go back a little
to
bit.
meet a high school senior on a music video set is one thing, but the pace of the relationship was way too quick. At least according to Kobe's parents.
And they were very young, so I understand the concern from the parents. At that age, Kobe just got out of high school, and she's so young. We don't know who either of these people are going to become. They're kids. So yeah, if they got really serious really fast and Kobe's making a lot of money, I can understand the parents were concerned. Okay.
Joe Jellybean Bryant, a former NBA player who at one point in life dunked on Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Dude, look at that jump.
Wasn't too excited about the relationship. One, he was wishing for Kobe to date someone of African descent, a common wish in black households. And two, for Kobe to, quote, slow down and smell the roses. Kobe didn't hear nor heed his father's requests. And after less than a year of dating, at 22 years of age, he married 19-year-old Vanessa.
What was that, at 22?
Of dating, at 22 years of age, he married 19-year-old Vanessa in the attendance of 12 people. Kobe's parents were not among those in the audience. From that day on, things weren't right with the Bryant household. When Kobe first started with the Lakers, the whole family moved from Philly to Los Angeles. Joe had said, "We weren't just going to let him come out here by himself. That wasn't how we worked." For 3 years, the family all lived together in Kobe's house until they moved out, a quarter mile away. When Vanessa entered the picture, however, Kobe moved an hour away to be closer to Vanessa's mom. The family argued about whether it was right for Kobe to be so in love with a girl that he just met. This ended up fracturing the family to a severe degree. Per an LA Times article written in April of 2003, Joe had not seen the couple's new house in Orange County. Joe had never met the couple's first child, his granddaughter Natalia, who was born in January. When Kobe's Philadelphia area high school retired his number, his parents sat in one section of the bleachers while Vanessa sat in another section.
Okay. I'm just going to chime in here really quick because up to this point, I've been saying things like, I understand where the parents are coming from. And I do. I understand where they're coming from, where this concern is coming from. But at this point, guys, they got married. Kobe decided. It's time for the parents to just say, okay, well, we warned you and you did what you did. Now we want to be part of your life still. You know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. You can't control your children. You can advise them, guide them, but you can't control them in this kind of way, especially when Kobe's an adult by this point. So, yeah, I think Jelly Bean and his wife, which are Kobe's parents, like needed to just step down and say, hey, you know, we want to meet our granddaughter. We want to be a part of your guys' life, and you know, we wish the two of you well. Like, you don't have to be that stubborn.
But what hurt most of all, and the most notorious product that's entrenched in basketball culture to this day, is the aftermath of the Lakers' second championship in their legendary run. Kobe Bryant, in the midst of his championship celebration, couldn't think straight.
Broken at your lowest point?
Well, I had so much going on outside of the game of basketball that people didn't know about, and it just felt good to pull through the season, to come through with another championship. It, you know, it definitely feels good.
Can you tell us what some of that was now? Are you willing to discuss that?
No, not really. I mean, it was just, it was hard, but you know.
His father was.
He's heartbroken. He's heartbroken. Damn, man. For all of you guys who, you know, guys and gals who are parents, like, there's a difference between guiding somebody and controlling them. I feel bad for Kobe at this point.
Wasn't at the game. Kobe had just won a championship in his dad's hometown, and his dad didn't even come to the game.
Dude, that's fucked up.
Not even 3 years prior. Kobe was living not even a 5-minute walk away from his dad, the man who taught him to play and showed him all the love in the world.
And I scored not a free throw, nothing, not a lucky shot, not a breakaway layup, 0 points. And I remember crying about it, being upset about it. And my father just gave me a hug and said, listen, whether you score 0 or score 60, I'm gonna love you no matter what.
Now, in this...
But if you choose a woman that he doesn't accept, then he's not gonna love you. Shit.
City where he made himself known to the world as Kobe Bryant. Philadelphia, his father, who showed him the game, wasn't even there to see his son win the game's greatest accomplishment. That's why Kobe, in the locker room after the finals, was in disarray, even tearing up in the shower. In the midst of his despair, he was handed the Larry O'Brien Trophy, the crowning achievement of basketball. And this is all he could think. It had been such an awful year for me. So
damn,
hard.
man.
I want a father. I want my father. 2 years later, this relationship remained the same. In the LA Times article, he said, "The court has become my psychologist. It's my time to get away from all the hassles and problems. It's my moment." And even still, 2 years later, things were not mended. Per the LA Times article written again in April of 2003, in a playoff series lost to the Timberwolves, Kobe's dad was there at Staples Center, but he didn't wave or call out. He didn't visit the locker room. "My mom asked me to leave him a ticket, so of course I did," Kobe said, his voice dropping. "But I knew he wouldn't come down and see me. He never does." For the same article, Joe was interviewed as a part of a coaching position for a slam ball team based in Los Angeles.
Real quick, isn't that just so much worse now? It's like he's watching his son, but he won't go visit his son. Jelly Bean Bryant. These are things I did not know about you.
Same article, Joe was interviewed as a part of a coaching position for a slam ball team based in Los Angeles. In it, unprompted, he started talking about Kobe, saying 20 years from now, when his own child grows up, he'll understand what I'm doing. When Kobe made the decision to be with someone he cared about.
You didn't get that chance now, did you?
Pam, Kobe's mother, and I decided it was time to back off. That's all it was. When asked why he didn't see his son, he sighed. "It's his life. We've got nothing to do with it," he said. "We've done our job." A few years later, Joe took up a job as an assistant coach for the LA Sparks. And, at least according to the LA Times, it seemed as if the relationship had somewhat defrosted between Kobe and his father. But it was not warm. There was a report of Joe and Pam Bryant attending the 2010 NBA Finals.
Wow, we're at 2010 now at this point. That many years.
but not because of Kobe. A wealthy Lakers fan had invited them. Regardless, in 2011, Joe referred to their relationship as pretty good, and so it stood. But all of that changed one April morning in 2013. Kobe put out a tweet. When you give, and they take, at what point do you draw a line in the sand?
Hurt beyond measure. Gave me no warning. Hashtag luck question mark. Dude, this is heartbreaking, man.
Hashtag hurt beyond measure.
It's 2013.
Hashtag gave me no warning. Hashtag love. It's definitely 2013. Ridiculous. He was referring to his mother, Pam Bryant, who, up to this point, seemed to have a decent relationship with Kobe, at least better than his father's. She had asked Kobe for a home in Nevada. Kobe had offered to give up to $250,000 to purchase the home, but Pam asked for $450,000. Kobe refused, and that's when Pam decided to take Kobe's high school and NBA memorabilia, including the 2000 NBA championship rings that Kobe had gifted his parents, and gave it to auction.
Oh, dude, this is getting sick.
Exchange for the $450,000 that Pam had been asking for in advance, plus the proceeds from whatever the hundreds of items would have brought from auction. She did this without Kobe's knowledge, let alone approval. He learned of the items being put up for auction through the news. As you could imagine, that's what inspired the tweet that morning. Per ESPN's coverage of the incident.
Okay, 2013. 250,000, you get yourself a house. Easy. Hell, man, 2018, you get yourself a house for 250. It's not like it is now, where it's like 450 gets you a baseline house. Things were different back then. Yeah. So what? At that point, now Kobe feels like his father will only love him if he abides by everything he says, and his mom will only love him if he gives her money. And how much money she asked for, not just any money, a lot of freaking money. That's sad, dude. That's sad. This is like so how it usually goes too, you know? The guys are the controlling ones in a relationship, and then the women are there for the guy's money, and like he's experiencing both at the same time. It's amazing he was able to keep it together. All the people he thought loved him were supposed to unconditionally love him. They fell into the typical roles of, you know, not unconditional, the very conditional love. You do this and I'll love you. You do what I expect and I'll love you. You give me money and I'll love you. This is not love. Sorry, I did not expect. This one is hitting. I didn't expect it to be like this. This is disgusting.
Through the news. As you can imagine, that's what inspired the tweet that morning. Per ESPN's coverage of the incident, Kobe Bryant's lawyer had sent a cease and desist letter telling the auction house to call off the sale and to return the items to him. Kenneth Golden, owner of the auction house, says he can't cancel the auction because he's already advanced $450,000 to Bryant's mother and put money into advertising the auction. Kobe's lawyer...
Wow, I just wanted to look at that real quick.
$450,000 to Bryant's...
Wow. Damn. All of this stuff from high school to current. Wow. Good job, Mom.
His mother and put money into advertising the auction. Kobe's lawyer Mark Campbell said in a statement, Mr. Bryant's personal property has ended up in the possession of someone who does not lawfully own it. We look forward to resolving this legal matter through the legal system. Yes, Kobe got his lawyers involved, with what seemed to be no communication between him and his parents. The auction company then countered with a lawsuit. Joe defended their actions, saying, my son gave my wife these items over the years, stating, here, Mom, these are for you. They'd had the items for a long time, it seemed, and it was a way for them to make some more money. They were able to settle the suit for a payment of $500,000 and cut down the auction from the massive amount of items to just 6. However, 2 of those happened to be the rings that Kobe gave his parents, commemorative of the last time that they enjoyed Kobe Bryant's NBA success as a family.
Dude, if they would have just loved him unconditionally, Kobe would have taken care of them without hesitation. But they had to be this stubborn.
After his stint in Los Angeles for the Sparks, Joe went away and became a head coach for some teams in Japan for a couple of years.
I didn't know
During
about
this period, Kobe and Joe never reconciled or even really spoke.
Unfortunately, we don't talk much.
Yeah.
You know, maybe down the road that relationship would be better, but right now it's not much more.
After the fiasco in 2013, Kobe didn't speak to his parents for the rest of his NBA career. In his final game, where He almost poetically had 60 points. He didn't have his father there to love him. In an article covering Kobe post-retirement, Kobe said, "Our relationship is not good.
Our relationship is shit.
I say to them, I'm going to buy you a very nice home. And the response is, that's not good enough? Then you're selling my stuff?"
Yeah. Dude, this is
His sisters,
tough,
who he was also
man.
close with a long time ago, Sharia and Shea, have learned to accept that Kobe has removed money from his relationships with them. They're very smart, college-educated women, Kobe says. I'm really proud of them. They were able to get their own jobs, get their own lives, take care of themselves. Now they have a better sense of self, of who they are as people, instead of being resentful because they were relying on me.
Props.
Kobe's relationship with his parents never seemed to end up mending. Now, 4 years after the tragedy that befell us all, a misrepresented news report brought the family feud to the forefront once again. The 2000 NBA championship ring that Joe and Pam sold all those years ago was being sold again. It was thought that Joe and Pam were selling their son's legacy once more, but really, it was just the previous buyer that was putting up the father's ring for sale. Whatever it sells for, is that the price of a family fractured? The pain and strife in one of the world's most beloved figures? And just as importantly, his family? I don't think so. And it seems like neither do Kobe's parents. Per a statement they made to the LA Times regarding this misrepresented news report, "We want to make it unequivocally clear that we have no involvement in this sale of our son's 2000 championship ring. The mere existence of the auction has reopened a deep, painful wound. We seek peace and the opportunity to grieve with dignity. We appreciate your understanding and respect for our family's privacy at this time. Thank you, and may God bless you." And that's all they wrote. Thanks for watching.
Washington comes off two very impressive victories on the road in Portland and Seattle. MJ's first jumper got it.
It's interesting.
There's that mid-range.
Rick Fox actually guarding Jordan, but throughout the course of the game, I'm sure you'll see that matchup come through with Jordan going against Kobe at either end of the court, actually.
Stackhouse drives, finds Jordan again. MJ's second jumper got another one.
So you're going to see MJ doing his normal thing in the mid-range, but Kobe stretching it out and just going nuts when it comes to three-pointers.
How pumped up do you think he is to play here tonight?
I tell you, it's going to be fun to watch this whole game.
Kobe's first jumper, that's good.
How about that stretch of 9 consecutive 40-plus games?
He's talking
Jordan,
about Kobe there.
One-on-one against Fisher. Fade away by MJ. How do you like that? He's free.
So I didn't actually realize the timeline of this because we just covered this as well. This is when Shaq was out with a foot, I believe it was, and Kobe went how many games? That
stretch of 9 consecutive.
So Kobe went more than 9 games, I guess, because he's gonna get 55. Oh no, okay. So it was nine games at over 40 points until Shaq came back, and then he let it go for Shaq to make room for him.
40-plus games.
Jordan one-on-one against Fisher. Fade away by MJ.
Yeah. Good luck, Fisher.
He's 3 for 3. Jordan got fouled. He'll shoot 2.
Oops.
MJ around
Got
Fox.
you. Got you
Fadeaway
off balance.
Unbelievable. Jordan is 4 for 4. The Wizards are 5.
So Jordan comes out hot. I did forget about that. Jordan comes out hot trying to make a statement of his own.
5 for 5, shooting 100% for the quarter. Now Kobe from long range.
And now Kobe's going to answer.
That's his 97th three-pointer of the season. He shoots 37% from out there. Kobe, elbow, jumper, and he's fouled.
All right, so he knocked down both free throws there.
Jordan with a steal.
Yep, that's Jordan reading those passing lanes like he always did. Lazy pass.
Stackhouse, that's knocked away and stolen. That's the second turnover by Jerry this quarter.
Kobe should have passed that one off.
Jordan around Fox, reverse layup, and he almost got it.
Listen to that crowd, man.
Long jumper, three-pointer.
The crowd knows what they're in for, man. Kobe, 2 of the greatest of all time going at it.
Kobe Bryant, he is unbelievable.
So there's Kobe with another 3.
Wizards lead down to 4. Kobe's fadeaway good. 14 points for Kobe Bryant, and they've cut the Wizards' lead from 8 to 2.
Oh, that's
Lou's
Tyronn Lue.
jumper. No good.
That's Coach Lue.
Tyronn Lue 0 for 3 tonight.
Oh, Kobe posting up Lue. That's not fair. That's not fair. You got a little guy.
Nice spin move from Kobe, able to get to the baseline and once again showing that strength.
Kobe for 3.
Bang.
Unbelievable. With 4:10 seconds left in the quarter. Here's his jumper, and that's the first lead.
Almost a
of the
3
night for
right
Los
there.
Angeles. Inside Kwame Brown in the game, off the glass, no good. Tipped up and taken by Bobby Simmons, and now it's regained by Samaki Walker. Here's Kobe again.
And another 3. I forget how many threes he gets in this first half, but I think he scores 40-something in the first half.
Jordan off the screen.
There goes MJ in the mid-range.
Kwame Brown sets a big freeze Jordan, and he puts the jumper down.
Michael 6 of 9. He's got 15. Unbelievable.
Damn.
Another 3 for Kobe. His 5th in 1+ quarters. Now it's held by
So he's
Kobe
at 5
Bryant,
threes so far.
and he's got 5 of them here already
And
tonight.
6 threes. Okay, so at this point, the score's tied at 35. Looks like anybody's game, right? Washington started out with the lead. It's
6.
Yep. Oh, he knows he's feeling it now. He's got his tongue
Michael
sticking out and
inside,
everything.
Lays it off for Haywood. What a pass.
Nice feed.
Jordan baseline. Got it.
Damn, man. His fadeaway never stopped looking good, even at 40 years old.
Michael now 7 for 12 from the field, has 17 points.
Yeah, MJ's playing good too. Oh, got you.
And he's fouled, Kobe, by Brian Russell. Got Brian Russell up in the air.
Yeah, remember when I was telling you guys? Jordan recruited Brian Russell after all that.
And drew the contact. Kobe again. Oh, my! Three-pointer number 7 for Kobe
7
Bryant.
threes now in the first half.
Kobe guarded by Lue. Kobe's
Oh, my
long
God.
jumper.
Yeah, if that's going in, forget about it. Like, you know Kobe's just absolutely on fire. He's torching them.
Oh, no! He is burning down the house. 8 3-pointers for Kobe Bryant, and he's got 38 points.
Is he going to pull up from 3?
Oh, come on.
Yeah, now look at the score. Look how fast that happened. Look at that momentum shift.
Somebody stop it.
Nope.
How many points does he have?
He's out there to steal that
40
torch, man.
points for Kobe Bryant with 4:36 to play in the first half. Shaq misses. Here comes Lue.
Good pass.
So
Nice three
Kobe's
on
got at
two
least
break.
40 points by this stage.
Stackhouse drills one. Wizards shooting down to 43.5%. And Kobe draws a foul on Leitner.
All right, we're in the third quarter now, so I'll just assume he ended at 40, but he might have actually gotten a couple more points.
Talking about Tyronn Lue, he's had some pretty good looks so far tonight.
Fisher. And he cans it as
Fish
Tyronn
had.
Lue came over to help out on Bryant. Kobe, pass for Madsen underneath. Drops it in.
Mad Dog Madsen.
Haywood, baseline jumper, no good.
Shaq said he bought Mad Dog a car when he first came to the Lakers.
Kobe for 3.
There it is again. They're already up by 21.
Three-pointer number 9 in the game for Kobe Bryant.
Oops.
Stackhouse's pass is blocked away by Bryant. And a steal for Kobe, who
Oh,
has
no.
47 points in the game.
Jeez.
And even the shots after he's fouled go in.
Yeah, even when they don't count.
The ones that
He
don't
was on
count.
fire.
Ones that don't count. MJ up, scores.
Nice.
Beautiful move.
MJ around the screen, pulls up to the jumper, misses short. And Ori has it.
Uh-oh. Is he going to pull up again? No,
Alley-oop
alley-oop.
coming, and there.
Damn. All eyes were on Kobe. All eyes were on Kobe there because they all expected, just like I expected him to pull up for a three.
All eyes seem to be on Kobe, and they forgot about Samaki Walker running the lane on the other side.
Stackhouse goes down. Nice job by Jerry. Then he got pushed away.
Oh, crap.
Right in front of Gary Zielinski, who missed the call right in front of him.
Kobe's mad he didn't make the layup.
50 points for Kobe.
Wait, what did he say? He's at 50?
Right in front of him. 50 points for Kobe.
So he's at 50 in the third quarter. How about that, marbles?
Jordan jumper. Good.
He had worked hard to finally rub Rick Fox off on Kwame Brown to get the open shot.
Look at MJ playing
Jordan
off ball.
Springs free for another long jumper.
This is one thing. That people don't talk about with MJ. Because he started out as such an ISO player. But watch him play off the ball here.
Hard to finally rub Rick Fox off on Kwame Brown.
Coming around,
the open
going
shot.
back in. There's the pick.
Jordan Springs free
Got
for
you.
another long jumper. Bullseye. 23 points for the greatest player of all time.
23 for 23.
Lou's
Coach
long
Lou.
jumper for three, and he got it. And Jordan is up off the bench. He'll come back in.
Boy, Brendan did not like that call.
Fans want Kobe to shoot. He's got 54 points, a season high.
Who's the first guy to jump in arms? When the guy twists his ankles in the finals and couldn't walk, who was the guy that carried him down the hall? From now on, I don't want to hear about the beef that y'all thought we had.
It's a lesson. The part that they didn't show there was the amount of regret he has, because he said he never reached out to Kobe, and he regretted it, significantly regrets it, because he talks about how easy it would have been just to shoot him a text and say, what's up, little fella. So, as always, I like to remind people, reach out to those you love. Just say hi.
Extent that Shaq and Kobe feuded.
Even when folks thought we were on bad terms, when the cameras were turned on or turned off, he and I would throw a wink at each other and say, let's go whoop some ass. Fair enough.
Neil has characterized it as a rivalry between competitors who respected one another and pushed each other to win. He said the beef was contrived, media bait, and intentional marketing stunt. And whatever it was,
that part
ended.
was not real.
After their 8 years as teammates, once both men had retired from pro basketball, Shaq and Kobe resolved their differences. They reconnected privately for sure, but also for an audience, on television, on podcasts, and on social media. During those years of public reconciliation, Shaq used a key phrase that helps us square his own dismissals with documented history. Work beef. Work beef means a few things. For one, it denotes a period of time. That resolution happened after they stopped working together. Bygones were bygones. Look at how Shaq and Kobe in retirement could laugh about a fight they had early in their partnership.
Yeah.
They remember the trash talk in detail.
We were playing a pickup game. We was doing a lockout season. We're on opposite teams.
Right.
Trash talking.
Yes.
And you kept saying, yeah, take that little. I'm like, I'm looking around. Oh, me.
Yes.
They remember things getting physical, if not evenly matched.
I said, oh, hold on. Ain't gonna be too many more of those little,
Yeah, I remember that.
And what you said? Well, what you gonna do about it? What you gonna do about it? And then that's the next thing I knew. I saw a big hand coming this way, and I remember going this way. I remember throwing some lollipop.
And they remember this as the moment Shaq realized how intense and how brash the young Kobe really was.
We had our first fight, and you looked and said, okay, this is crazy.
I did say that.
Yeah, I did. You did.
In the hindsight of two champions and Hall of Famers, the fight represents an early sign of the success to come.
I'm looking at this and I'm saying, man, he wants this thing. It consumes him. And then from that moment on, I knew we spoke the same language. It doesn't matter if we had disagreements this and the other, our drive to win, like we have to win. There's no other option.
But at the time, that success wasn't a given. Teammates fight each other for a reason. Shaq's preferred phrase applies. Not all sports beef is work beef. Often, animus between athletes takes root in personal, off-the-field stuff.
Oh,
money, fame, takes root
Showing
in
this one, y'all know what happened here.
personal, off-the-field stuff. Money, fame,
Sharapova.
politics, relationships. That's not where Shaq vs. Kobe came from. It eventually spilled into those realms. It got personal. But this beef was, in its foundation, a feud about work, about the right way to practice and play basketball.
It was one more year. Still, how are you going to turn down that money? Plus, Shaq wanted to be in Hollywood. He was already Hollywood before he was in, when he was still in Orlando. Guy was making movies, putting out rap albums, commercials up the butt. Like, yeah, he was destined for LA.
Bryant was less obvious. The 17-year-old wing had, like Kevin Garnett the year before him, elected to skip college and head straight from high school to the league. As was the case with Garnett, many NBA executives lacked the patience to develop a teenager. West was one of them, until he watched Kobe in person. The Lakers brought Bryant in for a workout as a favor to his agent, Arn Tellem. The workout went well. Suddenly, West had another guy he needed to make a Laker. But LA didn't own a high enough pick in the first round of the '96 draft. What followed was a high-wire act so stressful, so exhausting, that it drove West into the hospital. At least it paid off. With a little subterfuge and a little cajoling, West was able to orchestrate the following. Bryant dropped to the 13th pick, held by the Charlotte Hornets. The Lakers acquired Bryant's rights by trading Charlotte their center, Vlade Divac. Offloading Vlade's salary helped LA boost their offer to O'Neal, who signed days later. So shout out to Vlade Divac. He could have wrecked this whole maneuver by standing firm on his threat to retire instead of reporting to Charlotte.
Yeah,
Vlade
that
relented,
is crazy.
The deal went through. West got both his guys.
Imagine that. We would have missed out on the Shaq and Kobe era if Vlade were to just be a punk. I don't even want to say be a punk. He had every right to just say, screw you guys. Contract's a contract. But it could have happened.
Now what? How did this new Lakers roster fit together? Shaq being the prototypical NBA center came with the requisite limitations. The dude was as productive as anyone has ever been inside the paint, but that was basically his range.
Yep.
You didn't need to guard him out here. He didn't shoot jumpers. He didn't dribble or pass from the perimeter. In short, he needed a sidekick, someone to get him the ball. Shaq grew up admiring Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who won championships in LA once the Lakers paired him with Magic Johnson. Those two legends had little in common personality-wise, but they were the perfect combination of world-class scorer and world-class passer.
And that's why, just when it comes purely basketball, if you take the money out of it, he had the right guy with Penny the first time. Because Penny was a pass-first guy who could still shoot with the best of them, drive with the best of them, just score with the best of them. But he was a pass-first guy looking to get the ball to Shaq. He had it. Kobe Bryant, not a pass-first guy. He was Michael Jordan. He was the next Michael Jordan type player. So he had it right the first time, but he went with the money.
In Orlando, Shaq had handpicked his own version of Magic Johnson.
Yeah, he did.
He pushed the team to make a 1993 draft day trade for Penny Hardaway.
Real quick, do you guys see Blue Chips back in the day? Me, my dad, my brother, we all saw it in the theater when it came out. So crazy. That's where they met.
Penny loved to pass. He was happy to share the ball and the spotlight. They seemed like a young Kareem and Magic for a new era.
It was.
Disparate personalities, yet ideal complements on the floor. The rare tandem that could get you all the way to the NBA Finals before they turned 24. Orlando squandered that perfect fit, and their loss was the Lakers' gain.
Yeah, but before that, Shaq ruined it with his jealousy. Because I don't know why. It's still, that one blows my mind to this day. Why he was getting jealous of Penny getting some attention. If he wanted that Magic Kareem dynamic, he should have remembered that Magic Johnson got a ton of attention. But it wasn't win first for Shaq. He wanted the attention and the money first, then win.
But if Shaq was to follow in Kareem's LA footsteps, would he have a Magic? Could anyone play that role the way Penny did in Orlando?
Nope.
The Lakers already employed some legit candidates. Rising all-star wing Eddie Jones and speedy dynamo Nick Van Exel. But Shaq understood from the outset that neither would become his co-star. Everyone knew it would be Kobe, especially Kobe. Kobe Bryant was a different kind of teenager. Bryant was already a bigger celebrity in high school than most players are as pros.
Yeah.
Skipping college only accelerated that. Kobe had a sneaker deal. He had TV appearances, plural. The kid had a SAG card. The papers covered Kobe's senior prom because his date was Brandy.
Hey, what's a SAG card?
Bryant came by this fame honestly, by putting the ball in the basket. He was an electrifying athlete and insatiable bucket getter, a shooter and a slasher, a state champion. Envisioning Kobe's potential, people had no qualms using the letters M and J.
Yeah.
To be clear, that's M for Michael and J for Jordan. No one saw Kobe becoming a pass-first mega point guard like Magic Johnson, or Penny Hardaway for that matter.
Yeah.
If you squinted into the future, you saw a pure scorer. The rare shooting guard who could finish oodles of possessions by himself. Kobe wanted the ball. And his personality as a colleague mirrored his mindset as a player. He was sure the Lakers would be his team someday. So sure so soon that the older, more established O'Neal was like, whoa, hey, slow down, Haas. Shaq spoke in his usual playful way about taking Kobe under his wing as a little brother. But Kobe wouldn't be belittled, wouldn't go along with hazing rituals like the other rookies. Kobe had fancied himself a loner since moving to the US from Italy as a child. He kept to himself in the Lakers locker room. He didn't play cards with teammates. He didn't go to the club. He was hyper-focused to the point of aloofness on his game.
Hell, I hear the stories from his teammates from that era, and let's be fair, he wasn't old enough to go to the club. You know, he wasn't old enough to drink with his teammates, so it just wasn't a thing for him. While they were out having fun together, he was in the gym working hard.
While Kobe worked behind the scenes, opportunities to develop on the court were scarce at the outset. He had just turned 18 after all. Kobe scavenged for minutes in his first season, buried in Coach Del Harris's rotation. When he did get to play, he shot. A lot.
Yeah, he did. Shot
from any angle, shot in any situation. On a per-minute basis, he attempted more field goals than anyone but Shaq. Shaq recalls telling Kobe he was doing too much by himself, throwing off the team's rhythm, only to get shut down repeatedly by a kid 6 years younger than him. Kobe's boldness made for highlights, like this 360 in-game dunk. This is quite a risk for a teenage bench player to take when you could just have 2 points for free. And it made for a few smooth 20-point outings. It got him invited to the dunk contest. It also made for...
By the way, I was just in the comments before talking to somebody about the old Pistons logo, and we both agreed that old horse logo was pretty awesome. Chime in. What do you guys think?
Outings. It got him invited to the dunk contest.
Yep.
It also made for tremendous whoopsies, like his infamous parade of air balls when called into action in a conference semifinal elimination game against the Utah Jazz.
Yeah, had no legs.
Shaq almost seemed to like Kobe better in a humbling moment like that playoff flameout, praising the rookie for the guts he demonstrated with the season on the line. Kobe appreciated that. But O'Neal later wrote that he wanted to vomit in that moment, and that Kobe had learned the wrong lessons from all that shooting. Shaq had taken to calling Kobe Boy Wonder or Showboat.
Wait, who said that?
Everyone could tell.
Sorry.
Shaq had taken to Kobe had learned.
I'm standing along on the bench and I want to vomit. What did he learn? I'm not sure. Hey, brother, how about learning to pass? Who said? Shaq uncut. So wait, Shaq went back on it? Okay. 2011. This is when he hated Kobe. Okay. So he switched the narrative there.
Learned the wrong lessons from all that shooting. Shaq had taken to calling Kobe Boy.
Lakers starter yet.
But Kobe's teammates weren't fans. The individualism didn't please Shaq, especially when those shots stopped falling. Shaq chided teammates for taking off-balance, one-legged jumpers like a bunch of Rex Chapman wannabes. Kobe, for one, wasn't going to stop pulling. Shaq was getting impatient. The Lakers did advance a round further in the '98 playoffs, but that just meant they got crushed by the Jazz in the conference finals instead of the semifinals. Even after that big season, Coach Harris hardly used Kobe against Utah. When Kobe did play, it was ugly, including 7 of 24 shooting in the first 2 games of a miserable sweep. The Lakers weren't making enough baskets, and Shaq was tired of waiting for Kobe to figure it out. But in 1998, everyone had to wait for everything. Negotiations on a new collective bargaining agreement dragged the offseason from the usual summer months all the way into early 1999. During that desolate, locked-out winter, Shaq and Kobe...
So real quick, that is right after the Bulls dismantled. They just won their 3rd championship. The Bulls dismantle here, and then we go into the lockout season.
Early January 1999. The Southwest College Gymnasium in LA, a popular pickup spot for local pros locked out of their practice facilities. A handful of Lakers were there. Derek Fisher, Corey Blunt, Shaq, and in a rare appearance, Kobe. He usually trained alone, but perhaps had some cabin fever after so many months of work stoppage. They played pickup, 2-on-2. Shaq and Kobe were on opposite teams, and something happened. An altercation. A few weeks later, LA reporters got some details. Apparently, Shaq slapped Kobe. When asked, both parties said it was no big deal.
Oh, man, a slap from that hand? That can cause a concussion easy.
Everyone moved on. In a book released a couple years later, Shaq called his slap a karate push, the kind of thing he'd do to someone he didn't want to hurt. But over time, other people filled in details. In the Kobe biography Showboat, released 17 years after the fight, Derek Fisher said some true feelings came out between Shaq and Kobe, extremely negative ones. He also said only 4 people were there, but Shaq and Kobe themselves use another name in their recollection.
Olden Polynice came and caught, and then they all just kind of broke us apart.
Olden Polynice was a free agent at the time, hoping to join the Lakers once the lockout ended. Here's what he told Jeff Pearlman in 2020. Kobe was playing way too physical for a pickup game. Shaq was calling way too many fouls. Kobe got sick of the calls. Shaq threatened to slap him, and then the trash talk got rather pointed, rather specific. This is my team. No, it's my team. You're not a leader. I will get you traded.
Oh,
and then,
fuck.
Yeah, Shaq slapped Kobe. Corey Blunt confirms it. Polynice says Shaq would have killed Kobe, who did not stop mouthing off if he and others didn't step in. Apparently, Shaq's bodyguard, Jerome, was there too.
Dude, that image right there. Sorry, man. Sometimes I pause at the funniest moments on accident like this. Yeah, they were crazy. They were crazy. All that in a freaking pickup game. But it looks like they were holding on to this for a while, so they needed to let it out. But Kobe's crazy, man. Kobe's absolutely nuts. And I think he realized it in his older age when he was reminiscing with Shaq about this. Because he was like, what the hell was I thinking? You know, because Shaq could have actually killed him, or severely injured him for the rest of his life. Paralyzed him, something. He got slapped after he was warned. And then he kept barking. Kobe that's the biggest guy in NBA history. The most giant mass-filled guy in NBA history. And Kobe didn't give a damn.
So, again.
Kobe, hardcore turned on him.
Kobe sort of shrugged. He and Shaq didn't have a personal problem since, despite everyone else's efforts, they hardly knew each other. It must be on-the-court stuff and, hey, I'm trying. But even when Kobe did play positive team-first basketball, like defending Scottie Pippen in his first career playoff series as a starter,
Insane.
Shaq found a way to say something snide to reporters.
Whoever was that, the dude, yeah. I don't know why Shaq always had to do this kind of stuff, man. He throws these passive-aggressive little jabs at his co-star. And he finally stopped doing that with Miami. But his first two stints, man, with Penny and Kobe, I don't know why he felt the need to do this. Never mind, I do. The guy's insecure as all hell.
Around this time, Magic Johnson took it upon himself to encourage Shaq and Kobe to know each other better. Find harmony off the court, find harmony on it, just like Kareem and I once did. Kobe didn't bite. Right after the Lakers got swept by the Spurs in the second round, he disappeared. Shaq had given up on being friends off the court. And on the court, Kobe wasn't Magic anyway. That summer of '99, Shaq campaigned to get his Magic back, his ideal sidekick. He reconnected with Penny Hardaway, who wanted out of Orlando.
Oh, what?
Shaq pressed on management to make a trade for Penny and presumably get rid of Kobe, but he got shut down. Penny went elsewhere.
Damn. I didn't know that. I mean, I knew he came to the Suns. I didn't know that there was a possibility at a Shaq and Penny reunion.
The Lakers had a different solution. Coach Rambis wasn't going to cut it. The right man for the job was the guy who had turned the star-stuffed Chicago Bulls into a dynasty.
Yep.
The great puppeteer of egos, the Zen master, the prince of the triangle offense, Phil Jackson.
Yeah, so this all builds up to the point where they basically need a parental figure. And that's where Phil Jackson, the Zen master, has to step in.
He would make these guys figure it out. Jackson and his retinue of assistants, including Phil's mentor, triangle guru Tex Winter, recall being blown away at the level of animosity they'd walked into. Shaq, in particular, had no qualms about bad-mouthing Kobe in front of the new coaches. But circumstances vented some of that steam to open the 99-2000 season. Kobe broke his hand and missed the first 15 games of the year. The injury was kinda convenient. Kobe's absence gave...
Hey, in the comments, let me know. I don't remember this one. How did Kobe break his hand?
Everyone else an opportunity to get comfortable in Winter and Jackson's triangle offense, with Shaq as the apex. The Lakers went 11-4 over that Kobe-free stretch and kept right on crushing once Kobe returned, including a 16-game win streak spanning the new millennium. But the moment Kobe held the ball or took shots Shaq didn't like, the big guy griped. Teammates, vets like Ron Harper and Brian Shaw, did their best to settle both parties. The head coach focused on building a bridge to Kobe from Shaq's side of the chasm. Jackson felt more of a connection over there. He gave O'Neal the most encouragement and the most criticism. Winter was among some assistants who tended to side with Kobe, and Tex actually cut film for the sole purpose of trying to prove to Shaq that Kobe was passing more than ever before, which statistically...
Hold on. I think Kobe's really learning or really leaning over backwards to get the ball into Shaq. If there's a problem there, and I think we'll work it out, it's that I don't think Shaq appreciates what Kobe is trying to do to help his game. Wow. Yeah, so they did. They had to play parents. Tex was on one side with Kobe, and Phil was on the other side with Shaq. Smart. So they ended up like bridging the gap for them to communicate.
He was. In one of his many books, Phil Jackson recounts a scene that may have been a bit of a turning point for this first chapter of beef. Right after that 16-game win streak, the Lakers had a little string of ugly losses and unconvincing victories. After one of those two close wins against the Cavaliers, Shaq supposedly announced in front of the whole team that Kobe was playing too selfishly for the Lakers to win.
Oh boy.
Once again, he ignited a full team debate about the right way to play. This time, however...
Who's Shaq to say at this point? He hasn't won a championship yet. Like, he's acting like he's actually Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Eventually, yeah, he had the right to speak up like this, but at this point, 0 chips, man. You haven't gotten it done.
Some guys seemed to side with Kobe, and Kobe spoke up for himself a bit. Whatever was said in that debate, whatever the guys took away from it, something clicked the rest of that season. The Lakers won an astounding 30 of 31 games from February to April, with Shaq leading the way. 67 wins overall made LA one of the best regular season teams in history. On Shaq's 28th birthday, he dropped a career-high 61 points on the Clippers.
Yeah.
Look who passed up a clean look to get Shaq over the 60-point hump. And look how gladly Shaq returned the favor before exiting.
Birthday, end of the Kobe. Shaq gets the assist, and Kobe makes a spectacular underneath.
Shaq was league MVP in a landslide. Kobe was more efficient, more team-oriented than ever. Headlines compared the duo sincerely and favorably to Magic and Kareem. At last, Shaq made it back to the finals. LA cemented their Western Conference final victory against the Portland Trailblazers with what else? A picture-perfect Kobe to Shaq connection that shook the Staples Center.
I can't believe he left Shaq in that moment. I can't believe he left him.
Blazers with what else?
Who is that? It's too blurry for me to tell. Who is that?
A picture-perfect
How
Kobe
did
to
you
Shaq
leave him?
connection.
You had Rashid coming in for the weak side. He was going to come in and help on Kobe. Oh, man.
With what else? A picture-perfect Kobe to Shaq connection that shook the Staples Center.
Damn, and he blew by Pippen, too. Hey, good offense, man. Good
Shaq
offense.
led the way in those 2000 finals, dominating the Indiana Pacers down low. Kobe had his moments, too, playing hero late in Game 4 despite a bad ankle. Shaq always reminds people of that season's final scene, the first thing that happened when the clock struck 0 on the long-awaited championship. Shaq and Kobe were together in the locker room, basking in glory. They were together in praise of their coach, the guy who instilled patience and collaboration in teammates who had lacked it. Thanks to Phil, Shaq and Kobe figured out how to make a basket. They did it by basically following Shaq's vision. Ever since the broken hand delayed his debut, Kobe had been a sidekick. He passed more than ever and scored when called upon. Shaq got the ball. He got to be big brother. He got to be finals MVP, and he got his ring. Mission accomplished. Beef presumably over. Time to celebrate. Phil went to Montana to relax. Shaq went to Vegas to party. Kobe stayed in LA.
Yep. And this is where the real beef starts.
Players who want to become better scorers spend all offseason in the gym putting up shots. They almost always quantify that daily work in the hundreds. 300 shots a day, 400, 500. Every now and then you'll see numbers quoted in the thousands. The offseason after his Lakers won that first championship, this was the number trailing Kobe Bryant. But this isn't the number of shots. This is the number of makes in however many more attempts.
Damn.
Shaq celebrated. Phil relaxed. Kobe, they said, made 2,000 baskets a day. All summer long. Fried shrimp, melted cheese, mayonnaise, ketchup, all on a roll. This is a Shaq Daddy sandwich. When he played in Orlando, Shaquille O'Neal ordered this custom sandwich often enough that a local restaurant put it on the menu. On the night in 2000 when he won his first championship with the LA Lakers, Shaq couldn't sleep. So his personal chef made him a Shaq Daddy at 5 a.m.
Nice.
After finally getting some shut-eye, Shaq did a week or two of media appearances, enjoyed the championship parade, then headed to Vegas to do Vegas stuff with his friends. After that, he went home to Orlando, hunted a little, and hung out by the pool. All this comes from one of several O'Neal autobiographies, Shaq Talks Back, published in early 2001. Apparently, he also spent some time that offseason writing. When he was ready, Shaq returned to LA and signed a maximum salary contract extension with the Lakers. He joked he would spend all this new money on Krispy Kreme donuts. In reality, he got a new custom car and a bunch of gifts for his teammates.
Oh, we know he got some Krispy Kreme donuts, too. He put on a lot of weight at that point.
This hard-earned contract was the perfect capstone to a well-deserved summer vacation, the same way anyone would celebrate the greatest achievement of their career. Well, okay, almost anyone. If you want to get promoted to lead basket maker, you've got to spend your free time making some baskets. Kobe Bryant's original plan for the summer of 2000 wasn't just to shoot all day, every day. When Kobe declined an Olympic invitation, he said it was because he intended to use that time to marry his fiancée, Vanessa, go on a European honeymoon, and visit the Italian pro basketball team in which he and his family had invested.
Wow.
But Kobe didn't get married that summer. He and Vanessa pushed their wedding date to the following year. Kobe didn't maintain his commitment to the Italian team, selling his entire share.
Interesting.
Instead, Kobe made baskets. Now, 2,000 makes a day is an incredible number, and some people questioned it, but that's Kobe. The stories about Kobe's long, late hours of intense training are innumerable. They border on mythology. Kobe's work ethic, though, was real, and it was a clear difference between him and Shaq.
Yeah, I'm not doubting it at all. If he said 2,000, I believe it. He doesn't say stuff like that for no reason.
O'Neal admits he never shared Kobe's tunnel vision on his practice, not to mention his metabolism. Shaq wasn't a natural salad eater. This comes from yet another autobiography. Some of this discrepancy was just two guys being different ages and at different places in their personal lives. And some of it had to do with their different basket-making techniques. Kobe was working on shots from range. Runners, floaters, pull-ups, turnarounds, fadeaways, finesse stuff. Shaq was a masterful, close-range steamroller. He didn't feel like anyone could stop his moves toward the rim, so he didn't have much to improve upon before each season.
Yeah, he got spoiled.
He was pretty candid about this in that landmark players-only conversation with Kobe.
So I admit a lot of times I didn't come into camp ready, because that's just how I got down. Because my thing is, I don't need to get ready for dunking.
Especially not with Kobe doing his thing.
Because I had you, I was able to just chill out in the summer.
They laughed about this in retirement, but
that's what pissed me off.
That's what pissed him off.
That was it right there.
Yep. He used young Kobe's hunger so he can cruise. That would piss me off too. That's no longer a partnership anymore. That's using someone.
Retirement, but
that's what pissed me off. That was it right there. That was.
Years later, Kobe expressed, with hindsight, his belief that those Lakers could have won more than 3 titles if Shaq just trained harder. It was the subject of the last little public tiff between these guys.
Okay, not just me. All of us back then, we used to talk about it. And this is coming from a big Jordan fan. I thought the two of them were going to win 10 rings. So Kobe said 12, we all said 10. Like there was zero stopping them. The only thing that could stop them was themselves, it turned out. But we didn't expect that to happen.
Albeit one they immediately downplayed. But back in 2000, that gap in preparation mattered. It reignited the work beef.
All right.
Kobe's untimely injuries had relegated him to sidekick status for important parts of the first championship season, the very beginning and the very end. He was a heroic sidekick at times, but almost always secondary to Shaq, who was regular season and finals MVP of 2000. Looking ahead to 2001, Kobe was done with that. He came into training camp insistent that his summer of hard work, of however many baskets, entitled him to a bigger role. And early season circumstances left the Laker offense ripe for such a coup. Derek Fisher had been expected to take over as lead guard of the Lakers' triangle offense, the chief basketball distributor, but he was sidelined following foot surgery. Most everyone else let their conditioning slip a bit while celebrating the championship. Not Kobe. Kobe was more prepared and more eager than everyone else, and he got more touches with Fisher out. His attempted takeover happened gradually at first, possessions here and there in which he ignored Shaq down low to take the shot himself. Shaq didn't wait to voice his displeasure, privately and publicly. Shaq made his point on the court, too. Lakers coaches thought their center was, through some combination of petulance and poor conditioning, not running or defending with 100% effort. This only emboldened Kobe. On November 8th, 2000, in a pretty bad loss to Tim Duncan and the Spurs, Kobe set a new career high of 31 shot attempts, hitting 15 of them.
Hey,
Shaq only took 13 shots, despite playing nearly the same minutes. Again, Shaq bristled, but here you could point to another variable, Hack-a-Shaq. More and more, when O'Neal got the ball in a good scoring position, teams would just foul him and put him on the free throw line. More and more, Shaq missed those free throws. Foul shooting had always been the big guy's weakness, yet he had hardly worked to fill that hole in his game. In fact, instead of refining his form with practice, he'd kind of arbitrarily tweaked it, evidently for the worse.
You know, he talked about it recently. He said it was more of a mental thing than a physical thing, because he said in practice he was, I don't know if I believe it, but this is what he said. He said in practice he would hit those free throws no problem, but for some reason in the game he had like a nervous tick thing going on where he just couldn't get it done.
O'Neal admitted all of this in Shaq Talks Back with a little smiley face. As long as Hack-a-Shaq remained a viable defense, as long as Shaq wasn't going to make those free baskets, Kobe reasoned he shouldn't get the ball. So, Kobe kept shooting. 2001 would be the first season in their careers in which Kobe attempted more field goals than Shaq did. Phil Jackson, once the savior of this rocky partnership, had no grip on a healthy and motivated Kobe. Phil told him to dial things down a bit. Kobe said, "Nope, I'm dialing up." This game at Golden State in December stands out as exemplary. Kobe made it a shootout between himself and the Warriors' Antoine Jamison. Down the stretch of what ended up being an overtime battle, Kobe repeatedly ran pick and roll with Shaq and repeatedly ignored the roller to take the shot himself. Reject the screen, beat Larry Hughes off the dribble, shoot. Take the handoff, dribble into the corner, still contested, shoot.
Oops.
During timeouts, an exasperated Shaq demanded Kobe pass him the ball. No. Spin away from the pick, draw a second defender, shoot. Not much of a screen, no separation, doesn't matter, shoot. That night, Kobe shot the ball 35 times, and plenty of them went in. He matched Jamison with 51 points, the first 50-point game of his career. Shaq took 18 shots.
Damn.
And the Lakers lost to the Warriors, a pretty bad team. No one was happy, but Shaq and Kobe weren't going to talk it out. Kobe once explained that when things got tense, he and Shaq didn't speak to each other so much as they spoke.
That's a big problem right here. So he says, Shaq and I have never even talked about it. We communicate about it through the media. That's like having nowadays a beef, but you're just doing it through social media. Like, that's not how men used to settle their differences. And that's why, like, they had that blow-up moment, as we saw in the previous video, where they actually got into a fist fight, is because they were holding on to this stuff. They just needed, you know, I gotta say it, they needed to just go to a bar and kick back and have a couple of drinks. Just one night. It's all it takes is one night, a couple hours, loosen up a bit, and just let it all out. They'd be laughing by the end of it. You know, like they'd be having like their arms around each other, like, you know, like shoulder to shoulder by the end of it, like brothers. And they'd be like, all right, we got this, you know. Both of them needed to meet in the middle, but they were so hard on their different sides, on their stances, and not talking about it. Of course this wasn't going to work. It couldn't work. They were holding on to this. But yeah, makes me wonder if they would have just let it out, talked about it, I think they could have worked past this, because this is a simple thing. Shaq needed the ball a little more. Kobe wanted Shaq to work on his free throws and also get in better shape. So if they could have met in the middle, okay, Shaq, I'll give you the ball a little more often. But hey, you got to hit those free throws because I'm avoiding you in the fourth quarter because they're hack-a-shacking you and it's costing our team. Okay, all right, Kobe, I'll work on those free throws. Just get me the ball. Just meet in the middle. Compromise.
About each other. They used the media. Reporters often had to pick one perspective or the other. There were Shaq guys and there were Kobe guys. If you hung around one for quotes, the other was likely to cut you off. You got more regular work as a Shaq guy. Where Kobe's myth-making came from tight-lipped solitude, Shaq built his own mythology by talking and talking and talking. He wrote books. He criticized. He boasted. He teased and joshed and fibbed and backtracked enough that you didn't know quite what to believe. Did he want to trade? He reportedly told new GM Mitch Kupchak he did, but then played coy with reporters and let his agent deny it. Did he consider heading back to Orlando to play with Tracy McGrady? He did say that, but then he denied saying it. That entire book O'Neal released around this time, Shaq Talks Back, Shaq later said he never read it.
Oh, come on.
On a day-to-day basis, Shaq's loose words were likeliest to stoke the perception of a feud, but then he always reserved the option to laugh at you for taking him seriously. Shaq seemed to enjoy manipulating the media by being messy. Kobe chose his words more carefully. When he said something pointed, it was very pointy indeed. There was no mistaking it. It wouldn't be in the regular locker room scrum. He'd pick a reporter for a separate one-on-one exclusive. That 2000-2001 season, it was ESPN's Rick Bucher.
Dude, that's more like Jordan style. That's why Ahmad Rashad was MJ's guy, because he trusted him. A trusted reporter. They were friends, and he knew that Ahmad wouldn't spin his crap. Shaq, dude, the more I'm watching about this and the more I'm remembering all this, was Shaq like the LeBron prototype when it comes to his media antics and manipulation? I'm not dissing Shaq as much, I respect the hell out of what he did. But as far as like his antics, kind of reminds me of somebody we're dealing with right now.
If the beef had been quietly defrosting through the first few months of the season, this January issue of ESPN magazine suddenly lit a grease fire. Occupying the whole cover, a solitary Kobe says he's second to nobody. And yes, nobody includes Shaq.
Damn.
Though not a direct quote, that headline does not betray the text. Bucher had filled a notebook with spicy quotations and anecdotes. This was where the world found out Kobe told his coach he would not moderate his approach to fit the team concept. And maybe this wasn't the right team for him. Kobe said he wasn't going to take a back seat like prior seasons. He worked too hard and improved too much to remain a sidekick. Bucher was clearly becoming a Kobe guy, but he got Shaq on the record too. Shaq didn't like the new program. He invoked the idea of the sidekick, the setup artist, the Magic and Penny model. Someone's got to feed the big dog. If the big dog's not fed, he's just a token big man screening and rolling for nothing. Shaq basically threatened to withhold
like Luke Longley.
Interior defense if he didn't get the ball. There had been rumors that he used hand signals to discourage teammates from letting Kobe dictate the offense. Shaq was like, if I am, they're not working. Well, explained Kobe, maybe the big dog would get fed if he hit his free throws. Bryant couldn't trust...
See, they're saying all the things that they need to say in person, but they're saying it through the freaking media so they can read it in quotes and just get mad. Damn, dude, what happened to the day where people sat down and freaking looked at each other's eyes and just let the shit out? Like, being men. Like, this is how we used to settle our differences. And if you can't settle it, you might have to get into a fist fight. But by the end of that fist fight, you're laughing. You're getting along better than you ever have before because it's done. You realize how far this has gotten, Oh, I don't know. You young bucks out there, you young ones, when you guys have a problem with another dude who's your friend or your coworker or something, do you just avoid it like this and just kind of passive aggressively talk through other people or post crap on social media? Or do you hit the person up and say, hey, yo, we need to have a talk, set a time and a place. Let's sit down and have a talk. Because that's what we used to do.
Trust Shaq or anyone else as much as he trusted himself to lead the offense. Yeah, the Lakers succeeded back when the ball moved through Shaq, but they were going to succeed even harder now with Kobe in charge. Instead of 5 and 7 game series, they'd be sweeping their playoff opponents. This article was incendiary enough that Kobe warned teammates it was coming, but the flame could not be unlit. Now feeling rather chatty, Kobe filled the papers with more tinder. He didn't regret saying he trusted himself more than teammates. And regarding Shaq's nostalgia for the old program, well, he may want that back, but it was time to evolve. Responding through the New York Times, Shaq basically said, fine, yeah, we did evolve. It's Kobe's team, and look at it. Our record is worse, and we're playing without passion. If you like it better this way, it could only be for selfish reasons.
Damn.
Asked to respond to that, Kobe told Shaq to focus on defense. Don't worry so much about scoring. To which Shaq said, basically, no. I'm not Dikembe Mutombo, and I'm not Luke Longley. We are not an outside team. We're an inside-out team.
God damn. Once again, they're not saying any of this to each other, just to the media. And the media is not your friend.
Talk about that. Because all this bluster, all these catty little quotes seem to revolve around one extremely basic disagreement. Why did Shaq keep invoking the name of Luke Longley? Well, when Phil Jackson coached the Triangle offense in Chicago, his best offensive player was Michael Jordan, who would play guard or wing in most lineups. Because Jordan was the biggest threat to score, he got to hold the ball a lot in basically any of these locations, and he got to decide what to do with it. Guard him one-on-one, and he would beat you. Send a second defender, and he might still beat you, or, if he felt generous, he would move the ball to one of these other bulls waiting nearby. Luke Longley was one of those other bulls. He was the center, the biggest guy in most lineups, but on a team with MJ and Scottie Pippen and Tony Kukoc, he didn't spend much time with the ball, dictating the offense. Luke spaced the floor for Michael. He set screens for Michael. He stood over here and waited for Michael to pass out of help or miss a shot he could rebound. That kind of stuff. In other words, Michael Jordan was the first option. The most orthodox version of Phil and Tex Winter's offense favored interior options. If you've got Shaq instead of Luke Longley, it makes sense to run those more traditional plays that put the ball in the center's hands.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
Make this pass and let Shaq go to work in the post. He can beat this guy, or both these guys, or kick it out to the open man. The Shaq who won MVP did not just set screens, rebound, and defend.
And that's fair. Jordan never actually got to play with a dominant center at all. I mean, throughout his successful years, we're talking Luke Longley, Bill Wennington, Bill Cartwright, and Will Perdue. None of them excelled on offense at all. But if Jordan had a prime Shaq, I think he would be feeding Shaq the ball a lot. But he'd also talk to him and say, hey, clutch time, if you can't make those free throws, it's my time. First 3 quarters, you know, you do your damage. You go get your 30 points. You do dominate the first 3 quarters. Let me take over in the fourth. I think they would have been unstoppable. It's just because of maturity. Jordan had the maturity, and I think Shaq would have probably respected that, at least for a while.
He made decisions with the ball. He was a traditional first option. So all this big dog stuff was just Shaq reasserting his claim on an offensive role. Bring the ball up, throw it into me, I'll make the plays from there, inside, out. He didn't hate Kobe, he needed Kobe, like they were married. Kobe saw it differently, especially in critical moments. He wanted to create from the wing, control the ball, make decisions, not unlike what Michael used to do from his position. Kobe's case came back to preparation. If he passed to Shaq down low, teams could negate any threat by just intentionally putting him on the foul line. Just like Shaq said, nothing personal, they just went their separate ways. Because you can be sure Shaq wasn't saying this stuff to Kobe. For a little while, he even stopped speaking to reporters. His point had been made. This is a pretty funny end to a long interview segment.
We should point out that Shaq refused to comment on the story.
Only Kobe spoke to Jim Gray that day. He suggested he understood Shaq's terms.
I know what he wants. I know that. Oh yeah, I know how to get him into baskets. Oh, absolutely. That's easy.
And he acknowledged Shaq wasn't alone in wanting to go back to the old way.
When he says to you, it's got to come through the big dog, or at least when he says that publicly, does he say those same things to you? He doesn't. But Phil does.
Indeed.
And that's the source of the problem. They're not saying it to each other. I know I'm drilling this one home like crazy. It just shocks me. This is so Hollywood. I wonder what would happen if they didn't play for the Lakers, if they were doing this in a team like Detroit or Chicago, or, you know. But it had to be in Hollywood for the freaking Lakers, so the media was all over this. And they weren't smart enough to just tell the media, like, no comment, no comment. That's what they needed to do. Just say no comment to the media and actually talk about this stuff man to man.
Phil Jackson kind of threw up his hands in a way that left the responsibility arrow pointing in one direction.
Kobe knew how we played last year. He was the one. Shaq's not going to change.
Magic Johnson came in the Lakers locker room before a game against the Cavaliers and said something similar. One of you is going to have to defer. And he left it at that. Kobe knew everyone meant him. Again, we can't have the big fella be unhappy. It probably wasn't a coincidence that Bryant seemed more eager to feed the big dog that night against Cleveland, or that he notched his first career triple-double a couple days later against Vancouver, while Shaq led the Lakers in scoring. These were gestures in Shaq's direction, but do not mistake this for an easy, pleasant adjustment. Kobe had a lot going on at the time. Off the court, he was juggling family issues. His engagement and long-awaited April wedding to Vanessa complicated his relationship with his parents and siblings. Bad feelings led Kobe to cut those close relatives out of his business dealings and, for a time, his life. On the court, Kobe felt, to use Tex Winter's word, discouraged. Winter's wife thought Kobe seemed heartbroken. After training so hard to become a great individual player, here he was getting criticized from all angles for what? Working? His play, his willingness to tone down his scoring prowess and keep the big guy happy, vacillated night to night with wildly mixed results. Then, once again, health intervened, perhaps at the right time. Kobe had been bedeviled by little injuries all season, and they added up. Yet another ankle issue cost him a bunch of games after the All-Star break, chunks of February, March, and April. Already isolated, already discouraged, Kobe spent his downtime reflecting. At some point, he spoke with Jerry West, who had moved on to a new job in Memphis. It helped to reconnect with the guy who made Kobe a Laker, the guy who, as a Laker himself, once adjusted his high-scoring game to fit a domineering big man in Wilt Chamberlain. With West in his ear, Kobe observed. Kobe observed Phil disparaging him in the press, jokes about Kobe while promoting his new book, armchair psychoanalysis, rumor-mongering about Kobe's past, candid critiques about Kobe's resistance to the triangle, him wanting to be Michael. Kobe observed Derek Fisher finally making his season debut, manning the point guard spot.
I'm going to be fair here. Phil did not help this situation. This is not the same Phil Jackson from Chicago. This is Hollywood Phil. He changed too. What was he doing talking to the media and going on talk shows, stirring up even more crap between Shaq and Kobe? That was not very productive.
Getting the ball moving. Kobe observed Shaq quietly picking up his effort and his preparation. Magic saw it too. Shaq took some responsibility, worked on some stuff, defended, didn't miss quite as many free throws. Whatever it was that moved Kobe, everyone agreed that by the time he returned to the lineup for good, he was different. He talked to his teammates, opened up, didn't just block out the world with his headphones like before. He tried to fit in, not be the next Michael. The media commended this. So did Phil. So did Shaq. The Lakers did it again. They coalesced at the right time and, as Kobe had predicted, blazed through an almost perfect playoff run. LA lost one game across 4 series en route to a second consecutive NBA championship.
Pure dominance.
Kobe dazzled everyone with some otherworldly performances. Nights on which his hard work and creativity made him an unguardable scorer. During LA's obliteration of the rival Spurs in the 2001 Western Conference Finals, Shaq proclaimed that Kobe was his idol. Everyone was like, "For real?" And Shaq said, "Yes, for real." But, once again, Shaq led the way overall. The succession of sweeps didn't look exactly like what Kobe had envisioned back when he said he trusted himself more than his teammates. Shaq was often the first option, especially in the finals, where he earned a second straight series MVP after absolutely smushing the Sixers inside. Immediately after winning his second ring, Kobe sounded relieved, not just to have won, but to have found some inner peace and some peace with Shaq.
Well, I had so much going on outside of the game of basketball that people didn't know about, and it just felt good to pull through the season, to come through with another championship. It definitely feels good.
How about
Wow,
Shaq?
that's some relief. That's some relief in that guy's voice.
What was his take on the detente? After the second title, O'Neal released an updated edition of Shaq Talks Back. In this new chapter, he took some blame for fueling the early season animosity, then going into a shell. He also said Kobe would become the greatest player in the history of the game. He invited the Michael comparison, predicted Kobe might soon overtake him.
Wow.
But Shaq was still Shaq. Why did things work out? Why did the work beef resolve?
Oh, shit. You just can't help yourself, can you, Shaq? So why did it happen? The big dog got fed. And when the big dog was fed, the little dog got some meat in. Wait. The little dog even got some meat in. Yeah.
The big dog got fed.
It was almost nice.
Smiley face.
Almost nice.
That is what it would take to keep this beef dormant. And it mostly stayed that way for a couple seasons to come. In 01-02, the relationship looked stronger than ever. Shaq and Kobe each made shows of public support when the other one was suspended. Again, Kobe led the Lakers in the regular season and registered some outstanding playoff performances, but again, in the NBA Finals, Shaq was unmistakably the first option. When it really counted, he made the baskets. A third straight championship trophy for the Lakers. A third straight Finals MVP for Shaq. It's all good. Congrats, greatest. Congrats, most dominant. In 02-03, Kobe seemed at peace with this push and pull, with adjusting his game to suit Shaq's needs and his wavering health after foot surgery. He said he was a piece of the puzzle. They won with him, they won with Shaq. That was what mattered. The individual stuff meant nothing without the wins. Working like this would only become difficult if the Lakers stopped winning. He didn't ever want to know how that felt.
Wait. It would be more difficult to go to work if I wasn't winning. I never want to know how that feels. Well, you got that chance. You got that chance a couple years later. But then you climb back up to the top of that mountain, Kobe.
LA had a fraught, distracted 03 season. Shaq had his foot stuff. Phil faced health issues of his own. Shaq mourned the death of his grandfather. Kobe still wasn't on speaking terms with his dad. Both Shaq and Kobe had new babies at home. The worn-down Lakers scrapped their way to just 50 regular season wins. And in the second round of the playoffs, it finally happened. After 3 straight championships and 13 straight playoff series victories, the Lakers were eliminated in the postseason. The Spurs got them.
Mm-hmm.
There it was, that feeling. Shaq sounded apologetic, but optimistic. Get some rest, get some new blood, start a new run. Kobe sounded less sanguine. He was beside himself. The dreaded feeling was as bad as he imagined. Foreign. He hated it. Reflecting on this now toppled Lakers dynasty, Kobe said careers go by fast. You have to take every opportunity you get.
Yeah.
LA had just blown one such opportunity.
I mean, same thing with life in general. You know, years go by fast.
A month later, Kobe said he intended to opt out of his contract after the 03-04 season, 1 year in the future. Kobe Bryant, who had only ever played for the Lakers, was going to explore his options. You might not know this man's name, but you probably recognize him. You've seen him here and here and here. We could do this for a while. This is Jim Gray, a sports reporter in every sense of the word. Gray has had the determination to pursue tough and unwilling subjects, the good fortune to witness historic events, and the access to interview athletes within their locker rooms, press rooms, and fields of play. Access, if played right, begets another form of sports reporting. Alongside all the stories Gray got by digging and prying is a long list of stories for which the subject pursued him. Mike Tyson wrote to Gray from prison. LeBron James chose Gray to host his Decision TV special. Tom Brady started a podcast with Gray. This is...
I didn't know about the podcast or the Mike Tyson thing.
Throughout a multi-decade, multi-Hall of Fame career, Gray has been trusted as the confidant and the medium for Titanic sports figures who want the world to know something.
Okay, fair enough.
Gray's autobiography, Talking to Goats, boasts his relationship with a stacked roster of greatest of all time athletes who trust him. One of these relationships was particularly special. Gray worked for the San Diego Clippers in the early 80s when Joe Jellybean Bryant was on the team.
Oh,
He met Joe's son when the kid was still in diapers. So Gray knew to keep an eye on Kobe Bryant during his rise to stardom. Once Bryant got there, his pre-existing connection with Gray led to access and trust. One of Kobe's first big national TV interviews as a pro, Jim Gray. That 2001 interview to discuss Kobe's midseason conflict with Shaq, Jim Gray. Kobe's interview immediately after the Lakers won it all again that year, Gray. And after the Lakers were eliminated in the spring of 2003, who got the exclusive story that Kobe intended to become a free agent after one more season? Yes, Jim Gray.
Dude, I had no idea what the power of Jim Gray was. I've always known him. I didn't know he was that guy, though.
So it's no surprise that this reporter played a part in the other major stories of Bryant's 03 offseason. Let's be clear that these stories overlap, but they are not proportionate. One of the stories is important. In the summer of 2003, while visiting Colorado for a knee operation, Kobe Bryant was arrested and charged with the sexual assault of a 19-year-old hotel employee. On July 18th, the day Bryant was formally charged, CNN called Jim Gray.
Real quick, just because I get this question a lot in the comments, for all of you who don't know, this is the moment where the league turned on Kobe. So that whole Jordan comparison that they were doing, like the next GOAT, it all ended here. And it never came back. They didn't really celebrate him until he retired. And then, you know, they did again when he passed away, sadly. But yeah, this is the moment they cleared the way. They pushed Kobe out of the way, and they made room for LeBron to be the next golden child of the league.
Live on air, Gray vouched for Bryant's character. Then he reported from the news conference in which Bryant, sitting beside his wife Vanessa and his attorneys, denied the charges but admitted to adultery. The criminal case was dismissed over a year later, and a civil lawsuit settled thereafter. This is the important Kobe Bryant story from this era. It's real life. Jeff Pearlman's book, 3-Ring Circus, reviews the whole story. We are here to talk about something relatively unimportant. Sports. Work beef between Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal. This story was influenced by the big real-life one. And again, Jim Gray played a part in its telling. In August of 2003, Bryant told Lakers GM Mitch Kupchak that he hadn't received any support from his co-star after the allegations. Kupchak replied and...
Well, wait a second. Shaq, he said, didn't call me. Is he saying Shaq didn't call Kobe or Kobe didn't call Shaq? Because I would think Shaq should reach out to Kobe in this situation, right? Bryant wasn't feeling it. Huh.
Any support from his co-star after the allegations. Kupchak replied, and Shaq later confirmed, that O'Neal's bodyguard, Jerome, left Kobe messages on his behalf.
Well, that's
Kobe
not
said
very
messages
personal.
weren't enough, and according to Coach Phil Jackson, also said that the moment Shaq started talking to the press, he would fire back. Shaq, meanwhile, was hearing of something the rest of the world would learn much later. During Kobe's initial interrogation with detectives, he made an offhand comment that he should have done what Shaq does. Shaq, he said, pays women up to $1 million not to say anything.
Oh.
Shaq?
Oh, snap. How did I not know about this? Wow. Okay. So I get that Kobe was pissed off at Shaq because his representatives are sending him messages instead of Shaq actually reaching out personally. Okay, Kobe, but that was uncalled for. This was really uncalled for. Damn.
Heard all this around the same time he was hoping to get a big contract extension from the Lakers, an extension that seemed increasingly unlikely as September turned to October. Kobe's impending free agency had something to do with that. So there is the backdrop for the last chapter of our story.
Wow.
The month-long climax of the Shaq-Kobe beef.
What a setup. Damn, secret base.
October 2003. On Thursday, October 2nd, Lakers vets flew to Honolulu to join their younger teammates for training camp. Among them were two very important newcomers. Fresh off LA's first playoff defeat of the century, Shaq had recruited a couple fading legends hoping to grab a ring before they retired. Gary Payton and Karl Malone. Huge new cogs in a very different Lakers roster that would need time to gel. Kobe Bryant didn't join his teammates for that first day of camp on Friday in Honolulu. Everyone knew about his court case and about his knee rehab, but it wasn't that. Kobe just said he was under the weather.
That's not like Kobe at all. By the way, this guy's a different kind of freaking savage, man. Ugh. Back then, I thought the only thing that he did wrong was try to seduce Kobe's wife during a game. But it turned out there's a lot more that there's no way in hell I'm talking about on YouTube, because my channel will go bye-bye. But y'all know what I'm talking about. Karl Malone, you can suck one.
Reporters asked Shaq how it felt to open camp without the full team present. The full team is here, said Shaq.
Oh, shit.
Wait, what about Kobe? Here's what Shaq had to say about his teammates' absence. Meow, meow, meow. Are you disappointed that Kobe wasn't bonding with his teammates? Are you angry at Kobe?
Oh my God, Shaq.
Shaq's protocol for questions about his teammate was cat. Can't answer that. On Saturday,
Jesus.
Kobe finally showed up in Honolulu to join his teammates and face the media. Sunday, Phil Jackson canceled Lakers practice for some team bonding. While the Lakers ran around playing paintball at an Air Force station, Shaq mostly sniped from a stationary position. He was nursing a bruised heel, but Kobe said Shaq was in the back eating a slushie or something. This is all in good fun.
Dude,
but
these guys are like brothers. I mean, not in the good way, but in a terrible, terrible way. These guys are like brothers, just throwing jabs at each other left and right. God damn. Shaq's back there eating a slushie or something.
But Shaq's foot issues and his related desire for a contract extension were no joke to him. He made that clear during exhibition play in Honolulu, barking directly at Lakers owner Jerry Buss. 2 days later, the Lakers flew from Hawaii back to LA. Aboard the plane...
Wow. Read this. Now you gonna pay me? Now you gonna pay me? Wow. Pay me. Shit. Dude, Shaq, man. If you would have actually gotten back in shape, dropped about 30 pounds, you probably would have got paid. But the fact that you wouldn't get back in shape showed them everything they needed to know. Hate to say it, but you got spoiled by this point, man.
Days later, the Lakers flew from Hawaii back to LA. Aboard the plane, Shaq busted out a portable turntable and speakers, with which he produced and then played a parody of the 50 Cent song PIMP with lyrics about Kobe's case.
Dude.
Kobe didn't witness that. He was headed to Colorado for court proceedings. Kobe rejoined his teammates for Media Day on Friday. He said the back and forth for court was no big deal. Shaq said he wasn't paying attention to the case. The only TV he watched was SpongeBob.
Oh, come on.
He wasn't going to comment or speculate. He just wanted to be a source of relaxation for Bryant, to help him laugh, to be his pillow, his comforter. When the Lakers headed to San Diego for an exhibition against the Phoenix Suns, Kobe was absent again. His knee was bothering him, and he had to jet off to Colorado anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Shaq didn't play in that game either because of his heel, but he spoke, and not like a cat. Asked why he kept resting, Shaq said he wanted to be right for Derek Fisher, Karl Malone, and Gary Payton.
Man, wow. I shouldn't be surprised anymore, but he really... This is what it would have looked like if Shaq and Penny stayed together, because the jealousy was already so hardcore when it came to Shaq. But they said, Shaq left right when things were getting really ugly between them. But it's always Shaq throwing these little jabs.
Reporters noted he was forgetting someone. Nope, he repeated the same list verbatim. Derek, Karl, Gary. No mention of Kobe.
Son of a bitch.
The following week, Kobe and Shaq finally played preseason together. Kobe made his debut in Anaheim, then played again in the Lakers' exhibition finale against the Kings in Las Vegas. The crowds in those two neutral locations were loud in their support for Kobe, the player and the person. But the player was clearly still shaking off the post-surgery rust. He shot just 7 for 24 over those last two exhibition games.
Yikes.
After watching that performance, Shaq shared a familiar sentiment in a familiar venue. Instead of speaking to Kobe, he spoke about Kobe to the media assembled in Vegas.
Oh, jeez.
If Kobe's going to be on the court, he needs to keep other people involved, be more of a passer.
There it is again with the passing thing.
That was the last day of preseason, Friday, October 24th. Kobe had said he would fire back the moment Shaq spoke out. Sunday, reporters visited Lakers practice 2 days before their season opener. Here's what they found. Beef. Kobe kept his word. Responding to that relatively tame suggestion that he passed.
I'm not changing my game whatsoever. Kobe said, I take good shots, hit the open man when he's there. I definitely don't need advice on how to play my game.
More, Kobe said, I'm not changing my game. I take good shots. I know how to play my position. You worry about yours. Teammates overheard Kobe saying he would opt out the next summer and leave, all because of Shaq. When Shaq got wind of this escalation, he stopped being tame. We're not talking about positions. We're talking about team basketball. If it's going to be my team, then that's my opinion. Don't like it, then leave. I don't
Again, with my team.
care what Kobe does. He doesn't care what we do. That's the type of person he is. Shaq chastised Kobe for skipping team functions and for not traveling with the Lakers. He said he was taking control of the Lakers, but noted the media might rather give that control to Kobe, just like they give him everything.
Good God, guys, the season hasn't even started yet, and all of this is going down. Man, I remember it being ugly, but with the details in here and all the quotes, this is just insane.
That, right before the season starts, is a lot. But Shaq also said, as he had in the past, that beef wouldn't affect the actual basketball the Lakers had to start playing in 48 hours. Speaking of actual basketball, Kobe mentioned a specific stretch of the prior season, one that's worth recalling to understand what comes next. One big reason 02-03 was so disappointing was Shaq's health. He delayed long-needed foot surgery until right before the season began. O'Neal missed a lot of games, a lot of losses while rehabbing, and then struggled to play his way into shape. Shaq did not apologize for the inconvenience. He had been injured on company time, so he'd recover on company time. He'd rather miss part of the season than rehab during his vacation. During a stretch of February 03, when Shaq was hobbling and sometimes absent, Phil gave Kobe an explicit green light to take over the offense. So Kobe floored it. 46, 42, 51, 44, 40, 52, 40, 40, 41. Bryant scored 40 or more points in 9 straight games, tying the best such streak of Michael Jordan's career. Only Michael and Wilt Chamberlain had recorded such a feat. The moment Shaq and Phil allowed space for him to do so, the 24-year-old Kobe proved he could make baskets on par with the greatest scorers to ever walk the earth. And then he stopped, ostensibly on purpose. Here, according to Kobe many years later, is what followed.
Yeah, I remember this.
Shaq comes back from injury and Phil goes, I still continue to do it, right? And then Phil calls me to his office, goes, hey, we're starting to lose the big fella. What do you mean? Well, he's not getting the attention. This 40-point streak is starting to kind of take away his fire to prove something, right? So I need you to start dialing it back. I'm like, what? He says, we're going to lose him, and we need him in June. Okay. All right. We have a game against the Clippers. I think I like 38 or something like that. And I had a chance to score 40 again. It was a blowout game. I dumped the ball in the Shaq instead of shooting a wide open shot. The 40-point streak ended that night.
Wow.
Now, Kobe's recollection fudges some details. He only had 32 points that night against the Clippers, and he kept shooting well into the fourth quarter.
I love that. Only 32, by the way.
But it is absolutely true that when Kobe was riding that streak, Shaq sounded annoyed. I guess it's cool. And then, as usual, he whined. He wanted more shots. He name-dropped an old, inferior Jordan teammate. I'm not Bill Cartwright. I'm not a token big man. Bumfoot or not, I want the ball. Vintage Shaq stuff.
Good God, man. You just won 3 finals MVPs. You're not Bill Cartwright.
It is also true that Phil responded by sort of rescinding the green light. And it is true that Kobe obeyed. In March and April 03, he passed much more while scoring merely a lot of points rather than the godlike 40 a game he had averaged in February.
Yeah.
So, returning to October, this was what Kobe referred to in his response to Shaq's accusations of selfishness. Kobe was just following orders. The day all these quotes hit the papers, October 27th, Phil called a meeting to clear the air. Each of Shaq and Kobe said his piece. Phil demanded they keep everything in-house. Karl Malone begged them to just knock it off.
Wow, it's about damn time. Stop talking to the media and keep it in-house. This should have happened like 4 years ago.
The meeting adjourned. Maybe the air was indeed clear.
I didn't come. Karl Malone. I didn't come here to babysit. I came here to win a ring. You're not paying me enough for this bullshit. Sorry, Carl, I can't read a quote like that without thinking of some disgusting shit by you.
That night, Kobe called Jim Gray. Gray was busy interviewing the governor of California about deadly wildfires, but Kobe wanted an interview. Gray published their conversation on ESPN that night. The air was not clear. Nearly every one of Kobe's answers fired a shot at Shaq.
Oh, boy.
Fat, out of shape, over-dramatizing his foot injuries, not a leader, childlike, selfish, jealous, not my quote-unquote big brother. His unprofessionalism hurt us last year, and I don't want it to hurt us this year.
Woof, so much for keeping it in-house.
That is an avalanche, and it's not even the full transcript.
All right, I just gotta say, because I know I keep defending Kobe and ripping on Shaq, but there's two sides to this, and Kobe is feeding into it just as much as Shaq is. So they both really messed this up, man. Both of them.
Kobe gave another quote about Shaq having less pride than the guy who makes donuts at 7-Eleven, but Gray cut it because he was worried it might wreck his relationship with Shaq.
Oh my God.
Suffice to say, the damage was done with or without that line. Shaq saw the interview that night. He told teammates he was going to kill Kobe. Immediately, Brian Shaw's phone started to ring. Shaq and Kobe's old teammate had just retired, but multiple Lakers made the same plea. Get to LA immediately. The next morning, Shaq says, he arrived at the practice facility to find Shaw waiting for him, along with Jerome and a few teammates. Kobe rolled in sounding unimpressed by Shaq's threats, but Shaw insisted Shaq was not messing around. Everyone assembled in a theater room and they got to screaming. Both Lakers PR guy John Black and O'Neal himself say Shaw at one point had to step in and prevent Shaq from going after Kobe. With Shaw as mediator, both guys restated their gripes. Current Lakers chimed in to explain how much this conflict hurt them. Shaq told Kobe if he ever said anything like that again, he'd kill him.
Jesus. That threat is kind of real from Shaq, too. Because he threatened Pat Riley on the way out. And Pat Riley had to have security escort him out the building. And that was the end of Shaq's Miami run. And Shaq admitted he was going to kill Pat. So, Shaq, man, and a guy that size, it's scary. It's scary when he says things like, I'll kill you.
Kobe responded, whatever.
That's Kobe, though.
The relationship looked worse than ever. Kobe received a team fine for the ESPN interview. Then he told reporters he and Shaq were cool. Past it.
Yeah, he
ready
deserved
to
that
move
fine.
on. It's over. Shaq stonewalled those reporters for a couple days, saying they weren't on his level intelligence-wise.
Oh, jeez.
But then, after the first game of the season, Shaq spoke. At Phil's urging, O'Neal agreed to a truce. We have to move on. I'm boisterous, he's boisterous. Nothing personal, we're used to it, we need each other, yin and yang, opposites attract.
I don't take it personal, even though he literally reacted by trying to kill Kobe in person.
That was October 31st. The month of beef had concluded.
What a month.
Back to basketball. On paper, the Lakers had a good 03-04 season. They started really hot, persevered through some injuries, and made it back to the NBA Finals. Between the lines, well, Phil wrote a whole book documenting that season's palace intrigue from his perspective. Phil and Kobe had to work through major problems with each other. Phil and Shaq, both awaiting contract extensions, stood united in their suspicion that the Lakers would prioritize Kobe's 04 free agency, and that Kobe would ultimately decide their fates. It was a reasonable suspicion, given the way Jerry Buss spoke about Kobe.
Wow,
And
I'm not about to trade my son, is what Jerry Buss says about him. Wow, he loved Kobe like he loved Magic.
please don't forget, Kobe was awaiting trial for sexual assault this whole time. For a winning basketball season, 2003-2004 was extraordinarily strange away from the court. But between Shaq and Kobe, the season was pretty uneventful after October. Shaq says they kept a lid on stuff, which is mostly true. You know, give or take the odd ESPN article in which Shaq insisted he really did call Kobe over the summer, and if he had a problem with someone, he just punched them in the face instead of talking to the press, while Kobe replied, no, he didn't call me, and if he wants to fight, we can fight.
Oh my God.
Stuff like that. For real, though, the beef...
But yeah, he said it earlier. He said that he had his guys call Kobe, not himself, but his people.
Settled into a Cold War. Shaq and Kobe made their feelings known in quiet, petty ways, like refusing to get taped by the same trainer. Phil Jackson, feeling closer than ever to the Shaq side of the divide, met with O'Neal and Rick Fox to ask whether they thought Kobe should leave the team to deal with his case. They both said no, but when Phil asked if they thought these Lakers would win a championship with Kobe, their answer was the same. And indeed, the Lakers did not.
Wow, whoa. All right. Then a second question. I'll never forget it. Fox recalled. That's Rick Fox. He asked whether we thought we could win a championship with Kobe. Shaq immediately says, no way. Fox agreed. Honestly, Phil, he said, I don't think we can win a championship with Kobe, with or without Kobe. Damn. That's how bad it was.
Answer was the same. And indeed, the Lakers did not. For the first time ever, Shaq and Kobe lost an NBA Finals together. And that 0-4 defeat to the Detroit Pistons included additional novelty. Kobe took more shots than Shaq did in an NBA Finals. It didn't go so hot. Bryant shot 10 of 27 in a surprise Game 1 loss at home.
Ouch.
In a back-breaking Game 4, Kobe hit just 8 of 25. Shaq, who kept giving the Lakers more points on fewer attempts than his teammate, issued quotes that sounded like his old mid-season self. Write what you see. I'm disappointed. But Kobe kept shooting till the bitter end. 7 of 21 in the elimination defeat. Well,
damn, so that's 3 games at least that he shot about 30, low 30s percentage-wise.
Shaq hit 7 of 13. Years later, 04 Laker Kareem Rush said he thought Kobe was gunning for the Finals MVP trophy that had always been Shaq's. That obviously didn't come to pass, but Kobe had grander desires anyway. The Lakers dynasty was unmistakably over. Kobe had the negotiating power of free agency. The franchise seemed to favor him despite an ongoing criminal case. His demand was simple. Kobe wanted to make the baskets. And he was clear in 2004 about what that meant. He did not want to be a sidekick any longer.
Yeah.
It would be him or Shaq, not both. At the time, Kobe said these things in private, but years later, Kobe opened up about how he felt in 04. He put it best in Rick Bucher's oral history of that Lakers season. I wasn't going to play with Shaq anymore. I'm going to show you fucks what I can do on my own.
Holy shit, he actually said it. I'm going to show you fucks what I can do on my own. I can't help but think, because I'm much older now than these guys were during this time. If Shaq would have just said, it's our team, we're the captains, plural, that could have worked.
LA or somewhere else.
Hold up.
Fucks what I can do on my own. In LA or somewhere else.
Uh-huh.
Kobe used his free agency to force the Lakers' hand. And if he was bluffing, well, this is a hell of a bluff.
Yeah, I remember that.
Whatever it was, it worked. Shaq had watched the Lakers punt his contract extension, then he watched them do the same to Phil Jackson. When news broke that Phil would quote-unquote retire, Shaq read the writing on the wall and asked for a trade. On July 14th, 2004, he got it. The very next day, Kobe signed a 7-year, $136 million deal to stay with the Lakers. At long last, it was his team. So this is where Shaq's concept of work beef peels away. The work was over, and with it the associated conflict. It's one that Kobe summarized very tidily in 2004.
You know, he used to get mad at me for not playing team basketball. I used to get mad at me because he wasn't in tip-top shape.
Is Timmy smiling at this? I think that's a Tim smile.
And his solo skill, and then he used the media his own way to target Shaq's foibles. As
I never hang out with Kobe. I never hung around him. In the 7 or 8 years we were together, we were never together. So how this guy think he knows anything about me or my business is funny. And one last thing, I'm not the one buying love. He's the one buying love. Oof. Ooh.
as harsh and as direct as Shaq would ever get. Denial and distance, but also an unmistakable reference to the expensive ring Kobe had bought his wife Vanessa after the allegations came to light. Smith and John Saunders put Kobe on the spot, pressing on a guy who already felt plenty of pressure.
When's the last time you talked to Shaq, and did you ever apologize for those statements?
This exposed Kobe's new position in the beef. He was done stoking it. After attempting some excuses,
I could try to track him down, but I don't have his number or anything like that.
He promised to apologize with Stephen A's help.
Well, let me ask you this question. One of the things that Shaq would say, and I know him pretty well, is that Shaq would say he's not hard to find.
You probably got his number. I get it from you, and I'll call him today.
There's some irony here. It is funny that Smith would quote Shaq as being not hard to reach, because when Colleen Dominguez asked a similar question, O'Neal jokingly said the opposite.
If Kobe Bryant called you on your cell phone right now, what would you say to him?
I don't have a cell phone. Because people that I'm connected with them. All you gotta do is think, and I'll call you. I don't have a cell phone. And that's a problem with the diesel. I'm technologically more advanced than you are.
I don't buy that. Do you guys believe that? I don't buy that for 1 second, that he didn't have a cell phone. I think that was just his way of saying, I don't want to talk to Kobe.
But isn't that Shaq? With so much less pressure, so much less to prove, Shaq in 2004 sounded as glib and playful as ever talking about the beef. On SportsCenter, he made subtle digs at Kobe's style of play.
I think if he did the little things, he'd be the greatest player to ever play the game. But he's a great player.
What are the little things?
Make everybody else better.
Speaking to Stephen A., he made insinuations about Kobe's character.
You don't have to like me, but most of the people, if you ask them about me, they really like me. So if you don't like me, there must be something wrong with you.
And he told jokes.
I always remember that quote.
Like the one about new co-star Dwayne Wade, surprisingly.
Wait a second. What do you think about Dwayne Wade? He has the all-around game that all guards should have. I was downstairs playing with D. Wade, and he went to the hole, and he threw a pass, and it hit me in the face. He said, you got to catch that. I said, well, I'm not used to getting those passes, buddy. Oh, shit. There's another jab.
By passing him the ball. After he and Wade won the 2006 championship, Shaq enjoyed a few years ahead of Kobe in the title ledger. It's probably not a coincidence that Shaq kept the beef in the public consciousness, always in a silly way.
Kobe? Who is that?
Yes.
What? I don't remember that. I saw Scary Movie 1. I don't know if I saw Scary Movie 2. That really happened?
Probably not a coincidence that Shaq kept the beef in the public consciousness, always in a silly way.
Kobe? Who is that?
Yes, that is an actual scene from Scary Movie 2.
Oh, no.
This is the long tale of our story. After the work ended, the beef faded gradually into more of a meme than an open conflict. Each guy got what he wanted, got older, and got comfortable laughing about the past, at a distance and eventually as friends. There's one particularly famous moment from this era of gradual detente.
Oh, is this going to be the tell me how my ass tastes moment?
It happened in 2008. after Shaq's 4th title, but before Kobe won his 4th and 5th. In June 2008, days after the Kobe-centric Lakers lost in the NBA Finals,
Okay, not that.
Shaq got on stage at a club in New York
it is that.
and performed a freestyle rap largely directed at Kobe.
Check it. You know how I be. Last week, Kobe couldn't do without me.
One line stole the show, and it became a meme of its own.
Okay, Kobe, tell me how my ass tastes.
And listen, that makes sense. Kobe, how my ass tastes is catchy. Shaq repeated it like a dozen times, and he got the whole crowd to join in.
Okay, real quick. When they had that sit-down conversation one-on-one a couple of years before Kobe passed, he brought that shit up. And Shaq was just laughing, embarrassed, and all he could say in rebuttal was, "I didn't know I was being filmed, man." Oh man, I gotta play this back just one last time because this is almost over. I'm enjoying this night.
Did at Kobe. One line stole the show, and it became a meme of its own.
Okay, Kobe,
tell me how my ass tastes.
And listen, that makes sense. Kobe, how my ass tastes is catchy. Shaq repeated it like a dozen times, and he got the whole crowd to join in. Kobe says he had a laugh at it, all in good fun. But here's the thing. While how my ass tastes is funny in a vague, competitive, sports-focused way, this is something else.
Kobe ratted me out. That's why I'm getting divorced.
Oh.
He said Shaq gave a bitch a meal. I don't do that because my name's Shaquille.
I don't remember that part. Wow. Do you guys remember that part? Holy crap. This video is blowing my mind tonight.
That is Shaq referencing Kobe's police interrogation.
Wow.
And his well-known statement about Shaq therein. And it's Shaq suggesting that statement was responsible for his divorce, which was an actual thing that came to pass. That's real and pretty dark. Which is to say, not everything can just fade. Not everything can be laughed off. There were genuine regrets, real scars on both sides of this relationship. When Kobe went on Shaq's podcast in 2015, they voiced regret in 2 different forms. Shaq framed things the way he often does. He stoked the beef in front of media because it was business, because it was the heat of the moment, or in order to exert control. Shaq said a lot.
Highly suggest it. That would be the last time that they played together.
But because one or the other couldn't stay satisfied, and because that dissatisfaction went public, those 3 rings could have been relegated to a B story in the shared legacy of an all-time great sports partnership. All along, this was the solution.
Yep.
Shaq and Kobe were better off speaking to each other, not about each other. That didn't happen enough when they were teammates.
It's the same thing I was saying from the part 1. That's what they really needed to do, is just sit down as men and talk this crap out.
It hurts to know it can't happen any longer.
Yeah.
But it did happen. Because they spoke, because they resolved their differences in public, their shared legacy can look more like this, better measured in titles than in beef. Shaq and Kobe made mistakes in their relationship. They made demands. They made accusations. They made headlines. They made a mess. But when that was all behind them, they made up. And even as it happened, they made baskets.
Basement of the Atlantic for most of the year, although they have crawled
There's
out of it
Jalen Rose.
last night.
81 olives.
And I think 3 consecutive 30-point games. Kobe reverse layup to score. So at the other end, Kobe answers right back.
Well, I can see you allowing one of your other players to get that kind of penetration. You know, when he gets around the basket, he's so creative.
And just a heads up, as I always do when it comes to the official NBA footage, I have to pause it every so often. So I'll use those opportunities to talk a little bit. One little tidbit real quick is part of the conversation I was having in the comments was how it was really amazing to me that this wasn't a jump shot game. He was putting the pressure on the defense and driving the ball constantly.
It's nothing for him. It's a routine layup for Kobe Bryant.
Foul on Bonner. Lakers ball inbound.
Oof, not to say he didn't nail some jumpers.
Shot, and he's got 4.
This turn looks like it's going to turn out to be somewhat of a shootout. But if the Lakers are smart, they won't want to get into that kind of a pace.
Halfway through the season as Kobe knocks it down unguarded from the outside. Well, Kobe Bryant has got 6.
There's that zone again, but it's really a very weak zone. If the Lakers are patient, they're going to get any shot.
Nice post. Nobody put a body on him. This is actually extra cool after doing that triple threat video last week on Kobe. I see him in a different light here.
Oh, sweet move, uses glass and scores.
See that defense there? I mean, see how easily Kobe did what he wanted to do there?
And scoring in the NBA. There's a shot that Chris Mims been working on quite a bit. You know, it's not just Andrew Bynum that Kareem is working with. Milwaukee, then down in Houston. He's one of those guys that...
There it is, penetrating again.
Nobody keeps. Kobe easily knifes through and scores. He's got 10 already.
10 points in 10 minutes on 10 shots. So 10's the number
10's the number
at this point.
Minute and a half to play.
So at that point, he's on pace for 48.
Working on Peterson, who normally draws the assignment of the opposition's best of
50.
Bang, bang.
59 now.
59 for Kobe Bryant in succession. Kobe with 2.
Is that 59 straight free throws? Is that?
Got bailed out there. Silly play by the Raptors. And
does it show there? Hold on.
1, draws the foul. Oh, he got bailed out there. Silly play by the Raptors.
No, okay. That's just showing, dude. 35 points, 5.6 rebounds, and 4.3 assists on a season at this point.
And was it behind the line? If so, no. But Mark and
I love that sound.
Kobe was the previous youngest.
Yeah, he does 5,000 in his career. It seemed like he had 5,000 last night.
In double-doubles. It's a double-double just about every night. Kobe is back in, and not a moment too soon. And he immediately hits a 3. Kobe Bryant, 17 right now with the Lakers 35.
And he's only played.
What was that stat? Hold on.
Kobe Bryant, 17.
Field goals this quarter, 3 for 17 for the Lakers. Wow. Okay, so they were typical for this era of the Lakers. They weren't producing anything without Kobe.
Right now with the Lakers 35.
And he's only played 13 minutes, so.
Kevin George guns it to Min, little backdoor.
Bang.
He scores on the slam.
Yep, this is what I remember. I remember him just being aggressive and taking it to the rack constantly.
The ball and he's open. Do what you do best.
Blue collar, face the basket guy out of Florida, second year, and knocks down the 3 with regularity.
Nice.
Kobe trying to answer back for 2.
Nice.
Little past the corner of the key. Kobe.
That reminds me of Michael Jordan too.
Relatively silent points.
One dribble step, pull up.
21, but
Kobe with the steal, fast break.
Lakers are down by 14.
Oh man, he took it right to him.
Good job by Kobe.
Okay, that's the stat I wanted to see. Sorry, hold on, I'll catch it. NBA record 97 straight. Made 61. Okay, made 61 straight free throws at this point. Dude, Michael Williams. I don't know who that is. At one point had 97 straight free throws. That's insane. Where did the streak end for Kobe? I wonder if he misses tonight.
Good job by Kobe. 2 defenders are back, but one of those defenders, Jalen Rose.
Oh, there it is.
So the streak
oh, but he gets the ball back.
Yeah. Is it my fault?
Oh, man. So he turned it into a positive.
Well, he gets his own miss.
Man, I mean, not even talking NBA. Like, my best run was just like 20-something straight makes from the free throw line. I could never get to the 60s. That's insane, especially with a full crowd in there.
Gets a 2-point basket out of it, so it turns out to be.
The scoreboard says 60-49. We have it at 60-47.
I like how all the highlights have been all Kobe, except for one by Chris Mim.
They just knew Kobe was going to score real.
Yeah, so, okay, this is what a lot of people misunderstand about this game. This wasn't Kobe showing off. They needed this. He needed to score all these points to win. So we're at halftime, and they're getting their butt spanked here.
So they put it up in a hurry.
Clairvoyant.
And Lamar has to get going. All of the Lakers.
There you go, right inside. Look at that.
Kobe has been going, and he keeps it going with the
Look at that.
backhand
I just
layup.
want to look at it again. Look at his footwork to get in there.
Clairvoyant.
Okay, dribble, and now watch how quickly he's gonna hover right over here.
Has to get going. All of the Lakers have to get going offensively.
That's beautiful.
Kobe has been going,
That's
and he
beautiful
keeps
offense.
It going with the backhand layup. Bryant again for the Lakers. Kobe's got 28.
Kobe's always in attack mode. So I talked about the first 5 minutes where the Lakers are not winning that. And
Nice pump.
Behind even further.
Beautiful, beautiful. That looked like that just looks like a mirror of Jordan.
30 points.
So Kobe's got 30 points, 8:51 left in the third. 30 of his team's 53 points.
12 for 22 shooting.
12 for 22. He's shooting great.
That's not good.
Over 50%.
They're down.
Jalen Rose.
Yo-yo in the dribble.
Sorry, Jalen. Sorry, buddy.
Well, Kobe's got his stroke.
But seemingly, Kobe
Look how calm he is.
Didn't have it the other night for most of the game.
Yeah. Well, they're giving him the ball to see if he can add to it.
Ooh. Yes, he does.
And they're still getting killed.
Kobe Bryant. Go ahead, guys. Get on my back. We'll see what we can do. 35 for Kobe, and we've got 8 minutes. 59%.
Yeah, what are you guys doing? Just give Kobe the ball at this point.
That tells you what the Lakers are
doing. Oh, man, he's bombing now. Okay, so third quarter, he's bombing.
Three-pointers got 38 points.
That'll close the gap.
That got Phil Jackson up, I think, to try to dig themselves out of here. 13 points.
Raptors, one of the red-hot teams, one of the higher-scoring teams since the turn of the calendar. Here's Bosh. Here's her shot, no good, and up the ladder goes Devin George. Now to Kobe. Still 6.5.
There it is. Yeah, he's just closing the gap. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Now it's a 10-point game. Now it's on.
When he gets it going like that, I think this is a great timeout by Sam Mitchell. Just a great timeout because Kobe right now is really in
I guess it's a great timeout, but you're going to give Kobe a little bit of rest now.
And he came down in semi-transition on that
nice
last
little
basket,
dribble
one
there.
Of those zones that he can get into, and he gets into them quite a bit. Knocking down shot after shot from behind the arc, anywhere
it's
on the
a one-man arsenal.
It's been Kobe's quarter.
Life in the league. Here's Kobe trying to move around Mo Pete, trying to put him up. Finally shoots.
Oh, man.
You talked about him being in one of those zones. Yeah. He's definitely in it right now.
Oh, that's Mo Pete. Okay, that headband. I thought that was
he
Rose.
To go up with him. Hits him on the arc.
And one.
A new streak.
A three-point play for Kobe, and it's down to a 9-point deficit.
9 points. 8 points. 5 points.
Yes,
damn.
And the crowd's starting to sense it.
So third quarter is all about the three. I'm glad I'm watching this. I don't remember him bombing all these threes.
That was the worst defensive sequence the Raptors have played.
Yeah, well,
tonight.
someone fell asleep on that possession. He was wide open under the rim.
Through 3. And Lamar Odom, who is 0 for 6 from the floor. Kobe cut off at the pass.
Oh, my God.
I can't go one way, so I'll go the other. That would have counted had it gone, but he'll shoot 2 free throws.
Well,
void of all the drama off the court with the teammates, makes free throws. If you're joining us late.
To a 3-point game for Toronto, and they come up dry.
Kobe, nobody helping right now defensively, so he'll take the 15-footer. Kobe's got 57. Laker lead is
He showed everything already. His outside threat, his inside play, and his mid-range mastery.
588, 5 away from his Laker high.
Yeah, there's just nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. He's in that zone.
If Toronto's going to come back, Bosh has got to be the guy.
There's about 9 minutes left to play.
So he's got 57 at this point.
He'll be back on Friday, filling in tonight.
Oh, and one.
Kobe counted foul. He'll go to the line, try to complete a 3-point
Oh,
play.
that was a terrible foul.
59.
Did you guys see that? He just took a little jab to the side.
He'll go to the line, try to complete
like, that's not going to stop him. That's not going to stop him right there.
3-point play. Kobe's got 59, can make it 6-0 with the free throw.
He splits.
Now they're up by 7.
They come out, and then as he goes up, he gets pushed from behind by Bosh.
Kobe goes straight to the dribble in the lane.
Oh, man. 1 versus 5.
Kobe Bryant, he's got 61 points.
61 points with 6.5. He's got a lot more scoring to go. So he's going to score 20 more points in 6.5 minutes. Is that right?
How many?
Yeah.
61 points.
I thought he had more. I thought he had 61 in this half. Everywhere offensively.
They got entangled a little bit.
Oops.
Kobe
on a three?
3 free throws.
Bang.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to see a career high for Kobe Bryant.
Oh, he's going to blow the roof off that high.
64. And the beat goes on.
That's the key, and the beat goes on. Dude, can you imagine being anybody who's watching this? Were you there? Were you there? Tell me what it was like. Dude, talk about get the value for your tickets.
Kobe with it now. Lakers lead 105-96.
Oh, man. So this is how he's getting another 20 points. That's 6 right there.
From second to third on the list.
That's 6 right there in a minute.
Ladies and gentlemen, 67 points, Kobe Bryant. Bosh.
Oh, no way. Okay.
Yes!
That's 9 right there.
There's 70. Holy.
Unbelievable.
70 points for Kobe. One away from a Laker record. Sick it is, Steve. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Underneath, good shot. Lamar Odom, he's got it again.
Who held the record before this? Was it Wilt?
Kobe pump fake for two. Kobe's got the
Oh my God. And I don't mean like the 100-point game, but he said it was 1 away from the Lakers record. So somebody put up 71 points before. I can't think of anybody but Wilt. But that's it. That's a new record.
Kobe's got the Laker record.
There it is.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I was going to say, just run your offense now. He's got the record.
But you get caught up of it as a teammate also.
Well, yeah, no, man. Feed the monster.
I see your point, though. Kobe down the middle, throwing up an in.
He's solely responsible for this win. Give him the ball.
Take him out. To a well-deserved ovation. He will let you soak in at home.
Oh, my God.
Behind his back, Kobe all the way.
Guys, look at this dribble. Look, he's gonna split these two defenders by going between the legs, but reversed. Oh, no, not between the legs. He went around the back. Oh, my God. That's some Kyrie Irving stuff right there.
He's back, Kobe all the way, and he's fouled.
Boom.
He just now dribbled between his legs to split a double team.
I thought it was between the legs, too.
I got to see that one again.
Yeah.
They said
it looked like it.
The defenders have said, yeah, we got you this time, number 8. See you get through this one. He dribbles between his legs, splits the double team, and gets into the paint. He'll be shooting 2 free throws when we come back. What a performance we've witnessed tonight. Look at this. Oh, behind the back.
7 and 23 now with that making the 4. 50 to play. Kobe going
oh, my God. No way. What are they doing fouling him on threes? What are they thinking? He's killing them.
Nothing that needs to be said about
Do you guys remember earlier when the Lakers were getting destroyed in the first half? Look at this now. 121 to 102. Up by 19 points. One-man machine. Damn, this is fun.
Second greatest scoring performance in NBA history.
Yep.
79 points by Kobe Bryant tonight against the Toronto
Best scoring game in the modern game.
Kobe all the way. Kobe put it up. Not count, but foul. 2 coming to get to 80 and 81.
28 for 46. Well above 50%. 16 for 18 free throws. He's about to get point number 80 right now.
Bryant for 80.
And then 81 right here.
Did I miss anything while I was gone?
Just another one in many.
Oh, okay.
80 points. It's so, I mean, I know what happens, but it's still so ridiculous to see.
18 for 20 from
Bang. Oh, with a nice swish, too. What a way to end it.
55 in the second half.
55 in the second half. That was what prompted me. In the comments was the person who commented pointed out that he had 55 in the second half. I didn't remember that part because the first half was he was trying to get his whole team involved. Second half, he just took over.
Dead ball, there it is.
Here we go. And Kobe will be replaced.
That's it.
To this crowd for number 8, Kobe Bryant.
That's it. That's a wrap. That's a good hard day at work, man. And that's the statue right there. That's the statue, that pose. That's a good, solid day at work, Kobe Bean. And that's also a good job by Phil Jackson by leaving him in.
Side street. Just where's the offense going to come throughout this season with so many games for the Jazz?
Kobe. Bang.
By 14, Millsap picked up the foul, his third. And they came within 2, but they couldn't close him out with defensive issues. And here's Kobe Bryant, who puts one. That's to guard the other team's best player. That's what we're getting with Carmelo.
Oh, man. That's so smooth.
Block. Now he's facing the basket in Grant Hill. Isolated right side. Goes baseline. Look out. Look out.
When you're 16 years in, you dunk in the first quarter when your legs are fresh. You don't wait till the fourth. Are you kidding me?
He's going to throw many looks at Kobe right now. And Kobe's going to try
yeah,
to bring
that
it back
jab.
all by himself.
42.
Yeah, Kobe's always had one of the sickest jab steps and pump fakes. Like, he'll do it just, I mean, most people will just do a single jab or a single pump fake. I see him do it 5, 6, 7 times. Like, he doesn't care how many times it takes until he gets his person off balance or in the air, and then he'll strike.
Laker defense has been good, but Indiana has crawled back into it.
Jab, jab.
Offense is a little bit better. Also, Meta World Peace has looking for their 13th
jab, jab.
Trying to get 4 games above.
Yeah, 2 pump fakes, 2 jabs and 2 pump fakes.
I'll just go.
Largest lead of the contest is the Bobcats. See what a lot of teams do.
Now Kobe isolated.
And he knocks up. They have to, scramble, and the Sixers will have open shots as a result.
Jab,
Sixers right now,
jab,
first lead of the
jab. Ooh, it's straight up.
Again, and he drills it.
There is something going on between these two. That has been indicated by the
That's just a good play.
Boston up by 2. Bryant over Petras, and the game is tied.
That's just good offense.
Petras had just hit a three-pointer at the other end, so what does Kobe do? He comes right.
Kobe, get it again? Yes. He still has yet to get down the court. Now he finally does.
Jab, jab.
Kobe will shake and bake. Count if it goes.
And
it
one.
Goes. Kobe's got a 3-point opportunity.
Exactly 4, as you talked about, as Kobe isolated, pulls up, gets hit on the arm.
Kobe Bryant.
Dude, that takes so much strength to be able to do that off the jab from the 3.
Bryant with the 3.
The bench lays up Barbosa got the.
He can still put some points on the board. Don't sleep on a old Tracy McGrady.
15th year. Yep. Marvin Williams 2 for 7. He's struggling along. Kobe Bryant 2 in a row.
You're going to find real open shots.
Lakers seeking their 4th consecutive victory. Kobe rising. Fresh snow from the outside.
Hard. The Heat play defensively. Surprised it hasn't happened more. Bryant shot. That's good.
Well, I like this adjustment, getting the ball in the elbow area where he's comfortable.
Oh, yeah.
From his triangle
Mask Kobe. That was, correct me if I'm wrong, that's after D. Wade broke his nose in the All-Star game, right? And then he turned into the Mask Mamba, and he was killing people.
Does a nice job.
Now Kobe against Damian Wilkins. Spins and guns. Got it. Kobe directs traffic with a little head movement. Drives it down.
There it is.
Outside against Tayshaun. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Jumper.
Bang.
Got it.
Oh, man, he hit that exact same shot against my Suns in the playoffs.
In time. Tell you what, we were right behind him. There was no chance that wasn't going in. He had it right on line.
Yeah, his mid-range.
Have an impact on the game. Kobe. I was just going to say that off the dribble and get a shot for one of his teammates. Kobe's in go mode right now.
Oh, my God. That's the kind of stuff that Shaq likes to make fun of him for. The crazy pump fakes and the moves and the jabs. And, yeah, there's a reason why he practiced that without the ball. He mastered this.
Isolation again.
Oh. Oh, that was too easy.
This past Tuesday night at Golden State beat the Warriors 104-101. Kobe Lakers for the first time.
Oh, Harden
is back. He played
barbecue
well
chicken.
This was dead hard to shoot it. He didn't hesitate.
Harden's been shooting 40%.
Yeah, Harden's got no business guarding Kobe Bryant. Like, good luck.
Bryant comes back with a three. The shot coming up. Trying to get his first field goal. He does! And the crowd knows. Winning it ultimately by 3. Richard Jefferson will be in at the whistle as Kobe bangs one down. Back to Kobe. Three-pointer. Yes! He does it again!
Having said all that, it's still a one-possession game.
That's exactly right.
He reached 40 points with this shot here as McGuire's right there, but
and he got the hand.
The end result is splash.
Now one-on-one with Wallace. Kobe, little stutter step. He's going to the basket. Stop.
That's pretty.
Knock it down. That's 6 on the shot clock. Kobe going to work. Kobe one bounce dribble. Splits the defense. Leans in and scores.
If there's anybody that split, how many times have you seen number 24 split 2 defenders?
Whoops.
Boy, just does a great job of getting in and not only getting a shot, but getting a...
Actually, back in the day, I'm talking like 2007, 2008, Kobe hit up Dwayne Wade to pick his brain on how he split defenders the way he did, because Dwayne Wade was the best in the game at it at that point. So Kobe definitely utilized that in his game as well.
Finds Bryant. Is he going to go to work on Gerald Green? Yes, he is. Up and over.
Triple jab.
Sweet stuff from Kobe Bryant earlier this year. Kobe going to go ahead. Round number 1. Here is Kobe. San Antonio on a 6-0 run. Kobe deep corner. Yes.
Yep. 3 to 4 jabs, corner pull up.
Attack. Going to go to work with 4 on the clock.
Oh, got you.
Kobe.
Was that Kawhi too? It's crazy. Yeah, he's just looking for that split second to get his defender off balance, and he'll attack.
Career playoff start.
Meta World Peace out for the first 6 games of the playoffs.
Differential between the game clock and shot clock. Bryant shoots the 3. Yes. Kobe, rookie out of Morehead State, checks back in for the Nuggets. Oh, Brewer took a push from Bryant and knocks it down. Clock to 4. Bryant.
Oh, God. Dan, so contested.
Like I said, you got to go to Kobe in this situation, Mark.
Oh, yeah. In the clutch, it's Kobe time.
The Lakers tried to get the ball inside to Gasol, but good defense from Fareed forced Gasol to kick it back out, and then Kobe just hits another one of his impossible.
Yeah, that's insane.
So he knows he's arrived. It's just now every night, Kobe every night kind of.
Jeez.
What a shot.
Jeez.
You want to talk about degree of difficulty.
Yeah, no kidding.
Has changed to the Lakers' favor, and you've always got this guy.
Look at the height difference.
How about Gallo? I mean, he's in as good a defensive position and as good a challenge.
Next foul for the Nuggets puts them over the limit. Here is Bryant. Yes!
Lord of the Rings.
The day Kobe Bryant came was a day that we've been waiting for almost 2 years.
With Kobe here with that purple and gold and three-time world champion.
There it is.
I don't see no reason why in my hometown I can't do the damn thing.
It was like security all over. The crowd was just all amped. They was yelling and screaming.
Look at that. Look at that. Dude, look at that. Look at all those people.
Kobe Bryant, a month after winning his 3rd NBA title and playing in front of the world, will come up here and play.
Yeah, we be out here, man. Let's get this thing going, man.
All around the whole Harlem, it was talked about. Everybody talked about it. It was crazy. Like,
you walking in the park or you walking up 8th Avenue and people saying, Kobe's in the park.
Man, I would take this over us hosting another All-Star game any day of the week. Like, just to hear that, hey, Kobe's at the park playing ball. I'd be like, what? You know, what? I'm there, man. Let's go.
Just so many people here. It was crazy.
This is Source. This is Murder Inc. Let's do the damn thing, boy. I think what I did in the first couple minutes of the game was pretty hard to top.
put it around his head, threw it off his butt, got it back, and reversed it off his leg.
Oh. Oh, he stepped out.
The MC, Hannibal. That's my man right there. He's a big Laker fan. He's holding it down for us all the time, and he's the one coming up with all the nicknames.
This is the K to the Izzo. He is the final frontier. He is the time is now.
They have all kinds of nicknames. I mean, they're very, very creative.
Junkyard Dog, Kobe Wan Kenobi.
Kobe Wan Kenobi.
Kobe came out, and he had to earn his nickname, and he was first 3 rings.
He is 3 rings.
And then he was called Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
This is the Lord of the Rings. I like that one, J-Mo. The Lord of the Rings.
Oh.
You got plenty of time, he'll make that one up. Don't worry about that, boy.
Even though Kobe missed the dunk, he went down the lane and he like did a 360, but where he jumped from was like unbelievable. He really like took off like it was a video game or something.
Tip there, pick up by Kobe. Kobe wants to run. He's got a little game. Alley-oop the prime.
Man, this is like some and one kind of stuff. I love it.
Yeah, baby.
You know, it's always big in the park, but today, you know, Kobe Bryant coming to the park. I mean, it's good for the people. This is a fella who got 3 rings, who come a long way, you know, to come to the park and show people what he can do.
Kobe, yeah. Guarded by Byron, his dreams come true, but not to get that done.
Like, a lot of people wouldn't show up and do something like this. You know, this takes the ultimate confidence because you just want to hoop. You don't even care, you know? Like, you can miss a dunk like he missed and be like, oh, you know, feel shame or whatever. But he don't care. He's just hooping.
Not to get that done on national TV.
Kobe was out there. He was in the rain. It was like raining at halftime. He was still playing.
Mano y mano. He's going to tell his mother, Mommy, I got it, Kobe. He shot it in my face.
That's the love of the game plus.
Take away is the people down there at the game watching and interacting with them and having a good time with them, talking trash.
And what? And what?
Just playing good old basketball. Taking me back to the days when I was in high school. You just go out there and you just play and you just have a good time.
Mano y mano, turn around baseline, body, ball, yeah!
Nice.
Yeah! That's street basketball, Kobe. You got it in you, baby.
It was just a great
man. What is it? What is the name of the game? The hell was that? NBA Street Volume 2. You guys ever play NBA Street Volume 2? Man. It used to be all Kobe and MJ. Like that's all me and my brother cared about when we played that game. It was all MJ and Kobe and then old MJ and young MJ. Dude, that was the ultimate. But this reminds me of that because this is what he looked like in that game. Street ball Kobe is no joke.
To me, it made history for us right now.
I was unreal, man. You need to understand. See, this is my neighborhood. And been here all my life. It's like certain things you sit and you fathom and you arrange thoughts in your head. You fantasize. I want to set the stage to have Kobe Bryant talk to me. And the pre-talk we had before walking in the park, it was real. It wasn't like, you know, we talked about the park. We talked like, you know, that was my man. You know, to walk in the park with him and anticipate what I got out there. You know, I can't really put it in the words.
Yeah.
I ain't even come up there that day, but I'm just gonna ask you what I heard. Is it true that Kobe Bryant was double teamed and a nigga hit the ball out of his hand and they was about to run for it and you set the screen and was like, get the ball, Kobe? He came back to my block and told me that. Don't take that charge.
I said it. I branded him, man. I gave him the name, man.
Tell him how Kobe got his name.
Well, Kobe got his name basically for what I had a couple of things. I went from exact. Well, I used to just play with him and call him when I watched him on TV, Kobe Wan Kenobi. I called him the Jedi Knight. Then I called him the Final Frontier. Then I started the 3-ring circus thing just because he had 3 rings. But Lord of the Rings is somewhat very fitting for somebody 23 years old with 3 rings.
Kobe Wan Kenobi. That might be my new favorite. Kobe Wan Kenobi.
Making his debut. He's the only world champion to ever play out there, B.
Man, okay. That was one. So that gives you a feel for what the vibe was and how it was. Now let's watch some highlights. you imagine being that guy guarding him right now? Oh, yeah. He did that on the first play then? Holy shit. Take him. Take him. Oh, barbecue chicken. And one. Oh, snap. That's a good way to take a turnover. Solid D. Solid D. Oh, he was stepped out. He stepped out. He's like, what? He's still a ref. What the fuck? Nice. Oh! Step through fucking dunk. Oh. Obi-Wan Kobe. Oh, man. Damn. That's gotta suck when Kobe's taking you ISO like that.
Hold up for a second, y'all. We don't nobody get hurt. Ball too short. Kobe's the man.
Will be putting the ball in the air, and 19,000 pairs of eyes just riveted now as the two will come.
Yeah. Yeah. They gave each other like a little I think it was a little handshake or a little high five, something like that, but very awkward. Like it was very forced, you could tell. Because they were trying to downplay the hatred between the two of them, but it's obvious. Words are cheap.
To midcourt. Both teams a little slow in leaving the bench. It's almost like, you know, who's going to be the first in the ring? And we're not going to make any analogies to anything untoward that's going to happen. Both guys have already talked about that this week. And the Lakers are the first to come out.
Both players are looking at this as, hey, I want to excel. I want my team to win the game.
It's crazy. It was like the way it feels is like going to a mandatory event and your ex is there. You know, and it's like, man, I know we got to be friendly a little bit, but shit, dude, you don't want to be in an event with your ex. Like, this is so awkward. And they're keeping an eye on each other, looking at each other like, who?
I want everything to go well. I want the crowd to love
Chris
me.
Mim.
Can we get it all done?
There's a greeting between O'Neal and Odom first, and here comes Kobe out into
There
the
it is.
picture.
Yeah, there it is.
And Shaq
Yeah. They didn't even look at each other. They didn't even make eye contact.
with a little elbow, but never looked at him, looked right over the top of Kobe's head. And of course, Shaq has gotten to the point now he doesn't even refer to Kobe by name. Suspended for one game for throwing a punch in the New Orleans game the other night. And Bryant goes right to the lane and has it taken away. Now
Gotta love it. Kobe took it right to Shaq. Yeah, not even hesitating. Right in the beginning of the game. No fear.
2-on-1, and Damon Jones lays it into Miami.
This is Miami's game.
Works
And then
outside,
again,
a little fall
right
away
to
good.
him.
So Shaq was right there, and then Kobe with that fall away to tie the game.
They started both plays the same way. Misdirection to the right side of the floor. Came back. A screen and roll using Shaq in the new that he.
That's crazy. So first two plays, he's going right at Shaq to make a point.
Challenge Shaq, and he will do it every time tonight. Here it comes. Down inside now, the fadeaway jumper after the first one was blocked. Quite a bit today with the double teaming of Bryant.
League average for three-pointers about 34%. There goes Shaq, and how do you stop him?
Yeah, Chris Mim, no chance. No shot in hell to stop him.
Well, the only way you stop him is if the coach did not call his number out. And then on the fast break transition game, if the four perimeter guys do not pass him the ball. That's the one problem when you are a center. You're at the mercy.
Now Bryant from outside. Three-pointer goes. Kobe has not been shooting well.
Now, what a swish sound. And just to let you guys know, the reason I'm pausing is because this is the only shot in hell for this video to get out there without YouTube just completely shutting it down. So I have to pause it every so often.
This year, only 31% from three-point land, but bangs this one home, and the Lakers are up. First-round choice last year, driving to the basket and gets fouled. Three. And
Nice.
Kobe Bryant, as I say, he's been very cold this season. He's averaging less than 40% from the field and 31 from the three-point land. Now 21 rebounds the other night against the Hornets.
Ouch, again.
Whoa, baby.
Again, yeah, they came out hot. And me and my family, we were on the Miami Heat side because especially I was a huge Dwayne Wade fan. So I wanted to see Miami win this, definitely. But just like Kobe always does, man, he put the fear in us. We were like, this freaking guy's gonna do it all by himself. 17-9.
That's a pretty good little early statement. Kobe Bryant already with 11 points.
Now, right now, Kobe is on fire. Distance is not a factor. You can see it right here. He's a step behind the three-point line. He has going down inside and getting some movement.
Wade feeds O'Neal, and then O'Neal missed, got it back,
Yeah.
and puts it in.
I'm sorry, Chris, man. There's nothing you could do, man.
I'll tell you, the big fella's working. Okay? Now, if you came here today and coaches thought that this was another game plan,
He got fouled there, too. He got fouled.
working the offensive glass.
4 points
Travel.
for O'Neal.
Oh, no.
Starts to get doubled right now. Jones on him. Gets the screen from Mim and hits again, and that's another three-pointer.
Damn, man.
And that's the first time in Kobe Bryant's now 9-year career he has hit 4 3-point, and Bryant is the holdover, and that gets blocked.
Nice try, Chris.
The block as Mim tried to go to the hoop. Brian Grant is in the game for the first time.
Oh, yeah, I remember that too. Hey, Shaq did the same thing to Jordan when Jordan first tried to drive on him. You got to give him a hit. You got to give him a hit so they think twice before they come back in the next time.
Kobe goes all the way to the hoop and runs into guess who and gets fouled.
That was an excellent move by Bryant.
Yeah, that
Bryant
hurts.
saw a hair of an opening, and he exploded off the dribble. Just watch it right there. 13 tendonitis.
And that one goes, and Grant, who's been into the game,
still creating for the team.
And Bryant walked. Shaq was there to meet him. There was nothing that Kobe could do at that point except look to pass. And in so doing, to try to get the angle, he moved the pivot foot.
Yeah, he did.
Keep an eye on Shaq.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
No chance from Mim.
Well, he gave him a dropped shoulder out to the right. And Mim went for it. And as soon as he did, Shaq rolled baseline. A beautiful move.
A move I've been watching here for the last 8 seasons.
Yeah, really. Considering this is in LA, those fans must be like, what do you do? What a game. What a game for them to be in, to watch on Christmas Day. What a game.
You knew that was coming. Yes.
Damn.
That's the first time today that Shaq has moved up to the foul line area. And by
three. And Kobe, who started by making his first three.
Dude, was that a goaltending? Okay. All right.
O'Neal will swat it away, but they called for goaltending to tie the game.
Well, I tell you, he elevates on this one, right?
Yeah,
there.
I was just barely on the way down
in
there.
my opinion, that was a good. Jones came back in with the hand, and then watch out when they're on the break.
Now Bryant, Kobe started the game very hot, then cooled off, and Bryant right now, by far the leading scorer for the Lakers. He's played 18 minutes, and Bryant now gets it. Kobe driving on the Heat. And of course, Bryant will draw a crowd. Atkins now for three. Chucky Atkins bangs that one home.
Don't say he never passed.
Atkins
Oh, man. Barbecue chicken.
on Bryant.
That's such a tough cover for Grant.
Yeah, man.
Especially if you play behind Shaq.
What are you supposed to do against that big guy?
Say, well, you can't front check. You
Oh,
can front
barbecue
check
chicken.
if you have good offside help.
The vagabonders. This is Damon Jones. Shaq turned around, goes in.
You can double team him, but if you give him that baseline turn, he's going to shoot up over the top of you. I really like
backing up on Mim. Again, the turnaround, and this one goes with little help. So twice now, O'Neal has made that move and scored.
And you know he'll take it.
Man, all of Kobe's shots when he's making them, they're just swish. Whoa. That sound.
So Kobe started the game, made 3 early three-pointers, made 4 of them in the first quarter. And Kobe Bryant right now giving the Lakers
he was on the line there.
6-point lead. Is 5 of 9 from beyond the arc. Shaq's calf.
Double team.
Are their 2 big men, obviously. And a foul on the way to the basket.
I mean, did that end up being a triple team by the end of it? No, okay.
And a foul
Solid
on the
double
way to the
team.
basket. Eddie Jones guarding Bryant. Damon Jones ready to come over and help, so Kobe launches.
That's funny, Eddie Jones. So Eddie Jones was the starting shooting guard for the Lakers when Kobe was drafted. And he mentored Kobe, and Kobe took his spot eventually. But Eddie Jones was like a class act, no hard feelings. So he goes to Miami after that, and he's kind of mentoring Dwayne Wade, and Dwayne Wade takes his spot too. It was the craziest thing. Like, his story is so crazy because Eddie Jones was a fantastic player, but he was never bitter about it, even though, he always got replaced by a fresh young rookie, But yeah, Eddie Jones, man, shout out to that guy. Class act.
That was nothing but net.
Al, that's called range is not a factor. That's what that's called.
Yeah.
Okay. You got to get one now.
Whoops.
Kobe cross-court Atkins for 3. That went to his feet again. And then, of course, Van Gundy. O'Neal turns, lobs it underneath. Nice pass in the basket for Wade.
Well, you can see Shaq forces
Bryant.
Ooh.
Spin move.
Too quick.
Spin move on the other side and in front of baseline. Knocks it down to make it a 6-point Los Angeles lead.
Well, he's showing it all.
6 on the shot.
Oh, he got him.
Leaves Anderson in the dust.
Damn, that was smooth. That was smooth as butter.
Now you could hear the moaning out behind us.
Yep.
They were moaning.
Yep.
Pass the ball. Give it up. Now you have to clear out now.
That's a disgusting shot.
Long 2. But Leitner keeps it alive for the Heat.
Back to Shaq.
Barbecue chicken again.
Anytime Shaq makes that move in the post, kicks the ball out or a shot. O'Neal back out to Damon Jones.
Nice.
For a three-pointer, and we have a 2-point of either Wade or Shaq.
Oh, get out of there.
Shaq with the block.
Nah, what are you doing bringing it in there against him?
Block clean. 10 seconds.
Who's that? Is that Chucky Atkins? Yeah, what are you doing?
Shaq baited him beautifully. Keep an eye to the right of your screen. O'Neal.
Barbecue chicken again.
Tied up. You gotta love it. The big fella has an incredible touch.
He had the lucky bounce going back then.
Shooting 61% for the season. Shaq.
No way.
Oh.
No way. Okay, that's unusual. That's a cool shot.
O'Neal, and that's 22 points for Shaquille. That was pretty. That was really pretty. Bryant isolated.
Bank. Tim Duncan bank with the high arc.
And not on purpose. I wouldn't think. No. Right now, Miami, you see, their heads are down. I don't understand why. Well, through Shaq. Wade, 21.
Oh, dude.
22.
Once again, man. Yeah, Merry Christmas to us. We got Shaq going one-on-one against, or I'm sorry, Kobe going one-on-one against Shaq.
Well, through Shaq. Wade, 21.
Nice move, too. Yeah, all you can do is foul him.
Fouled by O'Neal, and that's going to be a 5th personal foul.
Yeah, now Shaq knows what it's like to guard him. But Kobe also knows what it's like to be on the other end of Shaq and just see him dominate in the paint. So 5 fouls for Shaq at this point.
Recovery. Just watch the recovery here. He has absolutely
Oh, yeah, he held him.
And he's able to go in the air and avoid the shot clock. O'Neal works it back out to Damon Jones.
Damon Jones.
Big. Eddie Jones.
Oh, yeah. I forgot, man. How crazy is it that Christian Laettner and Shaq were playing on the same team at one point here? And did you see this dunk? Let's see. Let's see it again. I got distracted by Christian Laettner. Boom. That's classic Shaq. Classic Shaq is he dunks and bodies go flying. Like a bomb goes off. All right, 2-point game. Lakers down by 2.
Wade and Eddie Jones. And Jermaine Jones to inbound. Bryant gets doubles. Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, what a gift. What a gift of an awesome Christmas game.
With his history and all of the drama and this whole day. And so for Kobe Bryant, he has the one chance at the end. Can't make it go down. And Shaquille O'Neal and Miami Heat have won 11 straight games.
Damn. Yeah, I don't remember the game being this close.
Defense, that time. They put 2 guys on Kobe Bryant. They had 2 on him, and they forced him into a very difficult shot. So Bryant doubled, misses from outside.
Shaq was fouled out at this point then.
Side.
All right, with Shaquille O'Neal, as Kobe is launching that 3 at the very end of that first overtime, what are you thinking?
I knew that it wasn't going to go in because my team came out and they played well. I fouled out. I felt I let them down a little bit, but Flash and Eddie Jones told me they had it. And that's all we want to do, come here and win. You know, we're not trying to score 50 or 60 points and try to outdo anybody. You know, we just want to play good team ball, and that's what we did today.
Oh, man, he just took a nice stab at Kobe right there. Oh, by the way, ABC's totally going to flag this video, aren't they?
Fouling out with 2:15
I see that microphone.
And then seeing this go into overtime. How tough was it to be sitting on the bench?
It was very tough. I was just trying to, protect the basket. You know, a couple of those calls, were questionable. But, like I said, I felt I let my team down a little bit. But Flash told me, have no fear. Flash is here.
Couple things. What was it like?
Sounds like D-Wade, man. But, D-Wade was the leader of that team. So, yeah, for sure.
Like for you to walk out of that tunnel for the first time as an opponent?
It was different. I said to myself when I was, designing this arena, I should have made the, business locker room a little bit bigger. Merry Christmas to the military, Merry Christmas to the police officers, Merry Christmas to all my friends and family. Merry Christmas to all the children out there.
What about the handshake? Kobe came right to you.
By the way, that's Shaq insinuating that like he owns the building. You know, I should have made the visitors' locker room a little bigger. But yeah. I mean, you brought him 3 championships. I guess he has the right.
For the opening tip, you didn't make eye contact. Why not?
Well, I was just doing the same things I always do. I was just coming out here, getting ready to play. I didn't want to get caught up in the nonsense that, you guys try to do. I just wanted to come in and, play good, solid basketball.
All of that nonsense, Shaq, the hype leading up to this game.
All I want for Christmas is my Shaq back. Oh, man. Yeah. That must have been a very interesting day in that arena as a fan.
Trying to say, hey, it's just another game. Clearly it wasn't. What does the win mean to you?
I think it was a fun game to watch on TV, but I'm all about winning, keeping my team in first, trying to get another championship.
You will always forever go down as the most enigmatic, the most controversial 1-2 punch, big little, in the history of the game.
He's my big brother. I mean, what can you say? I mean, we've grown up here in LA together. We play very well together. We went through a period of time where we struggled to find ourselves, but we have, and it's a good rhythm that we have.
People think you have to be lovey-dovey to win championships.
It doesn't matter if we had disagreements and saying, our drive to win, like we have to win. There's no other option.
People always ask me, if you had to go back and do it again, what would you do? Nothing.
But through that friction, you managed to win 3 championships in a row.
This is something that I have to live with, that Kobe has 5 and Shaq has 4. So I gotta live with that all my life.
That brings me so much joy.
Guys, if you haven't seen that conversation the two of them had, I think it was on TNT a couple years before Kobe passed away. The two of them, they aired out all their laundry, all their issues with each other, and man, it's an entertaining conversation the two of them have. They really get into it. They're not fighting, but they're speaking their truths. And it was really cool that they got to make amends before it was too late. Rest in peace, brother.
He had an aura about him that I've never seen in an 18-year-old. The aura was kind of either this kid's really cocky or he believes in it.
Yeah.
Do you remember what you told me one day in the forum when I first met you? You said you were going to be the finish it for me.
What, the greatest player of all time?
Yes. You remember you told me that?
No, but that sounds something. No, that sounds like something that I would say.
I remember him at 18 years old telling me he's gonna be the Will Smith of the NBA. Yeah, and I was like, all right, okay. Will Smith.
And I love it too because he did strive for that. His whole career, he strived for it. He wanted to be better than Jordan, but when it was, throughout the entire journey, he gave Jordan his respect. The whole time, he even took on mentorship. Where Jordan was mentoring him. And then when it was all said and done and he retired, he didn't hesitate to say, "Nah, man, Jordan's the GOAT." Because he knew he didn't quite get there. He wanted 7. I thought Kobe was going to get 7 at a certain point there.
Yeah, times have changed. I've always had ambition.
I was like, slow down, young fella. But he had a dream, he had a vision. Mm-hmm. Another thing you told me as an 18-year-old, I'm going to be better than Mike. So I knew it definitely drove you. It's always going to be there, those comparisons when somebody's come before you. So I knew one day that he's going to be whatever he sets out to be.
What most people don't know is our story goes back when I met you
in Orlando. Right. He came to Orlando to see Penny.
And I came to a game, and, Penny back then was my role model. And, I looked up to him quite a bit. I asked to take a picture with him. He kind of brushed me off.
But he had this sad look on his face, and I grabbed him. Was like, "Come on, man, take a picture." I never knew that was him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I never knew that was him until he told me, when we did that TNT Laker thing, he's like, "You don't remember meeting me?" He never told me that. Like, through all the years that we played in there, he never told me that.
And,
now, how crazy is that, by the way? He looked up to Penny, but Penny gave him the cold shoulder, and then Shaq comes along, and he's like, "Hey, young fella, I'll take a picture with you." That's cool. I got some beef with Shaq sometimes because he's so insecure, and he says some messed up stuff, but I could tell he does have a good heart. He's just, he deals with jealousy and insecurity.
That's the first time I met you.
I don't know if you know this, but we get a call from Jerry West, my agent. 2 a.m. Me and Jerome, we out at the club. So we get to the Omni Hotel. Jerry West is in a Versace house coat. come on up, big fella.
Come on in, big
And
fella.
I come like, how you doing, Mr. West? He said, I got some good news, I got some bad news. I said, what's the bad news? He said, I can't get you the 150 you asked for, but I can get you 120. He showed me the contract, and I've never seen so many zeros in my life. Cool. So I'm signing. And as I'm signing, he puts his hand on my shoulder. He said, let me tell you something. I just got this kid. I don't know how I got this kid. I got a kid named Kobe Bryant. You and him, we gonna get multiple championships. And I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. I'm like, yeah, okay, but I'm trying to sign. I wasn't worried about none of that. I was just trying to get you that 120. I was trying to get you that 120.
Can you guys imagine? Yeah. You know, I can give him a hard time for it, but at the same time, I've never seen $120 million contract. Like, shoot, I'd sign that shit so fast for playing basketball. Hell yeah, in Los Angeles, let's go.
That was the first time I knew of your greatness, and he wanted it right away. A lot of guys don't have that when they come in. A lot of guys just like to go through the rope, but he wanted it. So his rookie year, we let him do what he do, make his mistakes. But the defining moment in his greatness was we were playing Utah. Nobody wanted to take the last shots. I'm not taking the last shot, shooting 40% from the free throw line. Y'all ain't gonna be talking about me.
Oh, yeah, I remember this.
One thing what I loved about you as an 18-year-old is you wanted it. A lot of guys on our team didn't want it, but you wanted it at a 18-year-old. And that's why in the Utah game, everybody...
Yeah, you got guys like seasoned, 21 years in the league, like LeBron, still staying away from the last shot. And this kid comes fresh out of high school, you know, with worn out legs because he's not used to an NBA regular season. And he's in the playoffs. I think he was in the playoffs, right? I'm pretty sure this was in the playoffs. And, yeah, he goes out and starts gunning. He's gunning threes because nobody else wants it. So he's taking it, you know? He's trying to win the game for his team, and he's the youngest kid on the team. And it was, if we didn't know, we knew at that point, like, this kid has no fear.
He talks about those air balls. I wasn't mad at you. So he takes 3 shots to air balls. If you can remember, and I hope you can show this clip, I was the one that grabbed him and said, hey, man, don't worry about it. One day people are going to fear you. And that's why I was the first one to come grab you and say, hey, I know everybody's laughing and giggling out, but one day people will fear you at the end of the game. And the next year he come in, we come in a little more. He wanted it, he wanted it, he wanted it, he wanted it, he wanted it.
Like, did you see anybody you played with that eventually developed that killer instinct?
Yeah, his name was Kobe Bryant. Because when he first came in, his first 2 years, he was an NBA player, but it's not to that second, third year that he became Kobe Bryant. Remember his rookie year.
He wearing a Star Wars shirt?
Getting a lot of playing time.
Hold on, look at
Kobe
that.
Bryant.
Yeah, he got a Star Wars shirt on.
His rookie year. He wasn't getting a lot of playing time, so. When he was 18, he used to be in the locker room dribbling and shooting without the ball for hours. And then you see him practice the same move on the court. Like, he was obsessed with being the best ever. You know, he'd always, like, I could do stuff in my head without practicing, but he would do stuff in his head in practice. So, like, we in the game going over warm-ups, and he'd just get up and go. Get his move and take your dribble to his leg, but come back, pump fake, shoot. Like he would actually do that. Just pump faking and moving around somewhere without a ball. You can't guard me. like just talking to himself. We're like, me, Fisher, Fox, we're all looking at him like. So we just let him be. Did you say anything to him? No, I didn't say anything.
Oh, wait,
How long did that go on? For a couple months. And then he'd go in the game and do it. And we was like, damn. So, you know, we knew that with his determination that, you know, he was going to be somebody. My favorite Kobe moment is in the finals in Indiana. I file out. I'm like, damn.
Oh,
I
yeah.
let the team down again. And you put your hand on my shoulder and said, don't worry, big fella, I got it.
This was like that. It's pretty symbolic. You guys remember when Magic Johnson did this? In the finals, the first season he played with the Lakers, you know, his rookie season, and Kareem goes out with an injury, and Magic does the never fear, Magic is here, and goes out and plays center and dominates at center. This was kind of reminiscent of that, you know? History tends to rhyme.
You took over.
The Lakers take a 3-1
Kobe says, don't worry, I got this.
lead.
Always knew you was a bad cat, but that moment right there, because you had no fear. I was like...
Well, you know, I knew how much it meant to you. right? And as brothers, you don't let your brother down, right? It wasn't my time yet. This championship was yours, right? Because you had worked hard to get us to this point, right? For your whole career in Orlando and all the disappointments, and here you are. And it's my responsibility to pick that up.
I found out Kobe Bryant took
Now that's a good teammate, man.
over. He's a fabulous player. And now, uno mas to go.
How would you press it? Tell us.
I pressed his buttons and said, this ain't your team, this is my team, little man. You might be Kobe, but I'm the Shaq. We don't always get along.
Right.
But if the respect is there,
right,
you can never be beaten. Like, y'all know him. He was alpha. Y'all know me. I was an alpha. We didn't always agree on things, but when it come time to compete on the court, I think the fact that we always competed with each other made us even more unstoppable. So me being the leader of the team, I knew what I had. I used to mess with him all the time. Because I already know I'm giving you 28, 29, 30, 40. Now I got to get him to give me that because I could never do it by myself. It had to be a 1-2 punch.
Yeah.
Look, I got a little brother. We argue all the time. My cousin lived with me. We argue and fight all the time. But the thing that kept us going was the respect. The key thing that was there was the respect thing was there. When I get double teamed, you know I'm looking for him. When he get double teamed by the rim, he looking for me. Seem to hate each other. If he gets double teamed, he's going to still drop it off for the lob. I ain't got to like you. I ain't got to do what you do. But if you open in the corner, Matt, even if we had a fight the other day, I know you're going to knock that down for me.
Yeah.
I'm kicking it. Game 7 versus Portland.
To be fair, they always did that. Even in the final years where there was like obvious hatred between the two of them. I don't want to say hatred, but a ton of animosity and a lot of tension between them. Excuse me. When the lights were on, they still dominated together. You know, they did.
If we hate each other so much, how come after he crossed Scotty up, how come he didn't take the shot?
Yeah.
If you look at all the documentaries, the first championship, there's 20,000 people in the arena, and I go and put my hand up like this. One guy runs and jumps in my arm. Who's the first guy that jumps in my arm? So the respect thing was there. So if we hate each other, how you have that moment? All that other shit that everybody was trying to boom, 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 boom. It's a myth if you think that if you're working in a closed environment, everybody gets along. I guarantee you that's not the case.
Oh, yeah.
I know for a fact it's not the case.
For sure.
I knew for sure Rick Fox, my teammates, they all thought I was absolutely crazy the day me and Shaq got in a fist fight.
Oh, man.
I think I can remember the first time we had our first fight, and you looked and said, okay, this is crazy.
I did say that.
Yeah, I did. You did. Anyway, we were playing a pickup game.
Yeah, this is real, man. This is real.
We were doing a lockout season, Southwest College, playing a pickup game. We're on opposite teams.
Right.
And trash talking.
Yes.
And you kept saying, yeah, take that little take that little I'm like, I'm looking around. Oh, me.
Yes.
Right? And I said, oh, hold on, ain't gonna be too many more of those little, you know.
Yeah, I remember that.
And what'd you say? Well, what you gonna do about it? Well, what you gonna do about it? And then that's the next thing I knew, I saw a big hand coming this way. And I remember going this way. I remember throwing some lollipop. Golden Polynese came and caught, and then they all just kind of broke us apart, broke us up.
That day
Golden
was a big turning point for him because it was like, you know, he's generally used to talking trash and saying what he wants and nobody really stepping up and challenging him on that. And when he saw me challenge him on that, he was like, this kid's crazy. All right, I can win with that.
And then from that moment on, I knew we spoke the same language. Doesn't matter if we had disagreements this and the other, our drive to win, like we have to win. There's no other option.
I kind of perpetuated it out of the locker room because one thing I understood was marketing. So, yeah, I don't like him, he don't like me, and everybody talked about us. That's all I want. Kind of went too far to where people kind of believed it. But if you believed it, if we believed it, you think we went 3 out of 4? If it was real, you think that when we won our first championship, 30,000 people in the arena, one guy runs and jumps in my arm? So all it was a respectful big brother, little brother relationship.
Bottom line is, you know, all that fighting and whatnot, they could have coexisted for a very long time. What really pissed Kobe off was that Shaq was getting in worse and worse shape every single season. You know, it's something they talk about during the sit-down interview or conversation. But it took a long time until it actually got out there. But that was a lot of why Kobe was pissed off. because he was always in the gym, always training, and Shaq was never there. And if they are like a duo, a partnership, like Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan, they were always training together. But Shaq, Kobe was there, and Shaq wasn't. Shaq was out like partying and, being a Hollywood guy, movie stars, rap albums, living a Hollywood life. And Kobe wasn't going out partying or doing anything like that. He wanted to keep winning. But Shaq got a little content after he won that first ring. He admits it. He's like, he wanted to eat a lot of food and sit in the jacuzzi and relax. And then he was like, I'll get in shape when the next season starts. That was his attitude. And Kobe kept coming back stronger every season. So, of course, two sides of the string and they're pulling in different directions. Eventually, it's going to snap. But I do believe they always respected each other.
After that day, they were like, okay, Kobe, you're certifiable.
Yeah. You're a psychopath if you're willing to fist fight with Shaquille O'Neal. You're crazy.
All it was a respectful big brother, little brother relationship.
After that day, they were like, okay, Kobe, you're certifiable. Joe, that must have been a crazy.
Yeah.
I missed me by inches.
Did we get along all the times on the court? No. But we know in sports, that's how it is in the locker room.
Well, I'm obsessive, and I believe we need to work night and day, figure out how to get to where we need to go. He wanted to do it a different way. And so there was constant challenge there to get that done. But I wasn't going back down from him. And neither was he. He felt I should play a certain way, give the ball into him. I said, I'll give the ball into you if you work. You don't work, you don't get the ball.
Yeah.
He said, throw me the ball. No. Work.
Yeah.
My first year we were playing.
Yeah, there it is. And it came down to, get the fucking rebound. That's where it kind of ended.
And, he kept posting up, but they kept fouling him, so he kept going to the free throw line and kept missing them. And so he'd throw the ball out to me. I'm not throwing that shit back in there, right? So I kept shooting him, right? So we get in the timeout, and he's like, hey, I'm open. I'm like, okay. And so we go out, same thing, come, hey, I'm open. Okay. There you go. Come back in. Hey, dude, you got to throw me the ball. I said, man, fuck that. Get it off the rebound if I miss, bro.
There it is.
18 years old, man. 18 years old. And I must have been out of my damn mind.
Man, for those of you who don't know, I did make earlier on when I had lower quality equipment and everything, I made a series of videos here, like Kobe tribute videos. I talk a lot about Kobe, but for those of you who don't know, man, 2019 and early 2020, I went through a really, really hard time. And watching all these interviews with Kobe and conversations with Kobe post retirement, and him just being brutally honest, lit a fire in my butt. So, when I was young, I got really, really influenced by Michael Jordan as far as just like, hey, never say die, no excuses, go out and, go kick ass and take names and, go out and kick ass in the world. But then I lost it for a little while there. And then all this Kobe Bryant stuff, like, really lit a fire in my butt because I remembered that mentality. Don't make excuses. Can't blame anybody else. That's LeBron James shit. Can't be a victim. Can't feel sorry for myself, even though some bad stuff happened to me. But like, Kobe really helped me in the later part of my life. Michael Jordan helped me accomplish a lot in the beginning of my life, and Kobe lit a fire in my butt for the second half. And I'm forever thankful. Sadly, this was continuing on in early 2020, and that's when he passed, and my heart broke. My heart shattered when he passed away. But I'll always be forever thankful. It was through videos and stuff like that, but still, in a way, I wish I could thank him somehow. He changed my life. He got me back. He got me back on my feet, and I came back stronger than ever. And yeah, I have a great life. I'm very lucky. I'm a very lucky man now.
Never pulled any punches.
So I didn't say it. Thank you, Kobe. Thank you, Kobe.
See is what you get, man. Neither one of us are gonna go, you know, smile in your face and then go over here and we never did that. We'd say it right to each other, man.
Respect.
We'd be done with it. Now let's go out and win.
You would say, okay, Kobe's not throwing me the ball. And, you know, media would take it and run with it and all this other stuff. And I'm like, well, bruh, if you were in shape, by the time I run down on a fast break and run back and then run down, you're still coming down the first time, bruh. Like, what the hell do you want me to do?
The guys were complaining. Said, Shaq, Kobe's not passing the ball. I said, I'll talk to him. I said, Kobe, there's no I in team.
Oh, yeah.
Kobe said, I know, but there's an in me in that motherfucker.
Oh, man.
So
That's like Kobe's celebration of life.
Back and told Rick and Big Shot Bob, I said, just get the rebound. He's not passing. I knew what I was going to give you. Knew if I could have somebody else I can give similar and more, I was definitely going to win. So I was always the guy that presses buttons. I wanted to do something with him that I used to do when we played together. Like, I would just go in and be like, Kobe, I need 30 tonight. I'm tired. Kobe, I need 40 tonight. Kobe, free throws not falling. I need you to go out and do what you do. I used to come in and be like, hey, man, I'm tired today. I need you to give 40. He'd say, okay. Hey, man, I went to a club last night. I'm not doing it tonight. You do it. True story. So
I'm sure that shit got old after a while, though.
Able, like he had that type of motive. And he was a guy that I know that if I talk smack, he gonna come out and try to score 50. Probably only pulled that trick 15 times. He's probably 15-0 with whatever I demanded. He would go out and do it. I mean, you know, that's just the type of guy he was. He announced he was gonna be playing the last game. TNT flew down, and I did what I always did, even when he was a youngster. So last week on TNT, I challenged him because I knew it would be exciting for him and exciting for the fans. I said, hey, your last game, I think you should, hey, man, I need you to get 50 today. You know, I need you to get 50. And he was like, no, I can't do it. Kobe, they're doing a big celebration for you the last game. A lot of us are going to be there. Can you promise me one thing?
What's up?
I need 50 that night. Can you do it? Your last home game at the Staples, can you give us 50? More than two.
No. No, absolutely not.
All right, brother.
Absolutely not, man.
And we all know what he really did, man. I can't believe he did it, man. He went out in just that freaking perfect Kobe Bryant style.
But I'm looking forward to seeing you, man.
Yes,
likewise.
likewise.
That game one more time, man.
So when I walked into the arena yesterday, I was like, hey, remember our bet. You need 50. And he turned around with the look like he usually does and says, all right, I'll go for it. And at first, you know, I was like, oh, he might not get it, but then they got to 37 and 45 and then 57, and he hit that three, and the crowd goes crazy. It was a great moment. And what did he do? He went out and got 60.
Exactly. Oh, man. I'll take your 50 and raise you 10, Shaq.
That was probably the last time I saw him, but I should have reached out. I should have got in his DM. I just should have. So now I'm just trying to reach out more to people that I know, people that I love, people that I care about.
Yeah.
Who would Shaq be if he had your
And that's a good life lesson for all of us. We all think we're immortal. We all think we're going to be here forever. I don't know how many of you have lost loved ones, and in a shocking way. You know, one day you're talking to them, and the next day they're not there anymore. Yeah, it's really important, everybody. Whatever age you are, you love somebody, you care about them, let them know every day if you can. If you can. Because you just never know.
He'd be the greatest of all time. He'd be the first to tell you that, for sure. I mean, this guy was a force like I have never seen. I mean, it was crazy.
I was obsessed with being the most dominant. He was obsessed with being the best ever. And sometimes you sacrifice a lot of things, and he did. All he did was work out.
Man, this dude he did not care. He was mean. He was nasty.
Yep.
He was competitive. He was vindictive.
Because I had you, I was able to just chill out into something.
Vindictive is a very good word to describe it.
He was vindictive.
Because I had you, I was able to just chill out into something. Do what I do.
See, he finally copped to the fact that after we won championships, he was like, okay, I can just relax and coast over the summer because I know I got a teammate who's going to be training 8-10 hours a day.
I was like, see, that's the BS.
That would piss me off.
That's it. That's what pissed me off.
There it is. There it is. That's what it was.
That was it right there. That was.
Listen, I got beat up. I got hack and shack. I was tired, man. I know he felt sometimes that I didn't work hard or whatever. But again, it all worked. 3 out of 4.
I wish he was in the gym. I would have had 12 rings.
Kobe was a beast. Nobody worked harder than him. But I think you can find success in many ways. See, Kobe was just getting married, getting into his family. I'm already 4 kids in. So after I put in my 2-3 hours of work, now I have to be daddy. Now I have to be husband. Now I have to take care of business. And mentally, I'm so strong, I don't need to work out for these bums anyway. That's what I'm thinking.
That was his biggest mistake, though. Shaq could have been GOAT conversation. Like, he could have possibly been the GOAT. I'm thinking Orlando Shaq. If that guy kept working and working on his game, that guy could have been the GOAT. But yeah, he thought I guess I can understand. He's that much bigger, that much stronger. He's dominating everybody. Even if he's like gaining 20 pounds, it doesn't matter. He's still dominating everybody. Eventually you feel invincible and you think it's never going to end. And I think that's how Shaq felt, but it became the biggest mistake, and it was the detriment to his career because it ended too soon. And by end, I mean like it plateaued way too soon.
So, I think I think it would have been a better question if we'd have no championships, no MVPs, and I would have been an absolute failure. But the resume you just read, that was a hell of a resume, sir.
It's a hell of a resume. Can't question that.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's still one of the greatest. I mean, there's no doubt. When I say like one of the GOATs, I mean like top 3, or 1. But no, man, Shaq, prime Shaq, he's got to be on everyone's top 10. He's my starting center on my all-time list, just as far as because I've got it set up in a certain way. But yeah, it's hard. I don't even want to get in that conversation. I think he's my starting center, but then I think about playing a little smaller with Hakeem Olajuwon and the dynamic between Jordan and Hakeem. And yeah, anyways, here we go. Sorry.
And then when I left, it wasn't about me and him. It was about the business of basketball. The reason why I got traded, it wasn't about me and Kobe beef. It was what they wanted me to take less money. Not doing that. They wanted to go younger. They said, hey, man, we owe you 40 next year, but we don't want to give it to you. We want you to go down to 25. After we split apart, were you trying to get more championships than me?
Absolutely. And I knew you were going to get one. Because of the energy, going into Miami and D-Wade and everything that was there. I knew you were going to get that one. So I knew I had to get at least 2 or 3.
Lakers repeat back-to-back titles. The LA Lakers, the 2010 NBA champions. 5 rings. 5 of them.
Do you think I was pissed when you got number 5?
Of course you were.
Oh,
no doubt.
I tore my house up.
No doubt. I bet you did.
No, I went crazy. Because when I got 4 and you got 4, I was like, hey, I got 4, he got 4, let's straight. When you got that 5th one, and then hold on, you said, I just wanted to get one more.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he did.
Absolutely.
TVs.
Yeah. And I said, you know what? There ain't nothing he can do about it either.
We had great times. We had respectable ups and downs, not real life ups and downs, respectable ups and downs. It's a big brother, little brother situation.
Hey, you guys remember, the first year Shaq was with the Miami Heat? You guys remember that Christmas game? Man, my whole family watched that. Those two, they gave each other like a little bump, but dude, they wanted to kill each other that game. It was the most uncomfortable game I've ever seen. If I'm remembering it correctly, it had like a rookie Bynum in there too, and Shaq just like annihilated him.
CEO. I got a lot of guys that work for me. We don't always agree with things, but because we have respect for each other, that's why we always win championships.
After we played, I wish we could have communicated more. I haven't seen or spoken to him in 11 years, and now you ask me about Kobe Bryant.
Wow.
Well, I mean, when you're playing in a market like Los Angeles, everything becomes magnified, right? And so it's never really the issue between 2 people because those things can be solved with a conversation.
Last time, we did the sit-down everybody was waiting for. That's the last time I hollered. Like, I didn't get the number. I didn't text him. I didn't holler him, and that still haunts me all the shit we went through, we could have shook hands and put that aside. Because people think it was worse than it was. It's just two brothers going at it.
But when things get hyped up a lot, all of a sudden you have other people intermingling in between. And we weren't mature enough to tell everybody else, shut up. Shut up.
I think the same thing happened with Terrell Owens and Donovan McNabb in Philly back in the day, if any of you follow football.
I know what to do. I know the right thing to do. We're going to do it.
Luckily, I won 3 out of 4 with this guy, but I was up to this guy. So I owe you an apology. I'm going to give you an apology, but we ain't going to be doing all that crying. Like that, you know what I'm saying? I love you for that moment. So thank you for that moment.
Thank you.
You know, me and Diesel got to stick together now.
yeah,
Never,
you know,
man.
right?
I know how we do.
Versus the student. Kobe's trying to rob Michael of all his moves, trying to steal his talent, trying to steal his knowledge. Michael's trying to teach Kobe a lesson, trying to give him the experience, the youth, to the wisdom that what he once had. Kobe has a chance to be what Michael is in this league. It's going to take him some time to get there, but he's up to the challenge and he's up to the test today, Bob.
Kobe and Jordan, student and teacher.
Yep.
While Kobe was making his rise to the best player in the league, Jordan was on his way out. But before he left, Jordan tried messing with Kobe. And let's just say that didn't work out too well.
No, it didn't.
What is up, dudes, dudettes, ballers, players? It's your boy MJ. So much music was released last night, it got me confused about how I'm supposed to feel. Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan have had a brotherly relationship.
That's one of my favorite images right there. My bad. Right there. Oh, man. It was at the very end, Kobe torched him. And then all Michael Jordan could do was take a charge just to show that he still got some fundamentals.
Kobe came into the league
man.
in 1996 at the age of 18. Jordan had won his 4th championship at the age of 33. Now, ESPN is releasing the Jordan documentary, and Jordan thinks that it would make people think he's a horrible guy.
Wait a second. How old is this? Where is it? 4 years ago. Oh, wow. So this was before The Last Dance.
Well,
Hell
Jordan, I don't think people thought you were a nice guy.
He never.
Why you bully me?
And that's why Jordan told Muggsy Bogues to shoot at Midget, and he also called himself Black Jesus.
Okay, the Black Jesus thing is real, but the Muggsy Bogues thing was false. Muggsy came out and said, no, he didn't say that.
Yeah, that's different. Trash talk was a part of Jordan's game. He would get inside people's heads or use it as motivation to destroy his opponents. And for the most part, Jordan backed his talk. But he ran up against a different animal in Kobe Bryant.
Kobe starts throwing punches at him.
Someone who wouldn't get intimidated.
He's standing over him.
Let's look into it. Follow the Twitch.
Oh, come on. You got to show it.
I'm streaming.
He better
I'm
show
also
it.
Back on TikTok. Yeah, that's it.
Kobe starts throwing fake punches at him.
Only 14% of you are subscribed, so don't forget to.
They really did have like a big brother, little brother relationship.
On. Drop a like for the amount of Kobe and Jordan trash talk 8,023. This story starts back when Kobe's 19. It's the 1997 season, Kobe's breakout season. In his rookie season, he barely got to play, averaging 15 minutes a game. He was practicing moves without the ball during this time.
So this was his rookie year. We always just looking like, what is this kid doing? Like, what is it? Full speed, sweating, just pump faking and moving around. So
paid off.
We just let him be.
Did you say anything to him?
He said you let him.
But his second season was different, an all-star. But perhaps more importantly, it was the start of the comparisons between Kobe and MJ, especially after the December 12th game. Kobe had just had 2 consecutive games of which he had career highs, 27 points against Houston and then 30 against the Mavs. And this game was another coming out party. Jordan came out guns blazing and Kobe came and answered. Both were hitting jump shots over each other and Kobe hits this fade on him. It's the game where this famous clip happens when Kobe is asking Jordan for advice.
Yep.
Kobe gets a new career.
Yeah, we've covered this one a couple of times, and as you can see, right clip here, Kobe didn't fill the defense with the back of his legs, and that's what MJ was actually teaching him, because Kobe asked, like, how do you read the defense when your back is to the basket? And that was Jordan's advice right there. And it's so funny seeing this because later on in his career, once he mastered it, his fadeaway looked as close to Michael Jordan's as I've ever seen anybody else do.
over each other, and Kobe hits this.
So here it is. All right, he's gonna feel him with his back instead.
It's the game
See?
where this
he's pushing with his
clip
back.
happens when Kobe is asking
Sorry, I
Jordan
nerd out
for
with this
advice.
stuff.
Kobe gets a new career
Freaking love
high with
basketball.
33, Jordan gets 36, and the win. It started the conversation on Kobe as the future. That carries into the next matchup, and this time the matchup is all about Kobe and MJ. The Lakers win in a 25-point blowout, and Kobe scored 20 while Jordan had 31. Yes, Kobe and Jordan would face off more and more, and they would go at it. Not
Yeah, they
as
did.
student-teacher, but as competitors. They still hadn't really talked off the court, not until Phil Jackson wanted to arrange a meeting between the two.
I miss this era where we got to see Jordan and Kobe go at it like this. That was no greater thing for me as a basketball fan.
1999, Jordan's retired again. Jackson wanted Kobe to be a little more patient. Kobe's heading to stardom at the age of 21, but Phil wanted him to set up the offense for Shaq instead of doing the normal 21-year-old thing and take over. So Phil gets Jordan to come to Staples Center after a game. Jordan and Phil are chilling in a room. Kobe walks in for this meeting, and the first thing he says to Jordan is, "You know, I could kick your ass one-on-one."
Yeah.
Kobe.
That is true. That really happened. That's Kobe freaking Bryant right there. The greatest of all time walks in, and Kobe's just challenging him.
"You're reckless." He's 21 years old and straight up calling out Jordan.
I'm mad.
The weirdest part of this is that Jordan replies with, "You know what? You probably could." Jordan is 36 at the time, so you know what? Maybe it makes sense. Phil Jackson specifically said Jordan defused the situation immediately by saying that Kobe still wasn't established and Jordan was the GOAT. That's when their brotherly relationship started. They were still rivals, but Jordan became a sort of big brother. He said that Kobe would call him in the middle of the night to ask him questions and pick his brain. That it would get annoying, but he understood it because that was the passion for the game. And then Jordan made his return to the Wizards. The freaking Wizards with Kwame Brown. Like, this is the roster he decided to return to.
It was a trash roster,
MJ
trash
had the
roster.
perfect ending.
Hey, man, but everyone disses that era. That was awesome. That was a gift. I stand by it. That was an absolute gift, an encore from the greatest of all time. I will cherish those 2 years of basketball because nobody expected it to happen. Nobody.
6 championship, an NBA Finals game winner, Finals MVP, League MVP. It was just everything. But honestly, contrary to the perception of Jordan being trash on the Wizards, he really wasn't.
No, he
wasn't
balled out.
MVP Jordan, but he was a true all-star. He averaged 22.9 points, which was 8th in the league, and 5.2 assists. The Wizards were 19-63 before Jordan joined, and then went 37-45 with him. Kobe and Jordan bantered in the 2002 All-Star game. At this point, Kobe had 2 rings, averaging 28 points a game, and he was showing the talent that everyone was talking about a few years ago. It was all fun and games until the next season. The Lakers faced the Wizards on November 8th, 2002. Kobe had 27 points, Jordan had 25, but the Wizards come up with the 1-point win.
25 points in 30 minutes, 9 for 14. You see, people badmouth him, you know, like he was trash on the Wizards, man. Go watch the footage. Don't watch like just clips. Go watch the games. They're all over YouTube. It's free. I would put them on here and react to them, but my channel gets striked when I try to pull that crap off. But you guys could do it for free. Go watch those games.
Win. That was already bad enough for Kobe, but MJ being MJ had to talk his smack.
Yeah, this is where the mistake comes in. MJ fucked up here.
And told Kobe that you can put the shoes on, but you ain't ever gonna fill them. Kobe was wearing Jordan 7s during that game.
He was wearing the shoes that trash talk is goated.
That got Kobe mad. So mad that for 2 weeks...
All right, so if you didn't catch that, Kobe's wearing Jordan 7s. And, after the game, MJ has to say that. He has to say it to him. You can wear those shoes, but you'll never fill them. And Kobe goes into all-out rage psycho mode, internally, quiet psycho.
Kobe was silent. He didn't speak to any of his teammates. Gilbert Arenas told the story.
Jordan gets that win, right? Jordan hits him on the butt and says, "You can put the shoes on, but you ain't gonna never feel them." Right?
He said that to Kobe.
Uh-huh.
The 8s, he had the 8s on, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're never gonna feel them. They say Kobe didn't talk to the team for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Like he just went silent. But he was on 1 million. So they said, "Phil, what's up with Kobe? He mad at us?" It was like, "Nah, he ain't mad at you." Jordan in Washington. It's like, "And what? 2 weeks ago?" He's like, "Yeah, he told him he can copy him all he want and do all that, but he'll never fulfill those shoes." Hey, they was like, "Yeah, I feel sorry for next time we play Jordan."
Yep. Because Kobe had the same killer and like petty mentality that Jordan had that made him so great. Because especially something like this from your idol, God, this must have been the most pissed off Kobe ever was. But
They said they already knew what was about to happen against MJ when MJ came to LA.
Remember, Kobe has wanted to be great. Jordan was the guy he was getting compared to and who people were saying that he was copying. So for Jordan to say that was definitely a blow to his ego.
yeah, and where Jordan effed up, I mean, the whole thing is hilarious, but we got a 40-year-old Michael Jordan amping up a prime Kobe Bryant. You know, like, what else was going to happen? But Kobe does this in such style.
Like Arenas said, everyone knew what was coming up next. Also, Gilbert Arenas is just fun.
He'd be like, he'd take 6 straight shots, and then someone shoot that 7. Yeah, we need to pass the ball.
In the 2003
Gil ain't that fun anymore.
All-Star game, there's this famous clip. A double overtime game. It seems friendly because it had been months since that initial game in 2002, but the Wizards would be up on March 28th. Kobe definitely had that circle on his calendar, and man, did he go off.
Dude.
Shot after shot, mid-range fadeaway, all in the face of Jordan.
Oh, he bombed so many threes in that first half. It was amazing to watch, actually.
Scored 42 points in the first half, including 8 3-pointers, and at one point...
Okay, did you hear that? Here. 42 points in the first half and 8 3-pointers.
42 points in the first half, including 8 3-pointers, and at one point, 9 consecutive shots.
Jesus.
Yeah.
It was personal.
It was a massacre. It didn't matter who was guarding him, especially
show
if it was Jordan.
Come on.
His teammates already knew that was going to happen, and they knew to give him the ball early and often. Let's just say it wasn't the first time that this sort of thing had happened. Maybe the most interesting part of this was that Kobe was making jokes
There it is. Yeah.
laughing at him while
that was after the job was done. So he's success. This was the passing of the torch, everybody. The official passing of the torch. Like, it was done. You know, MJ did to Kobe what people used to do to MJ, and MJ would torch them in revenge. And he challenged Kobe in the exact same way, and Kobe did exactly what MJ used to do. And I know, like, I'm an MJ guy all day, but dude, this was like something beautiful and symbolic to watch.
This was that Kobe was making jokes at Jordan's expense, laughing at him while wearing Jordan 3 PEs. Now that was a statement. Kobe wasn't scared of MJ, and he proved a point that those shoes, maybe those shoes, could be filled.
Yeah.
Kobe later said that Jordan scored 11 points in the first quarter, including this dunk. He trash talked, and apparently that was the trigger for Kobe. But everyone else knew otherwise. Kobe ended the game with 55 points. Jordan ended the game with 23 in a big fat loss. That was the last game that these two would play because that was Jordan's last season. Kobe and Jordan were alike in so many ways. They had this insatiable drive to be the best. They wanted to destroy their opponents and tear them down. Definitely tear them down. They were competitive beasts, and we were lucky enough to see them go head to head. That night, Jordan passed the torch to Kobe. A rare, amazing moment. But what do you think? Who would win in a 1v1, Kobe or Jordan? Drop a like for Trash Talk Stories and for
You can't
Kobe and
answer
Jordan,
that
'cause
question.
This is amazing. TikTok giveaway at 10K because we back.
Okay. Wow. That's cool. I'll just pause that for a sec for y'all. Yeah, I didn't even know this existed. So at least he knew it existed. 26 years later, he got his hands on it. How cool is that? Exactly. In LA. T-Mac. Bang. All right, if you didn't catch that, it said 3 months before his first NBA game, I believe. Yep, 3 months before his first NBA game. Nice, 360 off the bounce. Look how skinny he is. There's Magic hosting it. Did I just hear that right? Did I just hear that right? There are no white guys in here?
It's one of the white guys that's here. I'm gonna fight. He's up there with a white. You see, he's got glasses on his hat. See him up there? He's got glasses on his hat. The white dude. He's got a white shirt on and a black hat.
Yo, that's Steph. That's Strawberry.
No, he's just got glasses on his hat. You see that? There's the guy with the camera.
Oh. Yo, Strawberry got drafted in '96 as well, right?
Down there, further down, there's a white guy with glasses on his hat. You can see the glasses shining off. Taking a drink. I'll get him.
Dude, Ray Allen. Yeah. Y'all don't know if you didn't see young Ray Allen, man. Young Ray Allen would dunk on everyone. He was not a pure shooter back in the day. That wasn't his game. He was a penetrator and an attacker, but he ended up being one of the greatest shooters of all time. Dude, that's cool to see. Whoever's recording this is hilarious because they're like really, really focused on some white dude with some sunglasses on. All right, sorry. I got not hear this with the headphones on. All right, here's Kobe. Bang. Hey, Magic was still looking good. Hey, I didn't get to see that one. Oh, Michael Finley. Bang. Dude, Michael Finley did some dunk contests in the NBA too. Played for the Suns, played for the Mavericks, played for the Spurs, I believe, too. Michael Finley was a real one, man. That dude could ball. No, Jerry Stackhouse. That was another one of those the next Jordan kind of guys. That's nice. That's all right. Oh my God, T-Mac. Oh my God. Can we see that again? Can we see that again? Oh my God. What a dunk. Wow.
Yo, that's crazy.
All right, here's Kobe. Oh, Kobe off the bounce between the legs. Holy shit, Kobe. Man, that's a high school. Charles a bandit. Oh no. Oh no. No, that's got to be the worst feeling in the world.
Go first, Sam. Chase.
Oh, Brett Berry. Brett Berry won a dunk contest. I don't know what it was with this dude, but this dude can kind of fly. Nice. Nice. That's Rick Barry's kid, by the way. Oh, he's dancing too. What are you doing? Hey, is that Penny? Is that Penny Hardaway? That is Penny Hardaway. All right. All right. So this is 1997. He came in the league around 94. So this was still pre-injury Penny, if I'm not. Yeah, this was still pre-injury. I expected him to get up a little high. Come on, Penny. T-Mac. Bang. That's that Skywalker. What the hell is his name? Herschel Skywalker or something like that? That was a dunk straight out of that. I wish I remembered his name. Stick it in the comments if y'all remember. I think it was like Herschel Skywalker, something like that. That dunked him. Bang. That's sick. That forearm clutch. All right, Kobe. Oh, he did the Vince Carter. Did he just do the Vince Carter? Before Vince Carter? No fucking way. Did he create that dunk? Holy shit. Did Kobe create this dunk? Bang! Okay, Vince Carter's looked better, but holy shit. He created this dunk. The forearm through the fucking rim. Yeah, give it to him. Give it to him. That's how you win a dunk contest. Dude, what a lineup. Jordan was in the audience, sitting next to Jack Nicholson.
Now look at Mossy. Really? Oh, so that's how you gonna play it.
He just kind of went by, and I went, uh-oh, should have never done that.
You gonna do this? Okay, fine. That's all I needed. That's all I needed for him to do that, and it became personal with me.
All right, that's not accurate.
It was the 1999 NBA season, and the time...
Those statements have nothing to do with Kobe Bryant, by the way. I don't know. This guy just trolling.
Time had come for one of the most anticipated games of the year. The Los Angeles Lakers versus the Houston Rockets. This game was literally like some DC versus Marvel type shit. You had Kobe Bryant,
Oh, my bad. It was with the Rockets, not with the Blazers. I forgot.
Shaquille O'Neal, Dennis Rodman on one side. Then you had Scottie Pippen, Charles Barkley, and Hakeem Olajuwon on the other. Then who's watching on the sidelines? Yup, Michael Jordan. Even though he's retired, he was probably still the best basketball player on the planet, being only a few months removed since his last championship. This game couldn't get any better. So many NBA legends in just one regular season game. But for Kobe, he had other plans. I personally forgot Pippen, Barkley, and Hakeem all played together at some point, but this season was a shortened one due to the 7-month lockout. And just before the Players Association reached an agreement with the owners, Michael Jordan dropped a bomb on the world.
Well, we do this again, second time.
Yeah.
I tell my wife coming down, I felt like I was getting married, you know. But
by retiring on January 13th, 1999. Weirdly enough though, 1 week before his retirement, his hand did allegedly get sliced open with a cigar cutter, which did require surgery. Knowing Michael, it seems believable, since when did he not have a cigar in his hand?
Well, no, that part's legit, but that's not why he retired. He said it all season in 98 that if they don't bring the team back together, especially if Phil Jackson is not coaching, then he's not coming back. He said it clear. Even at the final game after they won the championship, he didn't change his tune. So that had nothing to do with him retiring. He would have done it. He was going to do it regardless. But yeah, sucks that he did. Imagine if he would have gone to the Lakers. He would have just followed Phil Jackson, gone to the freaking Lakers, and played with Shaq and Kobe. Could you imagine?
But this did raise suspicion to the conspiracy behind his retirement from gambling or other off-the-court issues.
What conspiracy?
But anyways, the season was now only 50 games in length, and with the Chicago Bulls completely disbanding its team, a new team was ready to take the limelight. Scottie went to the Rockets, Dennis to the Lakers, and a young Kobe was finally an NBA starter. The NBA was back and looking forward to finding the next face of the league. But to all the fans in the world, that title still belonged to MJ. So wherever he went, fans went wild at even just the sight of him.
They still do. 26 years later, they still do. He can't go anywhere, this guy. It's act like, they just seen God. To be fair, I haven't seen him fit in person since, wow. Was it the 80s? Yeah, like late 80s, maybe 89, something like that. So if I saw him in the real world, I might shit my pants too. So just to be fair.
On February 28th, 1999, he popped up at a Laker game. Fans gave him a standing ovation and he sat down with his good friend Jack Nicholson, ready to watch Pippen, a newly acquired Rodman, and his apprentice, Kobe Bryant. The first meeting between these two, Kobe got the best of Scottie, considering Scottie only shot 4 of 18 from the field. But this game,
44 minutes, 10 points, 9 rebounds. Ouch. 4 for 18, Scottie. What the fuck, dude? Yeah, Scottie was not that great after the Bulls run. He had a big head too, and I don't mean by size. I just mean like ego-wise. That's why he didn't work out in Houston for him. And he had a couple of decent seasons in Portland, but it was never the same Scottie. Really, from that injury in the offseason, before his final year with the Bulls, before the 98 season, he was never the same guy. He never came back the same.
Was set. Pippen was looking for revenge for the last outing, but Kobe was ready to prove to everybody.
I mean, 4 for 18, though. That's like 20% shooting.
And especially with MJ in attendance, that Pippen was nothing to him. The game didn't start too well for, well, anyone.
Whoops.
Though when Dennis checked in, everyone took notice of his new haircut, and he did get an ovation from the crowd, it being his second game as a Laker.
Yeah, this did not last long.
And here comes Rodman, and also their high number of turnovers cut down their attempts.
Did y'all forget Dennis played for the Lakers? I definitely did.
Yeah, no, he did, and then he played for the Mavericks. He played for the Spurs before he went to the Bulls, and Detroit got rid of him. Everybody got rid of him. The only person that was able to keep him in line was, well, I don't want to say person, it was people. The combination between Phil Jackson and Michael Jordan, because he respected Michael Jordan so much. And it's crazy. I didn't know this stuff until, later on, while Dennis talks about it these days. And it was because he respected Michael Jordan so much, he didn't want to let him down. So he really tried his best to be on his best behavior. And then Phil was the coach who actually understood him. And that was a big deal. He understood and accepted him. But you needed both, because Phil just alone couldn't contain him. He needed Jordan and Phil, Kobe was too young to be able to step into this role, and Shaq hated him. So this experiment did not last long.
He only played like 30 games for them before leaving the very next season. Though when the second half of this game started, it was time for the show everyone was waiting for. Kobe threw down a nasty dunk. Then both he and Pippen started to take over.
Derek Fisher from the head of the key.
Ouch. Ouch.
Scottie Pippen, one of the greatest transition players in NBA history, has it
Oops.
allowed for him.
How'd you miss that, Scotty?
Kobe takes it right back at him.
How the hell did that go in?
For 12 in the first half, that makes him 5 for 13. So he's getting his shots, and most of them are on quick plays like that.
That's yeah, good defense, better offense right there.
Knight has 4 fouls now. Scotty, left hand.
Oh, what a beautiful move by
Nice
Scottie
layup.
Pippen. He faked over the top.
Pippen driving on Fox.
Bam, nice roll.
Beautiful move. Rodman came over to take the charge. It looked like
He lost his legs at this point, though, huh? Scotty couldn't jump anymore.
You got a lot of confidence when you've missed your first 5. You finally get one to go 1%.
Kobe.
Oh, shoot.
God
How do you
damn.
guard
Y'all
that?
see that hezzy pull up?
Oh, my God.
Beautiful. Just beautiful.
I might have fallen on my ass guarding that.
But before he took the shot, he...
Pippen behind the screen.
See, now Scotty's hit 2 jumpers, and they're going way underneath that screen, forcing him to the baseline.
Freaking MJ's loving this.
1 second to shoot. Hakeem beat the shot clock. Bryant with the rebound. Kobe on the lob to Jones.
Eddie Jones.
That previous possession, Scottie Pippen did too much dribbling. That's normally not his game. He got caught, and they had to take a wild shot to beat the clock, and then nobody hit it.
Kobe.
Damn, you went right into him.
Catino Mobley's playing Kobe Bryant. They took their time, put Kobe in the post, no double team.
I love it.
Raised over the top.
I love it.
A minute today.
You know, Jordan was on the sidelines watching this crap, just eating it all up. And none of us knew what Jordan had planned. And that was 2 years he was going to come back out of retirement and go head to head against Kobe many times. And he proved it. I mean, Jordan proved who he is because at the twilight of his career, going against a young, athletic Kobe Bryant, he held his own. And he would beat Kobe some games. He'd get the best of him. Kobe would get the best of Jordan some games. It was the coolest baton passing I've ever seen of mutual respect. Old man versus young buck. And it was like Jordan 2.0. And Jordan just had to teach him a few lessons and pass the baton. And we all know now that Jordan was mentoring him the entire time. So even after Jordan retired all the way through Kobe's career, he was mentoring Kobe. And I had no idea that was going on throughout Kobe's career. But finding that out, that blew my mind. And also finding it out from Kobe himself and from Jordan himself. Like, it was real. These two were in constant contact. Anyways, going off on a tangent here. I just think it's awesome. Hey.
Watch this move. Watch Scotty just locked him. He actually is out of the picture when he makes the jump shot. You think Kobe
Too quick.
doesn't know that Michael Jordan's sitting over there right now critiquing everything that he does?
Oh shit. Oh my god. How can you? Oh my god.
Bang.
How can
Oh,
you come
man.
back from that? Bro, he did not just do that to Pippen.
Oh,
All
yeah.
while staring at MJ, shaking his head. And all Michael could do was smile.
Yeah. Kobe might have been like 25% responsible for Jordan coming out of retirement just to go head to head against who was about to be the next this player, just to know where he stands. And I'm glad he did. Some of my favorite basketball moments ever are Jordan versus Kobe. We'll never see some shit like that again.
He knew Kobe was a killer, and with the face he was making, Kobe knew it himself too. I wouldn't be surprised if MJ was about to suit up right then and there to face Kobe and had one of his moments.
That's all I needed for him to do that, and it became personal with me.
Once again, not
and
accurate.
Just to end off
accurate.
the one-on-one, Kobe does this.
Deny me a shot.
I think the one thing, and I think Isaiah said it very well in the studio the one day, is he has that kind of ability, but he doesn't need to do it on every play. So to learn how to do that.
Pippen with Kobe on him and a jump ball as he ties him up. So this means something to Kobe, even though the game is locked up. Bryant having his moments against Pippen.
Yeah, for sure.
He realized that Scottie Pippen is a 6-time world champion and he's one of the top 50 all-time players.
I mean, we went after Pippen and got the best of him. And a couple years later, he went after Jordan, and they got the best of each other. But I hate to admit it, in this matchup, Kobe kind of crushed Scottie. You know, Scottie couldn't guard him, and Scottie couldn't really score on him either. So Kobe wins this war.
And he realizes that you give halftime, if it was close, who would the game go to? You said the Lakers. You were absolutely correct. Younger legs, fresher.
Damn, even a jump ball.
Pippen out there till the bitter end. Bryant
Got you.
behind the screen. Tomjanovich asked for time.
Game's over. Houston calls timeout to pull the starters, and just watching this entire exchange between these two greats was just beautiful. Everyone watching there just knew that Kobe was going to be great. After coming off just okay seasons prior, there was no doubt in everyone's mind that he had next. You could honestly see that killer instinct just right in his face. And
Yeah.
MJ knew Kobe had this one in the bag, just smiling every time Kobe scored on Pippen. So the Lakers win 109-90. But to end off the night, interestingly enough,
dude, they won by 18 points.
Dennis Rodman forgot his wife's name.
Everyone in this world knows what I can do and what I can bring to a team. I bring excitement, I bring a lot of hustle, enthusiasm, and this team needs something right now. They need a little leadership, and I thought I'd never say that. But, I'm on a different team with good young guys. I want to say hello to my wife.
Wait. Can I just hear that again real quick? What he said about leadership?
What I can bring to a team. I bring excitement.
Interestingly enough, Dennis Rodman forgot his wife's name.
Everyone in this world knows what I can do and what I can bring to a team. I bring excitement, I bring a lot of hustle, enthusiasm, and this team needs something right now. They need a little leadership, and I thought I'd never say that.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
I'm on a different team with good young guys. I want to say
No, it's fair. With the Pistons, he didn't need to bring leadership. He had Joe D. He had Isaiah. And with the Bulls, he had Pippen. He had Jordan, Bill. But here, yeah, man. Shaq was a wild card, and Kobe was a young buck. So, yeah. I wouldn't say Rodman's a great leader. But, I see where he's coming from.
say hello to my wife, Tara Patrick. I hope that your grandmother feel well, and we're with you, baby.
All right, Dennis. Back to you, Bob.
That's just Dennis things, man.
That
But
is
Kobe
Dennis.
said before this
Dennis
game
was
that
probably drunk.
nobody could guard him. And that was including one of the best defenders in the world, Scottie Pippen.
Yeah.
After this game, he proved exactly that to everyone, that he's unguardable. You can't even slow him. He's always going to get his. Moments like these is what made Kobe Bryant into what he's remembered today. A legend. Hey, did you guys want to see NBA players saying dumb things? Well, click on this.
At the beginning of the journey was not playing. Right, because I felt like my coach, Dale Harris at the time, was trying to make sure he did not show favoritism to the young kid. And as a result, he swung completely the opposite direction and doing things that weren't really fair. And not playing.
The Mamba was caged in. He was tucked away on the bench for an entire season to satisfy the egos of the veteran players. The only time he would ever see the court was during garbage time, when the game was out of reach. The same thing happened during a playoff game against the Portland Trail Blazers. This was his opportunity to showcase his greatness, and he gave the NBA world the first glimpse of someone who would end up being one of the most legendary players. Let's set the stage. It's Game 3 at the Memorial Coliseum in Portland. The Lakers are up 2-0 of the first round series. They won both games by double digits thanks to the dominance of Shaq. In Game 1, he had 46 points on 63% shooting.
All right, so this is when they still had Nick Van Exel and Eddie Jones, I believe, as the guards. So Kobe was, barely playing.
The Blazers were looking to avoid getting swept by their division rivals.
That's a bonus.
Behind the hot shooting of Kenny Anderson, who went a perfect 8 for 8 from the field in the first half, they had a commanding 23-point lead after 2 quarters. In the third quarter, it got even worse. With less than 2 minutes left to go in the period, they went up by 31 points.
Wow.
The game was over for everyone except one player. With less than 6.5 minutes left and the game still out of reach, the young Black Mamba found his moment to attack.
In garbage time.
Bryant's going to try to create, but what he knows to do is go get. They're doing this methodically. Kobe Bryant's the pull-up jumper.
Oh, not garbage time. They still left Shaq out there. Okay.
In the third.
All right, everybody. So this is fresh out of high school Kobe Bryant, everyone. His first real opportunity.
The Lakers tonight are only 2 of 13.
Damn, man.
Here's Kobe. Gets a pick.
Oh, my God.
Sabonis steps out.
Look how skinny he was, too.
A 31-point lead was cut to 6 points. In only 6 minutes of play, he scored 14 points.
Okay, 14 points in 6 minutes, fresh out of high school, with a lot of pressure. A lot of pressure. Damn, Kobe. He was always a killer.
The Blazers were witnesses of what...
And after watching videos of, like, LeBron in the playoffs, where he acts like he's holding a hot potato and he doesn't even want the ball, and he's choking in the finals, and to think a kid fresh out of high school, Kobe Bryant, had some big-ass balls, man. That's all I got to say.
What Kobe Bryant would be famous for doing throughout his career. He could lead a large comeback through his sheer will and his legendary scoring ability. No matter how large the lead was, no matter how cold he was from the field, you knew that he could get hot in an instant. It just takes one shot. Then all of a sudden, the Lakers are right back in the game.
How do you
At times, he is doing it all by himself. We have seen it throughout his career. The Blazers saw it 3 years later in the 2000 Conference Finals. In Game 7.
He used to do this thing. Because the Suns used to... Okay, how I want to say this. During the big rivalry between the Suns and the Lakers during this era, sometimes the Suns would just get hot in the first 3 quarters, and we'd be up by 20, 25, 30 points going into the fourth, right? Kobe would do this thing at the end of the third quarter, which is just hit a ridiculous 3 at the buzzer. And it's like, you don't think much of it, but it's like if you were comfortable and you were up by 25, you're like, all right, well, we're up by 22 still. That's all right. And then Kobe just starts chipping away the entire fourth quarter. And half the time they'd come back and win that shit. Drove me nuts. Man, I hated Kobe back then. Guy drove me crazy. He's such a good player.
He led the Lakers from a 16-point deficit in the third quarter. In the 2002 Conference Final Series against the Sacramento Kings,
damn, man.
He helped LA come back from a 24-point deficit in Game 4.
Damn. Yep.
He led a furious comeback against the Dallas Mavericks in the 2002-03 season when they were down by 27 points in the fourth quarter. In the 2003 semifinal series against the San Antonio Spurs, he helped erase a 25-point deficit in Game 5. Then there was a time he nearly pulled off the greatest comeback in NBA Finals history. In Game 2 of the 2008 Finals against the Boston Celtics, he nearly led his team from a 23-point deficit in the fourth quarter.
Damn.
That is just a few of many examples.
I don't remember that one against Boston. Okay, Game 1, 20-point deficit in the third. Game 5, 17-point deficit in the second. Tonight, which looks like it was Game 6, They trailed by 24 points with 7:40 remaining, and then Kobe got him back. Wow, man. Damn, Kobe.
There was no player that you feared more in these situations.
Nope.
It was his immense confidence in himself, along with his exceptional one-on-one skills. It was something that he's always had, even at the tender age of 18. Unfortunately, the Lakers never used this weapon that they had to the fullest during his rookie season.
Nah.
Since he wasn't getting much exposure, the NBA world turned a blind eye to what seemed to be a one-off moment. In reality,
I mean, to be fair, Eddie Jones was pretty much an all-star at that point. So I understand. They should have given him some more minutes, maybe a little more, like 6 or 8 per game or whatever he was getting. But you couldn't just let a guy come out of high school and then take a guy like Eddie Jones's spot. So that was, Kobe was picked for the future, not for that first year.
it was a warning shot to the rest of the league. But what about you all? Do you remember this forgotten moment from Kobe?
I don't.
What is your favorite comeback that he was a part of during his 20-year career? Let me know in the comments. Thanks for watching.
I mean, I've got a ton of stories of that, but I just think it's really interesting that he did this in his first season when he wasn't getting any game time. Like he was prepared. Here we go. How did somebody playing dirty end Kobe's career? Here we go.
Here is the dirtiest play in NBA history.
Not backing down. Barea. Oh, look at that. And his Bynum, he will be ejected.
With just minutes left in a blowout statement sweep over the Los Angeles Lakers in the second round of the playoffs, Mavericks guard JJ Barea drove to the basket and Andrew Bynum struck him with an elbow
that's
one of the biggest push league things I've ever seen. That is terrible.
Bynum, to his credit, would actually call JJ Barea the next day to apologize.
I want to actually apologize to JJ Barea for doing that. I'm just glad that he wasn't seriously injured.
But the damage had been done. The Lakers went out in embarrassing fashion as shockingly, just a minute before this, Lamar Odom had been ejected for semi-tackling Dirk Nowitzki.
Your defense is now broken down and at a disadvantage.
Whoa.
All right.
He went to
That's
the
dirty,
on purpose. So a flagrant 2 is called on Lamar Odom, who was ejected.
Rewind to game 2, and Ron Artest also came at JJ Barea's face.
He gonna get suspended.
Okay.
You really believe that?
All right. That's stupid.
In front of millions in the playoffs, the Lakers disgraced themselves, and Kobe Bryant would never again reach the NBA Finals. While that very season, Dirk and the Mavs would go on to beat LeBron in the 2011 championship. But here's where things would get even more interesting, as directly following this season, the NBA would have a lockout that Kobe Bryant claimed was a direct attempt to sabotage the Lakers.
You think the players in general in the NBA believe that the owners are losing money to the extent that they claim they're losing money?
No. No, it's laughable, actually.
Everything that was
like the value of NBA teams were peaking out at that point.
done with the lockout was to restrict.
Not peaking out. They were on the rise. I think they might be peaking out now because when Mark Cuban sells the majority of his shares or the majority of his holdings to the Dallas Mavericks, it gets me wondering because he was talking about he doesn't see the NBA moving to streaming services and that's the future. Actually, it's kind of the present. So if it's regular cable TV that we got to use to watch basketball, NBA, I get what he's talking about because I have to come up with my certain ways to watch a lot of games because I don't have cable TV. I don't know anybody who's got cable TV anymore. Like who pays for that regular service? So yeah, they got to get on some kind of a streaming system, where we can watch it. Not on cable TV. All right. Anyways, here we go.
The Lakers' ability to get players and to create a sense of parity. Kobe would say, and then the very next season, the Lakers would trade for Chris Paul, and the deal would be vetoed by the NBA and David Stern, with Kobe saying the trade got vetoed because they just staged the whole lockout to restrict the Lakers. Mitch got penalized for being smart. So we're left with many questions here. Why were the defending back-to-back NBA champions so angry after this 2011?
Okay, a little insight. I know at that time the NBA actually owned the Hornets. I forgot what the circumstances were. but I believe the owner got booted for something, you know, something bad. And the next thing you know, the NBA itself had to seize the Hornets. And at that point, they got they got to make decisions. So they got to veto that trade legally. But let's see what Mike has that I don't know.
Sweep. Do Kobe Bryant's allegations hold up that the league was working against the Lakers? And what exactly did the Lakers do after this series to not only ruin the end of Kobe Bryant's career, but also never give him the chance to match Michael Jordan with title number 6? So what's up, Mike here, and today we are deep diving into the final years of Kobe's career in search of the truth, as Kobe's claim that the league was actively working against the Lakers is quite a big one, especially because headed into the 2011 season, it did look like Kobe had a very real chance of cementing his legacy by not only matching Michael Jordan when it came to championships won, but also
Until
almost
that injury?
overnight after the vetoed Chris Paul trade, the Lakers went from back-to-back champs.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Before that injury, I was convinced he was gonna get 7. I thought he was gonna surpass Jordan, and at that point, I didn't like. So that pissed me off, but I was like bracing myself for this, that like Kobe's going to be remembered as the greatest of all time. But he ended up with 5. And it drives me crazy now because I actually like Kobe and I'm wondering, why is he not being remembered as even one of the greatest of all time? It's honestly, it's bullshit. You know, cuz I thought if he got 7, that was it. That was it. It would be hands down Kobe's the greatest basketball player of all time. I would have shut up about Jordan and say Jordan is number 2. But now we're all talking about LeBron, and I don't freaking understand it. I don't understand it at all. Kobe's my number 2.
To championship contenders to a 6-year playoff drought. As remember, the 2011 Lakers were actually picked to win the Western Conference Finals, and only the Miami Heat were picked ahead of them in terms of title favorites. This team was supposed to be Kobe Bryant's version of The Last Dance, and Kobe was still very much in his prime. What's up, guys? With basketball season starting to heat up, it is time to turn our attention to the sport that matters the most, and today I have teamed up with DraftKings, who have a brand new way to play daily fantasy sports.
There we go. And then
at just 32 years old, Kobe Bryant would finish 4th in the MVP voting in 2011, as he was also named first team All-NBA and first team All-Defense. When comparing him to Michael Jordan,
by the way, y'all remember prime MVP Rose? MVP D Rose, man. Holy cow.
Jordan was 32 years old to begin the 1996 season, his first full season back after his baseball retirement, and the 1996 season would give Jordan the first title of his second three-peat, which meant at the same age, headed into their respective seasons, Kobe actually held a 2-title lead over Mike, cementing his final three-peat, made Michael Jordan the GOAT we know today.
If it wasn't for that Achilles tear, shoot.
Kobe in 2011 had a chance to replicate this, as with Shaq from 2000 to 2002, Kobe had already won his own first three-peat. All he needed was one title to match Mike, and Kobe made this very publicly known. This was his mission, which would make Kobe's claims that the NBA was essentially out to get him and the Lakers strange, as wouldn't it be in their best interest to help prop up one of the faces of their league, one of the biggest players we've ever seen? Or were they more interested in keeping Jordan as their poster child?
Not anymore. It looked like they were just making room for LeBron, if I'm just being real. Sorry, I got quiet because I was just thinking about it. Because how did it happen? How did all this happen? They didn't want Kobe to replace MJ, yet they wanted LeBron to replace MJ, and they still do to this day. How did that happen?
with an emerging poster child on the way in LeBron. Kobe's thoughts were given to us in an interview with GQ in February of 2015, where he said, "I don't care what any other owner says. Everything that was done with that lockout was to restrict the Lakers' ability to get players and to create a sense of parity for the San Antonios of the world and the Sacramentos of the world. Even with those restrictions, the Lakers pulled off a trade that immediately set us up for a championship, a run of championships later, and which saved money. Now, the NBA vetoed that trade. There has been much speculation about this veto trade, which we are going to get into, but already, the fact that the NBA would veto the Chris Paul trade to the Lakers and instead watched as Paul became the face of Los Angeles' other franchise, the Clippers, a team that went from a valuation of $305 million in 2011 to now $4.65 billion is very interesting. And as we dive deeper into the veto,
that new owner's doing well. No wonder why he's building a new arena, which I hear is state of the art. I'd love to check that out.
Trade, we find a lot of strangeness, as while we were told it was not fair for the Hornets because of the players involved, the story here is much more complicated. To begin, after this trade was vetoed, NBA commissioner at the time, David Stern, would say he was only generally informed about the discussions with teams. However, former NBA vice president of basketball operations, Stu Jackson, would years later claim Stern ran things by me as an ex-general manager at the time. I explained to David the following. I felt that the package of Odom, Martin, Scola, Dragic was going to vault the New Orleans Hornets to a position where they'd make the playoffs, but they were going to be a playoff team that was not capable of winning a championship. This tracks with David Stern's comments in 2018, where he said he vetoed the trade because he was protecting the then Hornets.
Oh, okay, all right. A little bit of context. At the time, the Hornets weren't really a contender, but Chris Paul was in his prime, man. And he was getting those Hornets into the playoffs every year and usually get past the first round, sometimes the second round. They were legit, but they weren't a title contender. So this statement of them getting into the playoffs but not being a contender sounds like it wouldn't really change much.
Who, we need to keep in mind, were being sold at the time. And while Kobe was very adamant about the league's suspicious dealings, Rockets general manager Daryl Morey, who was a part of this original trade, would decline to comment, citing the advice of counsel not to discuss details of the conversations or his feelings about the NBA's decision. To finish this off, two individuals with inside knowledge of these trade talks would say Dell Demps, the Hornets general manager at the time, said that David was briefed and that it was a done deal. Dell at regular intervals was updating NBA Vice Presidents Stu Jackson and Joel Litvin, and that they told David himself throughout the day. In essence, what we can gather here is that in order to sell the Hornets for more money, Stern stopped this trade and with that ended up creating the parity that he wanted. The clip.
Okay. Well, okay. I mean, that would make sense if they kept Chris Paul. But I can't remember who the Hornets for Chris Paul, because I get it. If the NBA is trying, they currently own the Hornets and are trying to sell the Hornets, they want max money. That's just business. But then who did they get that was that much better from the Clippers? Let's find out.
Clippers would rise in the Lob City era.
Are you serious?
Lob City.
Oh my God.
The Hornets would end up getting Anthony Davis, which we'll also get into, but Kobe and the Lakers, their last chance to win a championship was ruined here, and so was potentially Chris Paul's legacy. As if Chris Paul had played for the Lakers, his career would of course been completely different. In 2012, with the Clippers, Chris Paul was named
in his prime, dude. Pair him up with Kobe, they would have won some rings. No doubt.
First team All-NBA, first team All-Defense, and he was third in the MVP voting. In 2012 with the Lakers, Kobe Bryant was named first team All-NBA, second team All-Defense, and finished fourth in the MVP voting. There is no question that this combination of superstars would have been better than what the Lakers ended up with, as this veto trade and the trade that they would make following this would lead to their fall and a 6-year playoff drought, and it also would have been better for the Hornets themselves.
Is that what led to the Dwight Howard and Steve Nash era? I'm pretty sure it is. Okay, let's You answered my question from. All right. Clippers got Chris Paul, some money, and a second-round draft pick. They received Aminu, Eric Gordon, legit. Chris Kaman, not so much. And a 2012 first-round pick. See, I think the Lakers trade was better for the Hornets. By far. By far. So then what the hell? What the hell with this theory?
As the Hornets ended up trading Chris Paul to the Clippers in a deal that was centered around Eric Gordon, the only reason the New Orleans Hornets were saved from this trade was the fact that they would win the 2012 draft lottery with a 13.7% chance to get the top pick, which meant the new owners were able to build around Anthony Davis, which is a big As for the Lakers' downfall, now forced to run things back with a similar team for the 2012 season. Again, Kobe was an absolute superstar. It is forgotten how great Kobe was leading up to his Achilles injury. However, Pau Gasol, the known second best player on the Lakers' 2009 and 2010 title teams, had completely fallen apart on the Lakers. When it came to the playoffs in 2011, in the 4-game sweep against the Mavs, yes, in Game 1 we did have a controversial set of calls. On one end, Pau Gasol got called for this foul on Dirk Nowitzki.
Find him on the inbounds as Kid gets it into Nowitzki, and he's fouled by Gasol. The Lakers
Did he hit his head? I think he slapped the back of his head.
Nowitzki will go to the line.
This led to 2 Dirk free throws that gave the Mavs a lead. And then on the other end, despite the fact that Jason Kidd had both of his hands around Kobe Bryant's waist, there was no call made as Kobe would trip, and then Kobe would also miss a game-winning 3 in this Game 1, and the Lakers would lose. From there, they would proceed to get swept as Pau Gasol averaged just 12.5 points per game on 42% shooting to Dirk Nowitzki's 25.3 points per game on 57% shooting. Then, after he was told he was traded to the Rockets and instead had to return to the Lakers, in the 2012 playoffs against the Oklahoma City Thunder, Pau averaged just 12 points per game on 44% shooting in a 5-game second-round loss. In this same series, Kobe tried his best, averaging 31 points per game, but he simply did not have the help needed, which would lead to a complete disaster. As now, after back-to-back horrible playoff performances, Pau Gasol's trade value had been tanked, and the Lakers' answer was to move Andrew Bynum for Dwight Howard in a complicated 4-team deal. Dwight's time in Los Angeles can only be described as a nightmare. We actually just covered that in a recent video, but now, instead of a pairing of Kobe and Chris Paul, CP3 again was first-team All-NBA in 2013 and was 4th in MVP voting. The Lakers turned to a 38-year-old Steve Nash, whose best moment in Los Angeles was...
Yeah, here's where it fell apart. I mean, Dwight Howard made sense because it's trying to revisit the Shaq Kobe era, but they had no idea how soft Dwight Howard really was. And yeah, he just couldn't hang, man. He's not that guy. You know what I mean? He's not a killer. So he couldn't hang with another killer. Steve Nash, man, you know, it broke my heart to see him go to the Lakers, but the year prior, he was still delivering for the Suns. So if he didn't get seriously injured the way he did with the Lakers, this might have worked. But where I think it all fell apart was bringing in Mike D'Antoni. I get it. Nash's prime was with D'Antoni, and that offense was run, you know, I get it. But that wasn't going to work with a Dwight Howard and a Kobe. I think if they would have brought Phil Jackson back or not fired him like idiots, run the triangle with Nash, make Nash, you know, not only a playmaker, but make him shoot more threes because, I mean, that's perfect. You know, in the triangle offense, you give the ball down low to either Dwight Howard or Kobe in the post, one or the other, and they're both going to get double teams. Nash is sitting wide open for threes, and he was the most efficient three-point shooter at the time. So, I don't know. I thought they were going to go more that direction, and I thought they were going to stack rings, but they didn't. They went with firing the greatest coach of all time and bringing in Mike D'Antoni. They got what they got, man.
Was this viral video.
Fans have been pretty good so far.
Nash would play in just 50 games in the regular season in 2013 and in just 2 playoff games, as his back injuries that had plagued him throughout his career finally caught up to him. It has actually been said that...
I wanted to look at this real quick. All right. Let's see. All right. Points to assists. So this is when he hit his prime. And 24 and 11, 20 and 10, 18 and 13. I mean, okay, so see, like the season before, he didn't really decline that much. He was still getting 18 and 10. Like he was still performing. Look what happened here. But I wanted to look at his 3-point shooting percentage. It went down, okay. Went down to 38% by 2010. Why is this blocked off? Why are we missing a year here? I don't know. Okay, so his 3-point shooting actually went down pretty significantly his last year in Phoenix. I didn't know that because this is what I remembered. And okay.
That Nash's inability to play and the team struggles that followed, combined with Kobe's relentless desire to win his 6th title, is what caused his Achilles injury. The injury that took away the end of his career. In 2013, the year of his Achilles injury, Kobe was named to the first team All-NBA for the 8th straight time. In this year, he averaged over 27 points per game. He averaged 6 assists per game and 5.6 rebounds. And he also finished 5th in the MVP voting. His on-court production was still incredible. However, the injuries were catching up to him. These injuries were so apparent to his teammates while Kobe was still pushing himself so hard that teammates such as Dwight Howard would yell, "We gotta protect him," to Lakers coaches. And the coaches tried. "You've got to come out." Head coach Mike D'Antoni would beg his star at the end of every first quarter, but Kobe's response was always the same. "I'll tell you when I need to come out."
That's why he needed Phil, because he actually respected Phil. And, you know, during their last run together, what Phil said goes. And they had, you know, they had a harmony between the two of them finally. So you get rid of Phil and you bring in an unproven coach, a guy who's never won a championship. You think Kobe's going to listen to him? Hell no.
Important here is in the 7 games leading up to his Achilles tear, the Lakers were in a battle to make the playoffs still. The Lakers, Utah Jazz, and the Rockets were all fighting for the 7th and 8th spot. And so...
real quick, this is why I respect Kobe and MJ and guys like that so much more than LeBron. LeBron just missing games left and right. I saw they won the other night with a great defensive play. And I was looking around for LeBron, and I'm like, I don't freaking see LeBron in this highlight at the end of the game. And I look it up, and he's missed another game, you know. But if they don't make the playoffs, he's going to blame his team. Kobe, he put his whole career on the line just to make the damn playoffs. Just another season of making the playoffs. He put his whole body on the line, his whole future on the line. He didn't care. He wanted to win.
In the 7 games that he played leading up to his injury, Kobe would average 45.5 minutes per game as the Lakers were pushing. And in the final game...
45.5, so he's missing... He's getting subbed out for 2.5 minutes per game on average at that time. That's sick.
Game of the 7-game stretch. Down by 6 points with 5 minutes left against the Golden State Warriors, Kobe did this.
Around the back, spinning, shooting, scoring.
That was some play in traffic.
32 minutes. Kobe, 3. Yes! They get back-to-back stops. And again, going to work, falls down. Again, he's struggling.
After this horrible Achilles injury, Kobe's body had finally broken down on him, but he still showcased his unwavering toughness and desire to win, as with a torn Achilles, Kobe would walk up to the free throw.
I seem to be covering this moment too often because this one hurts. Little side note, my torn calf is pretty much repaired. I'm walking again. I'm doing good. Minimal pain. For those who remember, because this triggers that every time I see it, man, because I don't know how he's walking.
line and knock down both free throws to tie this game. A game the Lakers would win, a game that would help them secure a playoff spot. Without Kobe in the lineup, the Lakers would get swept in the playoffs. However, we really need to think on this because in front of our eyes in the 2011 playoffs, the Lakers self-imploded. Multiple of their players lost their heads as they were all ejected. Then came the lockout that Kobe said was used to restrict the Lakers from getting players. And then came the veto Chris Paul trade, which, if that was allowed to go through.
I get it. So the narrative here is that the Lakers were becoming known as a dirty ass team, and that's why David Stern didn't want them to continue winning. It's not so outlandish because the trade they did with the Clippers for Chris Paul was actually worse than what the trade with the Lakers would have been. I'm not saying there's like proof here, but I get it. I get the narrative.
Kobe's extremeness in the 2013 season would never have happened. Kobe never would have averaged over 38 minutes per game in 2013. He for sure would not have averaged over 45 minutes per game to end this season. Instead, he would have been resting for a playoff run to come, as the Lakers would have safely been in the playoffs with an in his prime Chris Paul. However, Kobe was on his mission to match Michael Jordan's championship resume, and he did all he could. This Achilles injury would take away his final chance, and the Lakers would end up missing the playoffs for 6 straight seasons starting in 2014, only again making the playoffs when LeBron James finally saved them. So that's our story for today. I want to know, what do you think in the comments down below? Did Kobe Bryant get a fair chance to match Michael Jordan's 6 titles, or was there really a conspiracy in play here? Did David Stern successfully create the parity that he wanted by boosting up the Clippers and by boosting up the Pelicans, while the Lakers and Kobe ended up getting hurt in the process? Thank you for supporting. I hope you enjoyed today's video.
All right, that was a cool video. All right. What do I think? I really don't know. No. I feel like we need to discuss this in the comments. So let's talk about a couple things in the comments, everybody. First thing is, which trade do you think was better for the Hornets themselves? Because, you know, for the narrative, the NBA owned the Hornets and they wanted the Hornets to be as good as possible, right? Because that would increase the value of the team, and that'll increase the value of the sale of the team, right? More money for the NBA. Cool stuff. So that's the first question. Second question is, if that trade did go through and didn't get vetoed, and Chris Paul was with the Lakers during Kobe's prime, mind you, do you think they would have won at least 1 ring? Because I think they would have won 2, to be perfectly honest. I think Kobe would have got 7. Chris Paul would have had 2, and his whole career would have been changed. But that's just what this guy thinks. Let me know what you guys think. Let's talk about it down below. And yeah, this was a video from Mike Korzimba.
What's up? I'm former 76er, Georgetown Hoya, and NBA Hall of Famer Allen Iverson. You might know me as The Answer or AI, but my friends call me Chuck. This is my story, originally written for the Players Tribune. Please be advised, this article contains adult language. Dear Kobe, this is going to be tough, but I need to get this off my chest. Everybody clear out for me and Kobe.
Shit.
Was 6'6" and could score in your sleep. But that wasn't even enough. You was trying to be the best that ever did it. Everybody say they want to be that, but not everybody is willing to sacrifice what it really takes to do it. Remember when I came to LA the first time our rookie year? You picked me up at the hotel and we went out to get something to eat. And you asked me what I was doing later. I said I was going to the club. I mean, we're in LA. I'm going to the club. Kobe, come on, man. And what you say? I'm going back to the gym.
Yeah, it's a classic story. It's a really classic story. That was the difference between AI and Kobe. It's like only differences, really.
You probably the only dude in the history of the game where the mystique wasn't exaggerated.
Yeah.
The Mamba was no myth, man. It didn't even do you justice. 1, 2, 3 in the morning, We knew where you were. Me and you, every single time we stepped on the floor, we were going to war. But it wasn't an animosity thing. There was never beef.
Respect.
It was like heavyweight fighters beating the hell out of each other. And then at the bell, it's nothing but love and respect. Greatness needs company, and we needed each other. Mike needed Prince, like Prince needed Mike. Tyson needed Holyfield, like Holyfield needed Tyson. Everybody needs that person to say, oh, you the shit, huh? Well, I'm the shit too. And you were the shit.
Damn.
You were the toughest man that I ever seen in this game. The most cold-blooded serial killer I've ever seen. The fiercest competitor I've ever seen. I remember hearing the story that you were on the road and you were watching highlights of me dropping 35 on the Knicks at the Garden our rookie year. And you got so mad you smashed up the hotel and started researching me like you were the CIA. Get me to file on AI. I bet it was like that.
Right.
Studying how great white sharks hunt down seals in the Pacific Ocean and whatnot. What I love about that story is the truth. That was just our relationship. Two dudes pushing each other to greatness. The next time you came through Philly, you were all up in my shit. There was no half-stepping. Every first step, I had to go 100. You were 6'6", and it was like you wanted to guard me. You wanted the challenge.
Yeah.
You wanted to show me that you were the baddest motherfucker to ever play the game.
Yeah, Kobe always did that. That was his role in the Olympics too. On the Redeem team. That's what he told Coach K. You know, he was like, I don't even need to score the ball. Just stick me on the best offensive player on the opposing team. I'll shut them down. Like, he's a crazy guy.
And I ain't want no part of Kobe on the other end. Man, hell no.
Right?
I ain't stopping you. Ain't nobody stopping you. You were Kobe. And you were gonna do whatever you wanted to do out there. Because you were a sniper, an assassin, a cold-blooded killer. And now I'm talking about you in the past tense.
Shit.
And I still get emotional about it.
Yeah, man.
It still don't seem real. You were my guy. The 2001 finals, we were going at each other like fighters. Not on some beef or hatred. That's what some people could never understand. Not out of hate, out of admiration, out of love. I can't tell you how many pictures I've seen of me and you at the free throw line, talking shit and just smiling. Man, who the hell loses the NBA scoring title averaging 33 a game? How the hell you up me averaging 35 like that, man? Why you had to do that to me?
Oh my God. It's so true. It's so true. Hey man, greatness needs company to challenge greatness. Yeah. Wow.
You had to do it because you. Because you Kobe Bean Bryant.
Yeah.
Because you're a straight up giant. You probably watch me doing my thing on SportsCenter every night, like 41, huh? Let me get 43. See how you like that, Chuck. I was always confident. I knew what I could do.
Damn, he was so fast.
I was a scorer. I was a winner. I did it my way. I won some games, but you were a champion.
Yeah.
You got rings. You got rings on rings. You were loved all over the damn world, and you were loved in my own house. My oldest daughter loved Kobe Bryant. She always wanted Dad to win. Don't get me wrong, but she wanted Kobe to go off too.
Yeah.
My kids used to be always hitting me, talking about they wanted the Kobe kicks when they came out. They were rocking number 8 and number 24 because you were one of their heroes. And if I'm being honest about it, you were a hero to me too. Even though you were younger than me, I looked up to you because of how much you sacrificed, how much you gave to this game. Anytime anybody asks me who's the greatest of all time, I ain't gonna bullshit you. MJ is always number one.
That's I love AI, dude. He's keeping it real. You know, somebody else would have bullshit in this moment. AI is just keeping it real. Man.
I ain't gonna bullshit you. MJ is always number one. I know you would say the same thing. Black Jesus is the GOAT.
Yep.
But number two, I'm always gonna say Kobe Bryant. Nobody was tougher than you.
Yep.
Nobody got more out of me.
No, I stick with it too now. Best basketball player of all time. You know, MJ 1, Kobe 2. Then we open up the to 3 through 10. But who's the best basketball player of all time? It's these two. No doubt.
We're linked forever in this game, in this life. I just wish we had more time.
Yeah, man.
It's funny. I don't know if I ever told you this, but one of my favorite memories is coming to see you in LA when they retired 8 and 24. Who the hell is so dope for so long they get 2 different numbers up in the rafters? I couldn't miss that moment for court after you dropped 81 on Toronto.
Yes, sir.
I can see you jumping in the air just like Mike after you won the title.
I know he did. He even took Jordan's celebration stuff. Like he was a kid practicing it. It's crazy.
I can see you standing there next to me at the free throw line, smiling, not even saying anything, just looking at me like it's on, Chuck. Those memories ain't going nowhere. And yeah, we're gonna cry. We're still gonna cry sometimes when we remember that you really gone. But we're gonna smile like a motherfucker every time we think of the memories. I don't really know how I'm supposed to close out a letter like this. I don't really know how to say goodbye to an NBA legend, a father, a husband, a friend. I don't really have the words. All I know is, love you, bruh. Sincerely, Chuck.
Welcome to the day that Kobe Bryant ruined Michael Jordan's perfect ending.
Yeah,
this
he
is
did.
the story that NBA legends and players cover that break down what happened during the 2003 All-Star Game, Michael Jordan's last All-Star Game in the league, and when Kobe Bryant was dominating with Shaquille O'Neal. If you enjoy these types of videos, get ready for December when we're dropping 23 Michael Jordan stories in 23 days. So look out for that. I've been working so hard during this month, and I think you guys will love it.
Love
if you
that
think
statue.
you will, be sure to hit that subscribe button. And if
shoot
you
Nick
enjoyed
some
this
love,
video
man.
by the end, help me out by hitting that
We've
like
covered a
button.
couple
All
of
the
his
likes
videos
really
so
go a
far,
long way to supporting the
and they're
channel.
really cool.
And without further ado,
Really good stuff.
Welcome to the day that Kobe Bryant ruined Michael Jordan's perfect ending.
Just so you know, this one's not for me. This one's for you all. This one hurts. This memory hurts. A lot of sources.
What was it like the first time you met Michael Jordan?
So, MJ retired with the shot game 6 in Utah. I was drafted that summer.
The year I came out of college, got drafted, he retired. He just won the chip. So I was like, I'm playing against MJ. This is my dream.
And I'm thinking, I'm about to play against my hero, against my idol.
That was my idol. Right. So I was disappointed.
And then he retired.
Yeah.
And so then he retired. I was like, oh, no.
Second retirement.
Oh, no.
You want to see this in person now.
Right. I've just missed my hero by a few months. So he didn't come back for the lockout year in 99 and 98, 99. So I didn't get a chance to play against him. And then
he came back.
He came back with the Wizards a few years later.
One more time.
So I remember I was coaching at the NBA All-Star Game, actually here in Atlanta.
So 2003 in Atlanta, MJ's last All-Star game.
2003, my
Hold
first
up.
All-Star. Jordan's last.
Atlanta.
Look at those lineups. And what year was this?
All-Star Game, actually here in Atlanta.
So 2003 in Atlanta.
2003. All right. So 2003 was Jordan's final year. 2002, 2003. You got Timmy versus O'Neal. Can you imagine that? There was a time where Jermaine O'Neal was the best big man on the East. How could that be? Shaq left? I guess that's why. Where's Shaq in this, by the way? Shaq must have been injured. All right, you got KG going against Michael Jordan in the small forward position. Oh yeah, I was reading this wrong, man. All right, my bad. Yao Ming got number one. He got number one in voting all the time as center. Against Ben Wallace. Wow, starting center for the East. That's just as surprising as Jermaine O'Neal, not because of skills, but just because of lack of height. All right. So you got Jordan still going up against KG, though. That's insane. Jermaine against Duncan. It's a good matchup for power forward. Kobe against T-Mac. Fantastic. Steve Francis against Iverson. Hey, I like this because these guys are very similar. These guys are very similar. And these guys are very similar. These guys got nothing to do with each other. All right, here we go.
MJ's last All-Star game.
2003, my first All-Star. Jordan's last.
That was actually Michael Jordan's last All-Star game.
I think it was Jordan's last All-Star game.
The NBA,
oh, yeah?
if you would kind of encourage, hey, it's probably a good idea that MJ starts in his last game. That was a no-brainer for me.
Yeah, no kidding.
All-Star has just asked him.
Yeah, a little quick tidbit. Vince Carter was voted as a starter, and he kept trying to give the starting position to Jordan, and Jordan didn't want it. He just didn't want to take it away from Vince Carter until he basically at the last minute, it was just like forced, like Jordan go in, I'm not going in, because Vince Carter didn't want to take that away from him in his final year.
To be replaced in the starting lineup by Michael Jordan. 6'7" forward from the Toronto Raptors. Four-time
Because Jordan wasn't even happy about it.
Vince Carter.
You go through all the protocols, and I remember walking in.
You in the room with
you walk
everybody.
in that locker room, it's like
that All-Star game, when you look around and you think about the guys who were on the court back then, what do you guys, I mean, that was a crew.
You sitting back and you like, damn, this is the best of the best in here.
I mean, it was a special group of guys on that floor, but
And you had to try to create your swagger amongst a bunch of swaggers.
Mm-hmm. It was so many OGs still making it because they was OGs.
Yeah, that's when they still cared. This was before like social media was such a big thing, so All-Star Game was big. Your personality got to shine. Now people don't even, barely try for the All-Star Game. They're just posting shit on social media all the time.
OGs making it.
You got the OGs in there. The OGs always yelling and talking.
All of the festivities. You know how All-Star Weekend is. This is bananas. And
MJ was coming.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can hear him coming.
Was he glowing when he walked in?
Bro, like listen, you hear.
I hear the same thing in the 75 greatest ceremony. Like the place already seemed loud, and then Jordan comes out onto the court, and then the fucking place erupts. Just shows the difference between MJ and everybody else. It's crazy. It's like God stepping onto a basketball court. People go nuts.
You hear it the cameras and the noise. You hear him coming down the hall, and it's so funny because all of us in there sitting. Now we feel like we big dogs too. MJ walking there, it's quiet.
Get puppy in there.
Okay, listen,
this is a cold thing
walk
about
about
Mike.
like this.
Mike make all the big dogs be like
straight
up.
Listen, dog.
I walk in, I said, hey, MJ, it's your last All-Star game and everything. You're going to start. I was the leading vote getter, and I gave my starting position to MJ.
To me, that's what I felt was the right thing to do.
What
Go to
did
the
that
man
do?
himself and give him that position. Now, when I did that, Michael tells me no. He's like, no, you earned it. You go ahead.
Yeah.
I said, no.
Sounds like Mike.
You're going to start.
I said, Mike, look here. I am not walking out here on this court tonight and start on this court and you are sitting on the bench.
Because I didn't want to get blackballed. I didn't want the NBA and the world like, how is Michael
did you
Jordan
take
not
MJ's spot?
Yeah, how is he not starting his last All-Star game?
Yeah.
So he's like, no, you earned it. Go ahead. So I go back in, get dressed.
I was sitting on the bench with my uniform on, buttoned all the way up, and I was going to sit in the bench, and I'm not going out there.
Well, Michael, all weekend your teammates have been trying to give up their starting spot. You politely have said thanks, but no thanks. What changed here at the last minute, and did Vince Carter surprise you?
That's exactly what happened. Vince surprised me.
I started walking in the back, and they call him out. Boom, he walks out, starting lineup, and everything good.
Of course, he was a little up there in age, but it was still amazing.
That's
Props to Vince for doing that, man.
But that was a dream just to be on the court with MJ.
I don't care what Michael wanted. This is how it
Him
should
and
be.
Yao.
Michael Jordan should be starting the last All-Star appearance in his career. Deal with. Then you talk about Michael Jordan finally scoring the basketball. Now Sean Marion of the Phoenix Suns, who just came out, is guarding Jordan.
Gotcha. Did he torch Sean Marion in this game?
Good jumper, and he just said about time. Jordan with Garnett back.
Oops. Oh.
Michael Jordan
Well, that's how you shoot over
with
KG.
his third field goal.
Gary Payton has to try. What is this? They're just rotating defense? Everyone trying to shut him down?
Over Gary Payton. East Television, as we showed you earlier.
Who's next? Dirk?
Here's Jordan. Yes.
No, Michael is actually having fun right now. He really is. He wants to hold on to this lead. He wants to win the game with the Eastern Conference, and he's playing very, very hard right now.
Oh,
it's Michael Jordan.
On Dirk again.
16 for Jordan.
I grew up watching him.
Here's Jordan.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, Kobe.
I'm getting to that foul all day long. Oh, I know you ain't talking. I know where you're going. You got to get up quick. If you knew where I was going, why you go for the fake? Mike, after you fake the ball, where else you going to go? You left your feet. Yeah, but where else you going to go? In the game, I go for you. I spun all the way around. I go for these ribs right here.
I grew up having that.
I love it. Dude, the way those two talk shit against each other, young Kobe and old man Jordan, I freaking love it.
The same type of edge and competitiveness.
Nah, I ain't got no hands. 4, 3, 2, that's all right. I shoot him better with the clock going down.
Michael and I both
counted
know
it down.
there's certain players that we can intimidate. Certain players are afraid.
And misses on the first. Kobe at 83% free throw shooter. 10 and 1/10 seconds.
But every now and
That's a good foul right
you run
there.
into a player that has the same DNA that you do.
Remaining, Bryant.
Has the same competitive spirit that you do. When I face him, we're going to go at it.
Here's Jordan with a flip that goes home.
I was right there the next play.
Oh, the steal by Bryant.
Yeah, he always was.
Because I think he was the same way.
We're down 1. We take a timeout, and you know I'm diagramming the play for Jordan to get the last shot, and I know where he's going to get it at. I'm gonna put him on the box, and he's gonna do his little thing, turn around and knock it down. Of course, we do it.
Game is tied at 1:36.
Oh man, here we go.
And apparently there was a problem with the clock.
All right, here comes the ultimate fadeaway on Sean Marion, okay? This is the most extreme fadeaway I've ever seen. And this is how it should have ended, man.
Should be turned off right now. They can run it all the way down.
Give the ball to
Well,
MJ.
we're down to 10 seconds remaining in overtime. And Michael has the ball. Again guarded.
Look at this.
Sean Marion. The fadeaway
Look at this.
has just
Holy
given the
shit.
East a 2-point lead.
I jumped out of my seat when I saw that live.
Historic fadeaway.
Yeah, but it was a wild fadeaway. That's insane.
Anytime that All-Star game is played on TV or talked about, that memory sticks to me because it was just historic in my mind, historic for all the fans who are watching to see MJ do his thing one more time in an All-Star game.
I mean, that was an overtime game on the line. Jordan does that with that kind of defense on him. Man, in my head, that's how it ended. But then a little devil called fucking Kobe Bryant.
We tried our best. We're yelling, stop the game, stop the game.
Right?
Next play, they call a timeout. I called them over. I said, hey,
3 seconds.
you know, this is Jordan's last All-Star game. You know, it'd be nice to let him go out on top.
It would be nice, but Kobe ain't nice, bro.
He looked me dead in my eyes and goes, oh, he got to earn it.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere.
Garnett will inbound the East.
He got to earn it.
By 2.
So when we matched up, I think he understood that.
Up by Kidd, played by
Yeah, look at that. Jermaine O'Neal. Worst foul ever. I blame Jermaine as much as I blame Kobe because Kobe went at it and Jermaine was probably shocked he was actually going for it. But what?
Kobe gets fouled
You
in
ruined
the
it.
corner by Jermaine O'Neal. Now Kobe's going to the foul lines.
Hits both free throws.
I think he understood that.
What was that? Like, why would you do that?
Kobe gets fouled in the corner by Jermaine O'Neal. Now Kobe's going to the foul lines.
Hits both free throws.
We went in overtime and they beat us.
Yeah.
Lose.
Yep, they lose. Yep, they went into overtime because Kobe made his free throws. And then the West wins. Like what?
Getting congratulations now from Kobe Bryant, who made the free throws to send it into the double overtime.
And I think he saw that level of respect.
You know, Kobe made a couple of free throws. He could have easily made 3 in a row to end the game, but we had a chance to go into overtime, and they had more energy than we did down the stretch.
That was a $20,000 fine right there. I remember that. That was a $20,000 fall. We would have won 20 more thousand. We won that game.
Oh man.
Oh my
we ended up losing that game,
Look
but
at
it was memorable just watching MJ for the last time in the All-Star game.
Damn, man.
You know, I grew up
That fadeaway. I still wanted to. I want that to be his last game winner for the All-Star, man.
MJ and shooting the fadeaway, and
It
he
is in my
hits it
head.
right there in that moment.
It's my own
All-Star
headcanon.
game. We were like, NBA, this is it. This is how you close
Man,
an
Rocky
era
Kobe.
in an unbelievable career from MJ. But
Jordan stands out because it was his last one, but Mariah Carey stands out too in that dress.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Look inside you and be strong, and then you finally see the truth. See that a hero lies in you.
That is a cute dress with that Wizards 23 on there.
So many great stars still in the game, so many great stars rising and playing the game. I have passed on the things that Dr. J, some of the great players, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, has passed on to me. I pass on to these All-Stars here, as well as the rest of the players in the NBA. I thank you for your support. Now I can go home and feel at peace with the game of basketball. Thank you very much.
Greg Popovich made a great point today. He said, Duncan, and I didn't know this until I looked at the stats, Duncan is on pace for his most blocked shots ever in his career.
Oh, what a reverse stuff by Kevin Durant. Standing second-year player from the Cleveland Cavaliers on the floor for the first time for the East. Bosch for three. Chased down by Irving. Bosch on the spin. Hands to Chandler.
Look at it. They're actually playing a little bit of defense here. With Kobe still in the game, they actually did play some damn defense still because he was trying to lock down his opponent. So everyone kind of followed suit. Now it's kind of LeBron charged and LeBron led, and no one's playing defense. I made a whole video on that. We've all made a video on that. Yeah, it is what it is.
Stream app you can download today by searching Team Stream on your phone's
Come on, Bron, what
app
you got?
store. I mentioned a moment ago that both clubs have shot well here in the second quarter. The East 15 for 25.
Kobe's
and the
playing
West
him,
16
man.
for 23 from the field.
Oh, turnover.
Trying to get it down low.
So he took Blake
He got
Griffin
bailed out.
of the play right there and forced Chris Paul into the lane. Is everyone going through the legs of Chris legs
too?
I mean,
Damn.
enough is enough. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice.
Oh man, that makes me feel all kinds of funny stuff, man. I wish those two stayed together.
Shame on me. I mean, this is getting a little ridiculous out here, Chris.
Toby's talking shit. Look at
I mean,
him.
they're
He's
having fun
taunting
at
him.
your expense. First it was Chris Paul. All right, fool me once. That's shame on you. But you come back and someone else does it. I mean, Tony Parker's just laughing out here.
Is that in the scouting book? Chris Bosch picked up his second foul off that second through the leg attempt.
Now Kobe talking some shit with Dwayne Wade too.
The West with a 69-61 lead.
All right, Bron. What you got?
And a reminder coming up at halftime, entertainment featuring Grammy Award winner
Trout.
Alicia Keys, who happens to be a Texan. Wade with the lay-in.
They did the Russell Westbrook little signature move and pointed at Westbrook as he did it after that shot went in.
Well, Duncan attempted a three.
Oh, man. That's the king of turnovers.
In the game, which may not have been appreciated by celebrating his 50th birthday today. Charles Barkley turning 50 had the
Bron probably so pissed off. He's like, man, it's supposed to be like a day off for me. Scrimmage game. Fucking Kobe's playing it like it's the NBA Finals.
surprise party last night.
That was great, wasn't it? Marching bands and
Uh-oh. He's playing a full court.
The West on top.
Full court pressing, Bron.
Popovich has gone to this small lineup that he told us he would. with James Harden on the floor and Blake Griffin as his center.
Durant not able to hit from downtown.
Yeah, but he's making bad passes with the pressure on him.
Chris Paul certainly will be in the conversation for MVP honors with 15 assists along with 11 points.
Oh,
LeBron James
nothing.
trying to force his way in. Anthony is fouled.
There you go. Complaining to the ref. Typical shit.
How about this matchup here?
Kobe's laughing
Last
at him.
5 minutes. Kobe Bryant guarding LeBron James. And I'm talking about full court.
This is good.
West is over the foul limit. The foul is on Harden.
And they're going at one another here. They're talking a little noise to one another.
Don't forget the way last year's game ended with Kobe guarding LeBron, and
There's Melo.
LeBron
He's
didn't
like,
take
oh,
that
shit.
last shot.
There's
He
beef.
actually tried to pass it, and it was stolen. Kobe was talking all kinds of trash that night.
Oh, wait. Hold on.
Pass it, and and LeBron didn't take that last shot. Last year's game ended with Kobe guarding LeBron, and LeBron didn't take that last shot. He actually tried to pass it.
I remember
and
that.
It was stolen.
Kobe was pissed at him.
Kobe was talking all kinds of trash that night.
Yeah, because LeBron did his typical thing. Last second, game on the line, you're the leader of the team, and then he passed it up at the last second and gave it to somebody else, and then lost because of it. He got in his face. It's like, you can't do that. You can't do that if you're the greatest.
That's what separates him.
There you go, full court press.
From Kyrie. The skill set, Kyrie might have him with the jump shot, the range, but boy, Paul has all those little tricks of the trade.
You think a little bit of Michael Jordan's comments. He'll take 5 over 1. They're starting to play here in this fourth quarter between those two players.
Good point.
Oh, tipped home by Anthony. Pointers. And he has the 15 assists, for the most part responsible for Blake Griffin's 16 points on 8 dunks.
Skinny Harden.
Harden, nice move on a crossover. Could not finish, but Bryant is on it. Kobe has been quiet. Bryant puts a move.
Got Bosh.
Chris Bosh. How many times has he been isolated tonight on these perimeter guys?
Yeah, he's got to get out of the perimeter, man. Stay down low.
9 points, 8 assists for Bryant. The West up by 8 with just under 3 to go.
Bron's back. Oh, Kobe got him. Oh, man. Hold up. Bron got frustrated. Bang!
The West up by
Hold on. Let's watch this right. Okay. See, Bron demands the ball. He's pissed. He's tired of Kobe. He's tired of Kobe pressing him. So he's trying to make a point now.
Who are just too quick for him.
All right, he's going to get him. Let's see.
9 points,
Between the
8
legs.
assists for Bryant.
Between the legs.
The West up by 8 with just under 3 to go.
Running that pick. Oh, man, he got around the pick and set his ass. Goddamn.
And how about
Dude, Kobe is savage, man. They don't even play a little defense now. Kobe ran, bounced off the pick, and still got the damn block. Dude, that's
the look from Kobe Bryant on LeBron James? I guarantee you the comments by Michael Jordan are fueling this little tick for
He's
tack
serious.
back from LeBron James and Kobe Bryant. Kobe's been D'ing them up for the last 3 minutes. Here's the block shot by Kobe, which leads to the fast break by Kevin Durant.
Was MVP of the game, certainly in the running here tonight. But those 15 assists, along with 16 points from Chris Paul, stand out to me.
Yeah,
absolutely. If the West holds on here. Anthony gets the double prop.
Comes Paul Malone when you can throw the ball in the block and say, "Get me a basket."
As we see 68 combined three-point attempts, an all-star game record. Here's Griffin putting on.
Okay, so officially 2013, they still played some defense in the All-Star game.
Griffin with the assist and the bucket.
And you're telling me we can't see that on Saturday night one more time? Just one more time.
Dunk contest, Blade. How about Blade versus LeBron?
That's all I would.
Remember when he jumped over Ikea?
Just one time.
There we go. Look at that D.
Money goes to charity.
What are you going to do? Oh, my God.
It's rejected.
See, LeBron is used to just getting the foul called for garbage plays like that. Like, Kobe did nothing except for just play along his side the whole time. LeBron
just one more time.
Dunk contest.
Look
Blake,
at this.
How about Blake versus
All right.
LeBron?
That's all I would want.
Yeah.
Left-handed
Just one
dribble
time.
all the way along the way. He's shoving him with his right arm.
Kobe
Nothing.
all over
Nothing.
James.
No body contact. No nothing. No nothing. He jumped backwards and blocked the shit out of him. Damn. And LeBron didn't even make. Just left.
One more time.
Dunk contest.
Left
Blake,
hand
how about
dribble.
Blake versus LeBron?
That's
Dribble.
all I would want.
Yeah.
Just one time.
What are you gonna do,
Money goes to charity.
Kobe all
dude? That's. Oh wow, that's embarrassing.
over James. It's rejected.
Kobe's making this personal against LeBron.
Deflected out of bounds, and it'll be East.
This
Hey man, yeah. Kobe can still play back then. Bron saying he's the chosen one, he's the king, all this crap, Shoot.
is personal.
Kobe's still the king at this point.
And here they go, isolated. LeBron spins his way, goes with the left hand, and is fouled by Bryant.
There you go.
You get the feeling this is like going to be Kobe's moment against LeBron. A lot of people thought maybe they'll meet in the finals. Well, that's probably not going to happen.
Damn.
So this is his moment to go head up. And with
Oh man, that was clean too.
King James, and he has really done an amazing job defensively the last 7-8 minutes, just
And
going all out.
That ball was out on
It
LeBron
was.
James.
LeBron, his first point of this fourth quarter.
Wow. You guys just heard that, right? Reggie just said that was LeBron's first point. So his first point of the fourth quarter was a free throw. And this game's about to be over. So this is no joke. Kobe actually locked him down. 0 field goals.
Kobe's loving this. Kobe is
In the
loving
fourth.
this. He's over here talking to Steve Kerr, saying he can't score on me.
Is that really what he said?
Yeah.
Anniversary of the greatest single game offensive performance in organized basketball history when Kobe Bryant poured in 81 points against the
81.
Raptors on
There you go.
January 22nd of 2005. And Joel Embiid just dropped a 70-piece to commemorate it. While Embiid did grow up a big Kobe
And then Luka, shortly after, put up 73. I think this video came out before that. Luka's a beast. So he's a different kind of freak. But if Embiid can put up a 70 piece, yeah, Kobe and Jordan could easily put up a 100 piece. Let's just be real.
fan.
Kobe was my guy. He's the reason why I started playing. That was my favorite player. So
The performance did absolutely nothing to honor Kobe, but more so displayed in stunning detail. What a festering turd today's
Where's the defense there? I'm gonna go boomer here. All right. Where's the fucking defense here? All right. People argue that it's not that people aren't playing defense. The defense is solid. It's just that offense is that good nowadays that there's nothing you can do about it. You can put a body on him. Okay, you can't check him, but you can put a flat body on him, a flat chest on him. Watch this.
in stunning detail. What a festering
Or you can just let him go all the way by and get an easy layup. Your choice. I guess that's good defense now, huh?
turd today's NBA really is.
It's a complete
crap. As the pace of play and lack of defense has swelled to outrageous heights, all of you out there comparing this performance or any of today's players to the great Kobe Bryant need to take.
Okay, Luka's a beast, though. I mean, Luka's a different monster. I think Luka 20 years ago would still be averaging 25 to 30 points a game. He's strong, man. He's got tree trunks for legs. He's different. He's different.
His name out your mouth.
Out your mouth!
Basketball has fundamentally changed a lot in just 18 short years. But don't just take my word for it. Let Minnesota Timberwolves head coach Chris Finch tell you all about it. See, last night, while Embiid scored 70, Timberwolves center Karl Anthony Towns also had himself a historic night. He scored 62 points on 10 of 15 from 3.
They say you can't stop it. Why not put a hand in his face? Play defense, guys.
His head coach, though, was less than impressed.
Okay, you see that swipe? Man, I'm going to do it this video. I don't even care. All right. You got an opportunity to contest the ball. You got past the first guy, I get it. He blew past him. Big guy down in the paint. Why'd he get out of the way? He's going to step out of the way.
From 3. His head coach, though,
Watch
was
this.
less than impressed.
Whoop. Look at that. He did a little side swipe while backing
Head
up.
coach, though, was
That's defense?
less than impressed.
Whoop. It was what the hell is that? You know? What is that shit? There's zero risk at dunking the ball. You're not going to get hit. You get knocked on the ground. You got a clear path to the basket.
It's an absolute disgusting performance of defense and immature basketball. This is what happens when you have this type of approach.
And that pretty much sums up this entire era. See, way back in the 2005-2006 season, when Kobe Bryant put forth the greatest offensive season ever, they actually played defense.
Yeah, they did.
That year was smack dab in the slowest paced, lowest scoring time in NBA history.
I know, that's the most shocking thing about it. Scap's on the money here. This was the lowest scoring era of all of NBA basketball. And Kobe puts up the 81 piece.
Legitimate dead ball era of professional basketball. Nightly scoring league-wide sat at just 97 points per game, which is the 9th lowest in the modern era since the 1976 NBA-ABA merger, spanning now nearly 50 years. Today's league-wide scoring nightly average is 115.5 points per game, which is the highest since the merger.
Thank you, Scap.
The most in nearly 50 years now, as you would have to go.
And it's cool if we didn't compare numbers. So if we compare numbers from the 90s and the early 2000s to now, you know, it's BS that we do it because, you know, Jordan averaging basically 29.9 or whatever it was for his career. You can't compare that to what's going on now. Because he would have easily had 35, 36, 37 points per game average throughout his career if he was playing in this era. It's just numbers. It's just math, you know? So if I don't see some players averaging 36, 37 points a game, they're not on Jordan's offensive level, you know? And you can't just do it for 1 year. You got to do it for your entire career in this era. So someone scoring 25 points a game now, you're basically like a Scottie Pippen, you know? I see you as a Scottie Pippen. You're putting up about 19 to 20 points a game. Solid, but yeah, it's not what 25 points a game meant back in the 90s and the 2000s.
All the way back to 1967, 10 years pre-merger and 57 total years ago to find a higher scoring season. You know, the 60s, with all of those offensively inflated stats that everyone just disregards and puts an asterisk on today.
Hey, we just covered that
That's
era.
where we are today. To put this in further context, the year Kobe scored his 81 points while averaging 35 points
twice.
per game. The highest scoring team in the NBA was
That's Sean Marion. Good defenders, man.
the Phoenix Suns. You remember that 8-second or less offense led by two-time league MVP Steve Nash?
Yeah, and we didn't win a damn thing with it either. It was fun to watch, but we didn't win a damn thing. We were ahead of our time. We were putting up 110, 120 points a game. And the worst defense in the league.
Yeah, that team averaged 108 points per
108?
game that year. Easily tops in the league for the 2005-2006 season. They were one of only 5 teams to average over 100 points per game. while the lowest scoring team that season, the Portland Trail Blazers, averaged just 88.
Damn.
Today, there are 6 teams scoring over 120 points per game.
That's disgusting. That's disgusting. No wonder why we had a stupid All-Star game where they scored 200 points.
With Indiana leading the league at 125 points a night. The lowest.
That's reality. That's basketball right now. And you just want to say it's good offense? You don't want to talk about defense? Kevin Garnett asked Silver, it was within a week ago, is there, with the inflated offense, is there any possibility of bringing back the hand check to like sway the balance back to the defender a little bit to slow down this offense? Adam Silver, he did a runaround response, and pretty much the answer is no, because he said with the analytics, this is a more fun product to watch. Comment down below. Is this a more fun product for you to watch? Like, is just non-contested scoring more entertaining because it's at a higher number than a lower number of scoring, but being highly contested? It makes me think of football too. You know, same thing. You know, now that it's less physical, do you actually like the product more? Because I like it less. Like scoring 30 points a game back in the 90s and 2000s, like you had to work your ass off. You had to get your ass beat in order to do it. You took a lot of hits. You know, it took a lot of skill to pull that off. Now, you just got to be hot. As long as you're hitting your shots, 35 points in a game, 40 points in a game means nothing. All you got to do is hit your shots. No one's guarding you.
The scoring team this season, the Portland Trail Blazers, ironically enough, score 107.5 points per game currently. Thus, the highest scoring team by over 6 points per game, mind you, back in 2005-2006, is nearly being outscored by the lowest scoring team in today's NBA.
That's sad, because my complaint as a Phoenix Suns fan during that era was if we don't figure out our defense, we're never going to win a ring, no matter how many points we scored. Because guess what? Yeah, we were leading the league in scoring, but every team we played, they had their highest scoring output against us. And they would outscore us when it came to the playoffs. That's why the Spurs beat us every year, because they had solid defense. So if the Spurs could keep us to about 100 points a game, they win, because they can easily put up 110 against us because our defense was that bad. It wasn't so difficult to figure out. I wish Shaq can come back into this era, and Kobe, you know, players like that, and just come in and fucking dominate. Get 50 a game easy.
NBA.
Absolute disgusting performance of defense.
And people are really trying to compare these players in this garbage can of an era to Kobe Bryant.
It's a complete crap.
Speaking of Kobe, in that aforementioned 2005-2006.
I put in this argument all the time because people in the comments are always they think it's blasphemy to say that Kobe Bryant's a better basketball player than James. I'm saying basketball player. It was way better of a basketball player. Okay, LeBron, yeah, he's got better numbers. Numbers don't mean shit, dude. Who is better? Who passes the eye test? Jordan wins that battle, and then Kobe's right there. You know, AI is in my top 10 as far as the eye test goes. Like, you don't mess with that dude. You know, that dude's gonna score on your face no matter what it takes.
Season, there were only 12 games all year where a single player scored at least 50 points. Paul Pierce had one, Dirk Nowitzki had one,
special.
Vince Carter had one, Allen Iverson had one, LeBron James had 2, and Kobe Bryant had 6.
Yeah, now a D-leaguer can come in and get a 50 piece. Like, it's very fucking possible.
Half of all of the 50-point performances for the entire year. Meanwhile, there were only 2 60-plus point games that entire season, both by Kobe Bryant. His 62-pointer against the Mavericks in only 3 quarters, mind you, and the 81 spot against Toronto. So 2 all season long. We just had 2 yesterday. Joel Embiid's teammate, Tyrese Maxey, has already also scored 50 this season. Finally, the year Kobe averaged 35 per game in 2005-2006. He also led the league in total points scored with 2,832. It wasn't just the most that season. It is the 3rd most in the 48-year post-merger modern NBA history, behind only Michael Jordan's 1986-87 season and Michael Jordan's 1987.
Right. Let me look at that real quick. 87. Okay, points total. 87, so that I'm assuming would be when Jordan was putting up 37 points a game. And then I think he dropped down to 35. And Kobe in 06 was at 35 as well. Correct me if I'm wrong about 88 in the comments, you guys. I'm pretty sure Jordan was putting up 35. And 88's also when he was MVP and he won the scoring title and he was Defensive Player of the Year. Correct me if I'm wrong. I got a little wine in my system right now.
87 season and Michael Jordan's 1987-88 season. And league-wide scoring those 2 years weren't quite as inflated as they are today, but still much higher than the year Kobe did it in 2005-2006. While Embiid is leading the league currently in per-game scoring by 2.5 points, he is actually only 4th in total points scored, behind Giannis Antetokounmpo, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, and Luka Doncic. In fact, Embiid is only 49 total points currently away from dropping out of the top 5 for the season. This is, of course, because he has already sat out 10 of his team's 42 games, nearly a quarter of the season.
I'm so glad they implemented that rule, by the way. Don't show up to work, not eligible for awards.
Season so far, which, yeah, makes a difference in scoring when you're well rested and potentially dodging certain teams. Here's your reminder, Kobe played 80 of 82 games in his season. Oh, and was also first-team All-NBA defense. Keep that in mind as Joel Embiid has now opened up a cavernous void in his overwhelming lead for what will be his 2nd consecutive league MVP award. As despite Nikola Jokic averaging a damn near 26-point triple-double on almost 60% shooting from the field, all the writers care about today is scoring in an era where scoring is as easy as it has ever been. In 2005
Yeah, really. When was the last time we really praised somebody for defense? Ron Artest? Like, we don't praise anybody for defense anymore. Am I crazy? When was the last person that really got to make a significant difference on a basketball team by playing defense? Draymond Green, I guess.
2006, Kobe Bryant finished a distant 4th in MVP voting, barely ahead of Chauncey Billups. Nah, this is exactly why league MVPs don't count for shit in GOAT conversations. And also, exactly why the late, great Kobe Bryant would have absolutely feasted in today's era. It is not hyperbolic to suggest he could have easily averaged 40 plus for an entire season. Or
he put up 35 back then. So 40's easy. I'm thinking more like 43, 45.
Scored 100 points today in a single game if
Easy.
he really wanted to. Because
Easy.
that is just how damn easy this era is. And
with no defense, with no one playing defense on him, Kobe Bryant could easily score 100 points. Not every game, but if he really wanted to for one game, hell yeah.
that is just how damn great Kobe Bryant was.
Good, all good.
57 days since Kobe Bryant dropped the microphone, both figuratively and literally, calling it quits on what was a legendary 20-year career in the NBA.
Yes,
All
sir.
of it spent with the LA Lakers. Hard to believe it has already been 7 years, 9 months, and 26 days since that fateful night on April 13th of 2016, when a severely physically depreciated Kobe Bryant, on no
And just over 4 years since he passed away. Rest in peace, brother.
legs at the age of 37, scored 60 points in 42 minutes, including
that was
38 in the second half and 23 in the fourth quarter, which included 15 straight in the final 3 minutes of the game to overcome an 8-point deficit, and he hit the game-winning shot.
I recently rewatched that game, and it's damn impressive. I mean, he really wanted to go out with a win, and he was going to do what the hell he had to do to get those scrubs to win that game. Drop 60 on the way there.
The shot that put an exclamation mark on a career, highlighted not by the charisma and the flash, the points and the scoring explosions, not even the championships, but was instead defined by his penchant to meet every obstacle without taking the easy way out, to play through all of the injuries, and to fight through all of the failures. And this premise of loss and failure have taken on a different meaning in today's society and are viewed more so as things that must be avoided or escaped rather than confronted and overcome. But if you show me how someone fails, most typically, I can show you how they succeed. The greatest players in every sport throughout history were willing to do whatever was necessary to win at any cost.
Oh man, this is when he dislocated his thumb, right? He just gets it popped back into place and he goes back out there and keeps playing.
To win
savage.
at any cost. And it is that component of Kobe Bryant's legacy which most defines who he was as a player and a person. He quite literally gave it all to the Lakers organization, never sitting out, load managing, taking his talents to some other city. And now, nearly 8 years after he retired, Kobe Bryant is finally getting a statue outside of Staples Center.
All right, I understand the angle he's coming in at. It's been 8 years. 8 years. That should have went out there right away.
I mean, Crypto.com Arena. But the question remains, what the hell took so long? Shaquille O'Neal's statue was unveiled outside of Staples Center on March 26th of 2017. With all due respect to the great Shaquille O'Neal, but he played only 8 of his 20 NBA seasons throughout his career with the purple and gold. We are talking about Kobe Bryant here.
It's a badass statue, by the way, if you haven't seen Shaq's statue.
The Lakers' all-time leader in games played, minutes played, points scored, and he delivered the team with 5 NBA championships despite very little help from his bumbling, inept moron ownership group and front office, who quite typically did more to sabotage Kobe's career through the years than anything else. There is...
Oh, dude, the Mike D'Antoni idea was terrible. That was just a terrible, terrible idea. To go from the triangle to the 8 seconds or less offense. Terrible idea, man.
No excuse. None for Shaq to have a statue nearly 7 years before Bryant. But it is just more of the same from this deadbeat organization who tripped over themselves to set up an in-season tournament banner celebration earlier this year. The alleged most storied franchise in NBA history, built by actual legends who hung real banners. Now bend over backwards to celebrate this pathetic loser and his fraudulent
Fucking Scap, dude. No matter what video it is, he's got going on, dude. Just got to give it to him.
Accomplishments. Yes, it really happened. The
Yeah,
Lakers hung
I
an
watched it live.
in-season tournament banner among their
It's
17
real.
other real championship banners. And they scrambled to make it happen on December 18th of this season, just 9 days after the conclusion of that scam spectacle of a tournament. 9 days. And we're going on 8 years for Kobe to get a statue. Just a mere microcosm of the treatment Kobe endured throughout his career and the vast amount of organizational ineptitude that squandered substantial portions of his prime. As many will point to Bryant's pairing with Shaq at the beginning of his career as some profound commentary about the strength of his supporting casts. But the Shaq and Kobe era,
You know, Scap's hinting at it here, and most people don't talk about it, but y'all realize Kobe could have been just like LeBron, chased some rings in the last like 5 years of his career, where, you know, he wasn't quite Kobe anymore, but he could still give you 20, 25 easy, you know, and he just stuck around for a rebuild. He didn't have to do that, but that's just like loyalty. You know, he was loyal to the Lakers, so he stuck around. But if he was like LeBron, dude, Kobe could have gone anywhere in the league and probably won at least one more ring. Let's be real. He could have tied MJ with 6. It wouldn't feel the same because he didn't get all 6 in the same place. But he could have done the same bullshit that like LeBron is trying to pull off and just go stack some rings elsewhere. To be fair, Jordan could have done the same thing, and he could have got way more than 6 because instead of retiring from the Bulls in '98, he could have gone anywhere he wanted, like Portland or hell to the Lakers and played with Shaq and Phil Jackson. Like people just, yeah, different breed, different breed of winners.
came to an end.
The irony is Jordan and Kobe both have more rings than LeBron. And LeBron's been chasing since like his 5th year.
Following the 2003-2004 season, and the inept Lakers franchise ultimately moved O'Neal to the Miami Heat for a package that constituted one of the most laughable and embarrassing trades in NBA history. The Heat sent back Caron Butler, Lamar Odom, and Brian Grant, and Kobe's absolute prime, aged 26 through 28 years, squandered in a stacked Western Conference consisting of the Tim Duncan Spurs, the Steve Nash Amari Stoudemire Suns, the Dirk Nowitzki Mavericks, Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady's Rockets, as well as the Carmelo Anthony Allen Iverson Nuggets, and a perennial 50-win Utah Jazz team. And aside from
we forget about the Utah Jazz with D. Will and Boozer. Yeah, for real as well.
Kobe, LA's core rotational players during this span of time were Lamar Odom, Smush Parker, Kwame Brown, Chris Mim, Devin George, Luke Walton, and Maurice Evans. These top 7 rotational players combined to make exactly 0 total All-Star appearances ever for their entire careers.
Real talk here. You guys ever checked out Kwame Brown's YouTube channel? The guy's crazy, man. Like, he don't give a shit.
It's a complete crap.
But once the bum Lakers front office got around to bringing in, at the time, a serviceable one-time career All-Star in Pau Gasol, Kobe would again dominate that NBA landscape, immediately making a run to 3 consecutive finals and winning back-to-back championships following this trade. But 3 years after that second title, his moron organization would again step in to sabotage Bryant's career by effectively ending it with the garbage lineup they surrounded him with. And to think, some call the 2012-2013 Lakers a super team. Dwight Howard was their second leading scorer that year.
Actually, they should have been, but they all got injured, man. Dwight Howard got injured. Steve Nash was injured. And then Kobe played his ass off when he got his Achilles tear.
And was significantly diminished coming off of back surgery that previous offseason, while injuries would consume the remainder of the lineup, with Pau Gasol declining substantially this year, averaging at the time a career-low 13 points per game while missing nearly 40 games, and 38-year-old washed starting point guard Steve Nash also missed over 30 games that season. The roster issue.
Crazy thing is it seems stacked. And I thought it was unfair, honestly, because I was not a Lakers fan. And seeing Steve Nash go to the Lakers, Mike D'Antoni, all of this was so heartbreaking for me as a Suns fan. Like, I hated all of this. I did not want the Lakers to win. I was glad that they didn't win. But the irony of it all is they were stacked. And then Kobe ended up all alone out there, like, just playing his ass off.
Were only compounded by village idiot Jim Buss's decision to pass on Phil Jackson for coach in favor of Mike D'Antoni.
Stupidest move ever. Stupid. If a coach has 11 championships, you give him the fucking job. Just let him coach until he's ready to retire. It was so stupid.
But Kobe, in typical Kobe fashion, dragged the Lakers into the playoffs, finishing second in the NBA, both in scoring average and total points scored in his 17th season, behind only 24-year-old Kevin.
And real quick, just to think about it, imagine this. Phil Jackson's been fired twice. He won 6 with the Bulls, and then he won 5 with the Lakers, and then they canned him. What kind of injustice is this? It's the most ridiculous crap I've ever heard of. Well, look at what happened in San Antonio, with Pop. I mean, that's some real respect over there, and it's well deserved. But Phil Jackson to get canned twice and disrespected like that, like, even if you don't like him on a personal level, let the guy coach the team.
Durant, and in the final 7 games of his season, Bryant logged an obscene 46 minutes per game, with the Lakers going 6-1 during that stretch. And all it cost him was the rest of his career, as Bryant's body couldn't take any more. And on April...
That's hard to see, man. It's hard to watch because he's just making a regular move, but it was just too much on his ankle, on his Achilles, and he just went down. Like, that's hard. That's hard. One bad step.
Bryant's body couldn't take any more. And on April 12, 2013, Kobe ruptured his Achilles, which in hindsight signaled the end of his career. But despite all of the setbacks, all of the failures, Kobe still managed to dominate his era like few others in NBA history ever have, while hanging 5 banners for the Lakers organization. And it's nice that they finally got around to getting him a damn statue, so the rest of us can have another reason to remember him today and honor him in a way the organization has continually neglected to do.
That's huge, man. That level of unconditional love, that's rare, especially to give to a son. Us guys were supposed to be tough and yada yada, cancel me if you want. It's the generation I come from where we have that pressure to be fucking tough all the time. And dude, if I would have scored 0 points in a game, like, I mean, I would have heard about it. My brother, my dad, like, they would have ripped me a new one. But that's not what I needed. That level of pressure was not good, because the work ethic was there. It didn't matter. So like Kobe, he's got his work ethic. You don't have to shame his ass. So that level of unconditional love from his dad, that's really cool to hear. Like, I'm gonna love you no matter what. Score 60, score 0. I don't. From fucking like 5 feet beyond a 3-point line, catches it, turns around, chucks it. I mean, looks like a terrible shot, but he practices this stuff all day. But anyways, the point is to be like Michael Jordan or a Kobe Bryant. Like, first of all, you needed height. Then you needed the build. You needed jumping skills, like all these things that would immediately knock you off the list, no matter how hard you worked. And then you had to put in the work. And that's where Kobe, dude, he was 6'6" even, like right on the freaking money with Jordan. And then he put in the work to emulate him. Amazing.
12, 13.
12, 13. And then 14 came around, back half of 13, 14 years old, and then I was just killing everyone. And it happened in 2 years. And I wasn't expecting it to happen in 2 years, but it did, because what I had to do was work on the basics and the fundamentals. Well, they relied on their athleticism and their natural ability.
Right.
And because I stick to the fundamentals, it just caught up to them. And
Yeah.
then my body, my knees stopped hurting. I grew.
That's shocking. My favorite musician, his name is Steve Vai, the God's gift to guitar. And he actually says the opposite. He says, practice is for practice. Practice all of your weaknesses. Don't practice your strengths. Your strengths are there. But he said, when it comes to the show, focus on your strengths. And he basically says, like, eventually your weaknesses, if you do your job in practice, will become your strengths. And then as you're performing, you have more of a bag of strengths to go to. But Kobe's saying the opposite, which is crazy because they're both very freaking successful at their craft. So Kobe's saying even in game, he'd be practicing his weaknesses. Damn.
Right? And when I'd play to my weaknesses. I always work on the things during those games that I was weak at. Left hand, pull-up jump shot, post game. Right? So I have a strategy.
What was really your work ethic like, and for how long did you stay?
That just blows my mind. I can kind of see it now, though. He did. Y'all remember when he played a game left-handed? Never learn a damn thing. And we'll start believing that we're always right. So it's important to make mistakes. But it's also important to be able to reflect on those mistakes and learn from them. So, and that's where the Jordan quote comes in. He was like, why do I succeed? And it was like, because I failed. And he lists all the failures in his life. And it was like, because of all those failures, I wasn't scared to succeed. It's cool.
That you need to shore up, right? So it was exciting. I mean, it sucks to lose.
Right.
But the hardest thing is to face that stuff. That's a really, really tough challenge.
How did you get mentally and emotionally so strong where it doesn't bother you?
Well, you got to look at the reality of the situation. Like for me, it's not,
You can't take shit so serious. Just learn from your mistake and move on.
Got it. I didn't have the legs. So you look at the shot, every shot was online. Every shot was online, but every shot was short.
Just like Jordan when he came out of retirement the first time, and the Orlando Magic eliminated the Bulls. Same idea. You didn't have the legs.
How can I show you that? No, I have the edge, right? And so that's when it first started for me, is figuring out how to get the upper hand on an opponent that way.
And that gave him an advantage because he walked into the situation and everyone was underestimating him. Little did they know they were giving him an advantage, but they were. He came in as the underdog, and little did they know that fucking guy was a killer.
And what would you do to mentally break people down then?
One of the things I would do is, while everybody would be at the cafeteria, eating and doing that sort of stuff, I just go back.
He's training.
And so that was my way.
That's something he did even in the Olympics as an old man. And he would do that, practices and everything. There's so many stories about him making a point while everybody else is out chilling, relaxing, partying. He's at the gym. He's at the fucking gym, and he makes sure that they see him. It's crazy.
Way of showing them.
That's one point he was beyond anybody else I've ever known. And his trainer, the same trainer that trained Jordan, I can't remember his name. He say this. That was the difference between Jordan and Kobe. Was Kobe obsessively worked out to the point it was a physical detriment. That's how he got hurt, because he just wouldn't slow down. But that's also how he became so freaking great, because he didn't stop training.
Yeah, I may be from the suburbs, but you're not going to outwork me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like, I see a lot of players take vacations with other.
Hey, anybody in any field of any work, that line is important. Where is it? Ain't nobody going to outwork me. There it is. You're not going to outwork me. Whatever you're doing for a living, if you follow that mentality, and this is more coming from Kobe, not from me. But I mean, for me too, it's proven itself. If you go into a building and you say to yourself, "I'm going to be the best motherfucker here," or die trying, and nobody's gonna outwork me, you're gonna succeed, and you're gonna be respected, even if you're not the best motherfucker in the building. Everybody will see. They'll see what you're doing.
Wow.
Like I see a lot of players take vacations with other players that are close friends.
Banana
And-
boat.
Or just take vacations just to take vacations, or just hang out just to hang out. Like I never did that.
Hey, I do that shit, Kobe. Though it's a huge part of life.
But it was a
Why not
choice.
though? Why didn't you do that?
Well, because when I retire, I didn't want to have to say, I wish I would have done more. I don't want that.
Fair.
I played games.
Fair. I shot away a lot of years. And I don't want to say shot away because those were great years of my life. But I understand. I didn't have NBA greatest of all time focus that he did. I stopped that at around 16, 17, right around there. Stopped having that mentality, but he never stopped. And he was actually like flying that close to the sun. So I get it. I get it. He didn't have time for friends. He didn't have time for fun. No recreation. I really didn't do much of that until, I hit those years. Midway through high school, I wanted to have some fun. I never had fun up until that point. So my 20s, I was having fun too. But those are some of my best moments too. But I do, in hindsight, go back and wonder, had I not done that, because, I might have like one friend left from that whole era. So you got to wonder in your 20s, is it worth it? In the moment, hell yeah. In the long term, that's a hell of a question. Any old dogs in the chat? B, birthday boy, you're a lot younger, but these are questions to ask yourself, and I'm sure the people in the comments will support it. When you get to a certain age, you look back and go like, huh, should I have been hanging out all those times with this jackass over here that I knew wasn't, didn't have my back? That's how I think of it.
With the flu. I played games with 102-degree fever, man. We had a game against Toronto in 2000, and Vince was tearing the league up. My back was jacked. So I would be in the layup line like, okay, there's a lot of days where you can rest and recover. Today ain't one of them. Your back can bother you any other day. That ain't bothering me today. He gonna have to see me today.
It's a mind over matter.
You're playing against the Golden State Warriors. Score is 107-109. You guys are close to getting into the playoffs. You know exactly what happens in the game. You go up, you're about to take your shot, and then all of a sudden, boom, Achilles happens, right? Friend of mine, Nima, he is here just to listen to. He played ball. And he told me, he says, Patrick, I don't think you understand. He says, when I tore my Achilles in high school, he says, 4 friends of mine dragged me to my hospital. I was crying from there straight to the hospital. He says, I have no clue how the hell this guy did it.
Okay, I know I've talked about it, but I'm just going to support this because in high school, I probably would have been a little better at it. But having a torn calf muscle is very similar to an Achilles tear. I didn't know this until I've suffered a major calf tear, and I could say the same thing for the next like 7 days from that injury. It's that feeling. I can't move. I can't get anywhere, So this kid crying about it and being like carried by his boys. I kind of get it because at the initial point of the tear, BV, both of you, if you guys are watching, you'll remember, you carried me off the court. I didn't want to ask for it, but you guys fucking did it. Thank you, because I had never experienced that before. I literally couldn't walk anymore. It was so crazy. Like it was not going to get better. It was just rapidly getting worse. How the hell I drove home with the right leg, I don't even know, you guys. But anyways, to support it, Kobe coming back after an Achilles tear like that, like I respect the hell out of him because he was already getting old. What was he like 35, something like that? So a lot of people would have just called it quits and retired. Um, all I'm saying is anybody who had an Achilles tear, they're not exaggerating. It's terrible. You know, if a calf tear could bring me down for 3 weeks and counting, damn.
He went and hit the free throws, and then you walked off the stage. How the hell?
Yeah, I forgot. The whole point of that was I still can't believe Kobe walked himself off the court. Like, what the hell was that? How do you do it? That was the whole point. And I just, alcohol, and I started rambling. I forgot the point. Kobe walked himself not just off the court. Before he went off the court, walked himself to the free throw line, knocked down his free throws, and then walked himself off the court. Sick. He's sick. He's crazy. Show no weakness to a whole nother level.
How do you tolerate that kind of pain?
I use this. I tell this example, and I think this is the best way to explain it. You have a hamstring injury, you pull your hamstring really, really badly.
I've had a hammy.
You can barely walk, right? Let alone play anything.
Right.
You're at home, all of a sudden a fire breaks out in the home.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Your kids are upstairs.
You can do it.
Wife is wherever she may be, going down. I'm willing to bet that you're going to forget about your hamstring. You're going to sprint upstairs. You're going to grab your kids. You'll make sure your wife's good. You're getting out of that house.
Hell yeah.
And the reason is because the lives of your family are more important than the injury of your hamstring.
And I'll support this as well. The first 7 days of my injury, I didn't want to face it. I was still doing things not for myself. That's the funny thing. When it was just for myself, I would treat myself right, like a real injured person. But when it came to doing stuff for other people in those 7 days, man, I did things that I look back and I'm like, what the fuck was I doing? I was actually hurting myself worse, you know? But yeah, you have that whole other level, you know? If I was in an emergency situation right now, could I run? No. Could I walk very fucking fast and get the hell out of somewhere? Hell yeah. I could probably lift somebody on the way out. It would hurt like hell and I'd probably re-tear my muscle and all that stuff. But if I had to, what's inside? Hell yeah.
And so when the game is more important than the injury itself, you don't feel that injury. Not at that time.
Yeah.
Went in the trainer's room, my kids are in there, and they're looking at you and stuff, and I'm looking at them, and I'm like, it's all right, Dad's gonna be all right. It'll be fine. It'll be all right. It'll be all right. It'll be all right. As a parent, you gotta set the example. You gotta set the example. This is another obstacle. This obstacle cannot define me. It's not gonna cripple me. It's not gonna be responsible for me stepping away for the game that I love. I'm gonna step away on my own terms.
Right.
And that's when the decision was made that, you know what, I'm doing it. You gotta lead by example.
Guys, in chat, how old was he when he tore his Achilles?
As parents, you gotta lead by example. If you want your kids to do whatever it is they want to accomplish in life, you have to show them. You gotta show them. The definition of greatness is to inspire the people next to you. I think that's what greatness is or should be. It's not something that lives and dies with one person.
Wow.
It's how can you inspire a person to then in turn inspire another person. That then inspires another person.
That's the whole that's the whole point. The older I get, the more I see that's the point of life. We got all these little things we want to accomplish and all this stuff. But what's really what can you do in life is to leave it a better place than you found it. And if that means passing on information to somebody and then they pass that information on to somebody else, and it's affecting their lives in a positive way, I think that's kind of the meaning of life. And boys, I'm thinking of you, you know? Pass that shit on.
And that's how you create something that I think lasts forever.
Yeah.
And I think that's our challenge as people, is to figure out how our story can impact others and motivate them in a way to create their own greatness.
Points per game over the last 3 weeks.
Jimmy X High Roller.
He had the entire league in the palm of his hands. But not even Kobe could imagine what would happen in this seemingly normal mid-season matchup. 81 points. The game that had the entire basketball world in shock. A scoring total never seen before and never seen since in modern NBA history.
What I love about this is that he put up 60-something in 3 quarters. It was either the game before or a couple days before this. And Phil took him out because blowing him out. This game, the 81 game, they needed every single point. And you can watch Phil's speech from today. Phil's speech from today with the statue unveiling ceremony. He says it. That's why he left him in the whole game. He needed every single freaking one of those 81 points to win this game.
But there are 2 sides to every story. Kobe would forever be known as one of the greatest scorers of all time. And Jalen Rose was infamously immortalized as the man who had 81 points dropped on his head in a single game. This one game completely altered Rose's legacy. A memorable college career, over a decade in the NBA, multiple seasons as one of the league's top scorers, and a trip to the finals. And yet, most fans remember him for one thing, and one thing only: getting abused by the great Kobe Bryant for 40 minutes. That's it. Everything else this man did has been forgotten because of one bad game. Well, one really bad game. But the worst part is, this never happened. Jalen Rose never got 81 points scored on him.
No, he didn't.
On this historic January night, it was a completely different player who took the majority of the beating, but has somehow avoided all the attention as the man responsible for the 81-point game. In 2006, right in...
All right, B, you know who you are. I'm giving you a mention, like I said I would. It's funny because Phil basically said, Kobe was torching everybody in a speech today. He was saying he was torching everybody on that team today. But the one person he actually called out was Jalen Rose. And it was so fucked up, It was so fucked up, but it was honestly the funniest moment of his speech.
In the prime of his career, Kobe Bryant put on a show that every NBA fan would never forget. The game that made fans double and triple take the box score because it was so unbelievable.
Yeah.
80.
Wait. 60%, 61%. Man, 54% threes, 90% at the fucking free throw line. You can't say he was a ball hog. Like, he was the most effective person in the league at that day. It's incredible. Who else? Lamar Odom. He shot 14%. He ain't passing the ball to Lamar. Smush. Okay. Kwame, 20%. Chris Mim. Interesting. 62.
Was so unbelievable.
Damn.
81 points in a single game. See, in that matchup against the Raptors, Kobe Bryant was giving everyone buckets. He wasn't sparing a single soul on the court that night. Of the 10 players who suited up for the Raptors, Kobe scored on 8 of them. The Raptors tried to throw Jose Calderon at him for some odd reason, and of course, it didn't work. They tried throwing both their centers at Kobe, and they immediately regretted it. They tried sticking Kobe with nearly every single forward on their roster.
Yeah, Phil said they were throwing a zone at him. So they came up with a scheme real fast to exploit that zone and have Kobe just attack everybody in that triangle.
And Kobe was absolutely thrilled to break them all down one by one. Of the 8 guys Kobe scored on, he easily outscored all 8 of those players combined. They were
Wow.
helpless and hopeless. They were going to be on the wrong side of history, and they knew it. Just look at their head coach, Sam Mitchell. He's absolutely sick. But the man who takes all of the slack for this epic performance is Jalen Rose, a player that accomplished so much and yet only gets remembered as that one guy who Kobe torched for 81. Of the 81 points Kobe scored, Jalen Rose was guarding Kobe for only 20.
Okay, that's fucked up. That's really messed up, man. Okay, who had the 25 points? But straight up, that's messed up because Jalen Rose has gotten so much flack over this. David did a commercial about this. It was like 81 olives or whatever at a restaurant. But yeah, Jalen Rose does so much crap.
21, which accounts for only about 25% of all of his points. So, with nearly everyone on the Raptors roster accounting for 69% of the points, who accounts for the other 31%?
Here's the tall Texan Mim. Now to the corner of the key, Bryant working on Peterson, who normally draws the assignment of the opposition's best player.
Stop it. Get some help.
I think 3 consecutive 30-point games.
Chugs are bad, okay?
In for Joel.
Bang.
A little bit in Milwaukee, then down in Houston. He's one of those guys that every corner of the key, Bryant working on 7 straight.
He's up to
90% free throws that game.
To see if he can add to it. Trying to move around Mo Pete, trying to put him up.
What was it, 55 threes?
Tonight, you would think. The board, Chris Bosh was.
That's stupid foul.
For you, but he's void of all the drama off. Nobody helping right now defensively, so he'll take the failures.
It's so easy. It's a bad looking 3, but nailed it.
Kobe cut off at the pass. I can't go one way.
Oh my God. Bang.
18 for 20 from the line and an 81-point game.
None other than Morris Peterson.
Morris
AKA
Peterson.
Mo Pete.
Who the fuck is Morris Peterson? Oh man, that poor guy. That poor guy.
The true culprits behind Kobe's.
But it don't matter. That whole team. You should. Even Chris Bosh. Sorry, buddy. Hold your head in shame.
81 points explosion. Kobe scored 25 points on Peter.
Hey, straight up. To all y'all watching this video and possibly having a drink after watching that statue ceremony, like I've been doing here. Cheers to all y'all. If I ever get bigger, I'll go live for something like this instead. But for now, cheers to all y'all. Hope you have a wonderful night. What am I drinking? Some Apothic Rosé. And I'm not normally a wine guy, but you know, injury will change a fool for a short period of time. So some wine sounded good. Usually a beer guy or a whiskey guy.
Peterson, totaling more than.
Shout out B. Shout out V. You know who you guys are. Love you guys. Can't wait to celebrate with you in a couple of days here. It's going to be fun. Open up some cards. Hey, comments down below. If we opened up some 90s basketball cards, like fresh out of the box, didn't show our faces, but you know, we just showed you the cards and you can hear us talking and reacting to it. Would you all watch that? Because me and my 2 boys, we've been talking about it to put it on this channel. Let me know.
Any other player on the Raptors roster. Nearly a third of all of Kobe's points that night were scored on Peterson or at the free throw line drawn by fouls by Morris Peterson. Now, most younger fans probably have no idea whatsoever who Morris Peterson is.
I don't remember him
But
either.
My man Mo Pete had some awesome moments. Mo was Vince Carter's right-hand man during his time in Toronto. Peterson was a heat check kind of guy. The type of player who may give you the loudest 25 points with dunks and highlights, or he may give you 5 points in 30 minutes.
Did he do cocaine? That sounds like a lot of the 80s guys. Were you on cocaine, sir?
He was a flashbang wildcard, but one aspect of his game that was solid night in and night out was his defense. Peterson was the Raptors' defensive stopper, usually assigned with guarding the opposing team's best perimeter player. Well, at least that's what his reputation was in the league. the designated defensive juggernaut. Boy, was
Really?
that an unfitting title for old
Really?
Mo Pete.
That's like all those Jordan stoppers back in the day. And then Jordan would read the articles and light those guys up for like 50. Really? Dude, you don't call yourself a Kobe stopper. If anybody calls you a Kobe stopper, you tell them to shut their fucking mouth. Guy like Kobe's gonna light you up like Luka lights up fucking Booker these days. Sorry, B.
Because the same season Kobe went berserk on him, nearly every other star wing in the league went absolutely crazy on Peterson as well. Morris Peterson held Carmelo Anthony to 14 points in a game. But not before Melo hung 37 points on him in an early matchup.
Melo could have
Mo
been
Pete
stoned
held
that day.
T-Mac to just 7 points, then proceeded to get torched for 37 2 weeks later. In fact, Morris Peterson had
So it's just a stupid little narrative.
the knack for letting perimeter players get a lot of buckets. Of course, getting assigned to guard the best players in the league night after night is no small task. But, I mean, come on. My man was really getting scorched that season. For crying out loud, Dwayne Wade averaged 35 a game
Man.
on Mr. Pete. But
Look at what the hell, dude. What the hell did I just watch? Because I got so used to this before LeBron came around Miami. Like, what the hell?
scorched that season. For
D
crying
Wade
out
did.
loud, Dwayne
D Wade had the clutch gene of Jordan, and did some of the most amazing shit I've ever seen in NBA history, and it's very forgotten.
Wade
Let's look.
averaged 35 a game on Mr. Pete.
What
But
did
none of
he?
these numbers
How
live
did he
up to the
celebrate?
ridiculous scoring average Kobe put up on him.
The guy was celebrating. Like, are you kidding me? How did he know that shit was going in?
But none of these
Hold up.
averaged 35 a game
What?
on Mr. Pete.
He just
None of
chucks
these
it.
numbers hold up to the ridiculous scoring average Kobe put up
Oh.
on him. Yeah.
Oh shit!
Here's the thing.
46 a
If you
game.
ask the average NBA fan who was guarding Kobe on the night he had 81, 99% of the time the answer will be Jalen Rose.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get.
But around the league, every player knew who was really responsible for it. Earlier that season in December, Morris Peterson held Kobe to just 11 points. In fact, he rightfully bragged about this in an interview years later. You want to know what else he bragged about in that same interview? Holding Kobe to, and I quote, only 45 points a game against him. I'm not even joking. Morris Peterson literally bragged about holding Kobe Bryant to an average of just 45 points a game that season. These are actual words that came from his mouth. After all of the years of Jalen Rose getting roasted for getting 81 points scored on him, come to find out, he wasn't even the main culprit. Earlier that same season, Kobe went off on the Mavericks, scoring a career-high 62 points in just 3 quarters.
Wow.
Mo
Yeah,
Pete
that's
said
the
that
game.
Former Mavericks guard
That's
Devin
the game.
Harris randomly approached him to shake his hand and thank him for erasing that 62-point record by letting Kobe score 81. Devin Harris was off the hook. His name cleared from the Hall of Shame. But somehow, Mo Pete avoided this fate as well. And instead, Jalen Rose took the fall. Just like any other Hall of Fame, the list of players who got lit up for historic totals is very exclusive. It takes an incredible player on their best night being guarded by some poor guy just trying not to lose his job. These guys were all on the wrong side of history. It's unfortunate, but at the cost of their self-esteem
Yeah,
as a defender,
Hilo, poor
we love
guy.
to see it. And for the last 14 years,
Oh.
Jalen Rose has
Jalen
been
Rose.
the ambassador for this exclusive.
That's a cool little triangle here. So we got Jalen Rose with his 81. Poor guy, man. All right. Imhoff with 169 on Elo. I mean, that was actually pretty legit, though. That was like really 69 on Elo. I mean, probably 55 of 69, but still, Elo got lit. David Thompson, 73-point game. Dude, David Robinson, 71. You guys, I know B and V probably remember this, but David Robinson's fucking quadruple double but 71 points. Do you guys remember that? I do. I do. It's insane. Who else we got? Earl Monroe back in the day. Ooh. This guy busted LeBron for 61? All right, I got to get back to this video. Danny Ainge on second year Michael Jordan putting up 63 points on you in the playoffs. Yeah. No one was going to stop him, though.
Exclusive club. It's not fair. This wasn't entirely his fault. I think it's time that we induct the long overdue Morris Peterson into the infamous club. So, yeah. Sorry, Jalen. Our bad.
Best player I ever played against. I mean, Kobe is more skilled than any player that's ever played that I've seen.
He knows in his heart he's the best ever.
Welcome to the Kobe Show.
Complicated shots, shooting over taller opponents, footwork with extraordinary grace, the elan vital of the athletic balladry that he put on that court. I think there has been nobody better than Kobe Bryant.
Here's the deal. Kobe in a street ball situation, I hate to admit this, he'd be better than even Jordan. He's probably the best that ever existed. Because Jordan learned something that Kobe didn't. Kobe took tough shots his entire career, and he made a lot of them. But his shooting percentage was lower than Jordan's because he took way tougher shots. Jordan was a little bit smarter, and he took better shots. But Kobe in a street ball situation against, your average Joe, my God, like the shit that he would do. You guys seen the Rucker footage? My God, I might do that next. I'm gonna shut up. Let's watch this video. If you guys haven't seen the Rucker footage of him at the park, fuck.
There's nothing you can say. I mean, this kid is unreal.
Time right now, he's the best player in basketball, and I don't think it's even close.
Also, I've already cursed like 20 times because I'm drunk, drunk and injured and all this shit and emotional. So I'd appreciate a like and a comment and all that. It would help out because there's no way I'm monetizing this video.
One time, one game, I'm taking Kobe Bryant.
Like, I'm going right at you.
Yeah.
I want to be better than you.
Kobe Bryant was the best basketball player ever lived.
Well, he's the greatest that's ever played.
Kobe Bryant will go down as the greatest basketball player that has ever lived.
Yet everyone forgot about him, and all we're talking about is LeBron now. We still talk about MJ, of course. We have to. MJ is the GOAT. Kobe. I'm sorry, it's still the case. But why is Kobe not number 2? Why is LeBron number 2? It's bullshit.
The best player, closer.
This dude had everything in the toolbox times 3. We haven't seen this type of mastery at this level.
Kobe.
Kobe Bryant.
Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant.
Kobe Bryant.
It's Kobe.
Kobe.
Kobe. Kobe Bryant.
Kobe being Bryant.
Kobe Bryant.
Kobe. Kobe.
This guy's unbelievable, man. There's no doubt that he's the best player that I've faced.
What he's able to do offensively and defensively is, it's unbelievable. And I look up to a guy like Kobe Bryant just because of what he's able to do every night he goes out on the basketball court. So once again, I'm quoting again saying that Kobe Bryant is the best player in our league.
He has the capacity through his will and determination.
I can't. This is going to be cool.
No one understands what it takes to be great.
The force that drives you to do what others don't.
The sacrifices made, all with one purpose in mind.
Push yourself to become better.
The extra seconds, minutes, hours of work put into perfecting one's game.
Lifting yourself above the rest.
To make sure your name will forever be synonymous with one word, greatness.
Nice feed, man. Nice shit.
On June 26th, 1996, the NBA was introduced to
my boys, You know who the two of you are? Thank you for helping me get a Kobe rookie card. Man, so fucking cool.
17-year-old kid out of Philadelphia. The 5th player in league history to make the jump straight from high school to the NBA. And yet, even with all of this hype, with all the heavy expectations, with the bar set impossibly high on this kid, he somehow managed to exceed all expectations every single time in every way possible.
I'm sorry. This move is ridiculous. The behind the back.
With the bar set impossibly high on this
Hold
kid,
on.
he somehow managed to exceed all expectations
What
every
the hell
single
is
time in every way possible. You know, I wasn't sure if I wanted to make this video. A tragedy so devastating, it's almost incomprehensible. What is the...
Y'all, there's a reason why this Kobe stuff hits me so hard. There really is. I'm not going to get into the details of it all, but 2019, like late 2019, here's the deal. I hated Kobe while he played because I was such a Jordan guy. And I didn't want Kobe to surpass Jordan because Jordan was my guy. But in 2019, I'd come off a couple of really, really tough years. And yeah, this is drunken me, rambling here. But that's the whole point. I came off a couple of really low years. The lowest years of my life. And I started watching not Kobe Bryant like basketball stuff, but Kobe Bryant post basketball interviews and hearing the way he was talking. And it just lit a fire under my ass, where it reminded me of who I was when I was younger. The no excuse, the no BS, the you want something, go out and get it version of me. And I came back full force in 2020, like right when 2020 started. And right when I started hitting my stride, Kobe passed away. And it hit me like a ton of bricks. And after that, I had some of my most successful years. And I was thinking about Kobe a lot, which is funny because, like I said, I used to hate the guy. But Kobe actually inspired me to get to a point in my life where, there's a select few who know me personally, and the place I was in 2020 versus where I am now in 2024, it's night and day. It's night and day. And as silly as it sounds, Kobe, a lot of it, because it was all a mentality thing. You call it mama mentality or whatever the hell you want to call it. It was all mentality. And I'm sure my viewership just dropped off like significantly at this point in this video. But for those of you who are around still listening to this rambling, thank you. And this is why I cover Kobe so much, is because he actually had a huge impact on my personal life. And I owe a lot of my success to Kobe Bryant. My early success was Michael Jordan. He gave me that attitude since I was 5 years old. I was busting ass out there on the courts. I was out there trying to prove myself in every way possible. But then I lost myself for a little while there. Kobe got me back. And I've got a great life. Anyways, these videos are going to get rougher and rougher as the night goes on, man. Kobe, rest in peace. We love you, man.
Is there to say that hasn't already been said? Kobe, the Black Mamba.
Yeah.
The man who made us dream big, persevere, overcome, get knocked down, and get right back up and do it all over again, because that's what champions do.
You can hear in the voice of Jimmy X, he's hit hard too. He's hit hard too when Kobe passed. That was a crazy day.
The man who taught us about loyalty, strength, discipline,
Discipline.
An unshakable, unmistakable possession of heart and persistency.
Drive, man.
The part where he taught us to never back down.
Nope.
To never quit until I have reached the top and I dare anyone to try to stop me.
Yep.
That part. That Kobe energy. That unmatched, unwavering, contagious energy that only the Black Mamba.
Look at him busting my sons. Do you want to know why I hated Kobe back then? It was a lot because of this, because he fucking whooped my son's asses.
Could bring. So,
the jersey pull. Hey, that jersey pull, I hope that's going to be one of his trophies right there.
That only the Black Mamba could bring.
That should be one of his trophies. Either that or that pose. That should be one of his three not trophies, statues.
Could bring. So today, with a heavy heart, I want to celebrate Kobe's life with y'all. Some memorable moments in Kobe's career, who he was as a player and a person, and the irreplaceable role he played in our lives. Now, we've discussed Kobe and all of his glory on this channel more times than I can even count. Like the time when we took an in-depth look at every single time Kobe faced off against Jordan. Or when we crunched the numbers to see if a prime Kobe Bryant could score 100 points in today's NBA. The conclusion we came to? Of course he could. He's Kobe Bryant.
Yeah.
And then there was the time when we took a dive.
In modern times, I mean, the guy got 81 in the lowest scoring era of basketball history. Modern times, easy 100. Easy.
Into the exact moment when Kobe became the Black Mamba and put the entire world of basketball on notice. When he was on the court, it was Kobe's world, and everyone else was just living in it. Not a single weakness in his game, physically or mentally. And don't even get me started on Afro Kobe. I don't know what that man was putting into his hair, but when Kobe was rocking the fro, there wasn't a soul on planet Earth that could keep up with my guy.
Dude, you guys ever play on, it was like the PlayStation 2 era, the video games? It was, what was it? Like in NBA Street Volume 2. You had Afro Kobe and you had Jordan in there. Like, that was the best basketball game ever. Me and my brother used to play that shit all the time. That was great. Freaking Afro Kobe.
All the moments he gave us. Like when Michael Jordan told Kobe he can wear the shoes, but he would never fill them. So as a farewell gift, Kobe put 55 on his head.
Yes, he did.
The best part is Kobe was loving every minute of that beatdown. Meticulously choosing his spots, talking smack. Just being Kobe.
He even threw some punches at him. That's a joke.
Sealing the deal in Game 7 to go to the NBA Finals. A moment that has been ingrained in all of our memories. Or what about the time when Kobe outscored the entire Dallas Mavericks roster for 3 quarters, dropping 62 points in just 32 minutes? What a savage.
Yeah.
You gotta love it.
Phil Jackson talked about that today in his trophy speech, how he knew it was very unpopular that he out, but they were up by like almost 30 points, so he did it, and then the next day he fucking puts up 81.
And of course, the famous 81-point game that had us all in shock and made even the biggest Kobe haters say, well, I'll be damned. Kobe once had the nerve to bet $500,000 in the middle of a game on a free throw. Of course, no one wanted to take that bet, and he drilled it. And let's not forget about the time when Matt Barnes tried to spook our dude,
this is classic.
And Kobe just stood there like, dog, you know who I am, right? Or how about the time when Kobe gifted...
and then he recruited Matt Barnes because he was like, this guy's fucking crazy like me.
The entire Lakers roster with his signature shoes. Then when the team got blown
what the
out
hell's
by
that
the
Mountain
Blazers,
Dew?
Kobe took the shoes back and told his teammates they couldn't wear them because they were too soft.
I heard this
then
story.
There was the time he sank 2 clutch free throws in crunch time after tearing his Achilles. can barely walk, but still sinks back-to-back free throws with
Man, let me tell you, as a guy, okay, torn Achilles and a torn calf muscle, as I've been researching, like, and rehabbing from this injury of mine, um, very similar injuries. Uh, I can't believe he did that. You know, he busted those free throws and he walked his ass off the court. Um, I was, it's stupid, but I was playing some pickleball with my friends when I injured my calf. I tore my calf muscle, and man, I couldn't walk. Like I was limping and like hopping, but the way he was actually like walking, I can't believe he did it because I couldn't put any weight on my leg, on my foot, and I couldn't do it for weeks. I'm just now starting to be able to do it, and I'm more than 2 weeks into the injury. I'm almost 3 weeks in. It's crazy. Kobe should have been carried off the court, and he just didn't give a damn.
with 3 minutes left in the fourth. But this was just another day in the life of Kobe. Or how about just a couple years ago when Kobe decided he wanted to make a short story, messed around and got an Oscar.
Right.
Is that not the most Kobe thing you've ever heard of?
That's when he got my real attention.
Just casually receives the most coveted award in an industry you've never been a part of because simply, why not? The man was a living legend. And I want to stray away from any GOAT discussions.
No.
I feel like this goes beyond basketball, and his legacy is cemented in ways that transcends rankings and numbers. But
Facts, for me, what Kobe did post-retirement in his short time alive post-retirement, I respect what Jordan has done. And Jordan's my GOAT at basketball, but Kobe got my attention with what he was doing post-basketball. Kobe to man, not just Kobe to player.
But I want to offer a perspective into the mind of Kobe. A point of view that may shed some light on why many fans across the globe feel that there never was and never will be another Kobe Bryant. See, back in '96, Kobe became the first guard to ever get drafted to the NBA straight out of high school. At the time, this huge jump had only occurred once in the modern NBA, which came in the year prior with Kevin Garnett. But unlike young stars that came after Kobe that took the NBA by storm, Kobe didn't quite see the same success early on in his career. As a first-round lottery pick, Kobe spent his first 2 seasons in the league coming off the bench, averaging just over 20 minutes a game and just under 9 shots a game. For a player that just 2 years prior was being anointed as the next Michael Jordan, this wasn't quite the start some fans were expecting. To put this into perspective, because you know we gotta give our boy Kobe a chart, here are numbers from other all-time greats in their first 2 seasons in the league. Add that to the fact that he dealt with a shortened lockout season in his 3rd year, and Kobe's path to greatness was already starting to fill with more obstacles and challenges than his counterparts. In fact, here is a pre-draft scouting report on a 17-year-old Kobe. Let's see here. Very mature. Yup. Knows the game of basketball and what needs to be done to win. Yeah. A true leader who dominated games with triple teams most of the time. Yup.
Yep.
Fierce competitor with a lot of determination. Bruh. No brainer. Has perfected the turnaround jumper, Jordan's trademark. Well, hold up. You know what? Whoever wrote this, Jason, your scouting report from 24 years ago was spot on. I mean, this is gold, all the way down to his moves. Here's another scouting report that was pretty accurate, but personally, I prefer the fan-made version. This is Kobe, and fortunately, his early struggles set him up for a monumental rise. From role player to an all-star coming off the bench.
Yeah, 7.6 first year rookie season. Yeah. Off the bench for, was it Eddie Jones?
To a key franchise player to superstar status.
28 points by the time they won their first championship. Damn. I didn't know he dipped down to 25 in the second championship.
Slowly but surely getting better and better every single season, eventually transcending the sport itself. Kobe's path to greatness was not your conventional hero's arc. Well, then again, nothing Kobe did was conventional. Averaging 45 points for an entire month, being
Jesus
the best
Christ.
offensive and defensive player in
45 points for an entire month. That reminds me of like Jordan averaging a triple-double as a point guard for his 10 days or whatever he did. Like in a statement. Want to know why he stopped? Why Kobe stopped? First of all, want to know why Jordan stopped averaging a triple-double? Because he stopped playing point guard. So he ended up back at shooting guard. Want to know why Kobe stopped averaging 45? Was because Phil Jackson told him to feed the big man because Shaq was back in. So that was while Shaq was gone. He was injured. Shaq came back in, and Phil Jackson demanded you feed the big man, which was good advice. But had Kobe just been selfish? Dude, you got to think about it. Kobe could have easily scored 40 points a game his entire career. Had he not cared about winning, easy 40 points a game. Same with Jordan. Had Jordan not cared about winning, easy 40 points a game. This modern era, 45, easy.
In the entire league simultaneously, winning with rosters that did not have the makeup of a championship team. Kobe was just different. In fact, it is this exact quality about Kobe and his game that elevates the Black Mamba into the realm of the best player to ever lace up status.
Shout it out down below in the comments. Who here has actually seen Kobe live in person? Because that me when I saw him in person light up my sons. The guy was just methodical, amazing. You know, he looked slow. That was the funny thing. It looked slow, but it was just perfection. You couldn't guard him. You couldn't stop him. That fadeaway, that Jordan fadeaway, he perfected it like nobody else has to this day. Imagine LeBron. If LeBron actually perfected that fadeaway, fuck.
See, here's the thing. Kobe didn't have LeBron's durability. He didn't have Michael's giant mitts and
he didn't have the
ungodly
steroids
vertical
either.
leap. He didn't have Kareem's length or Shaq's frame or any of that. Now don't get me wrong, Kobe had the tools, but where other players were put on the fast track to basketball superstardom, Kobe Bryant had to painstakingly build his track piece by piece. Every shot, every failure and shortcoming, every moment on the court was cataloged in Kobe's basketball index, categorized, practiced some more, fine-tuned, and executed to perfection the next time you saw him. Kobe took the great skill set and tangibles that he was born with, and through years of discipline and focus, crafted that same skill set into the deepest, most versatile, deadly, polished bag the game has ever seen. Because the older I get, the less I appreciate raw talent, and the more I admire other stuff. Courage, willpower, commitment, fearlessness, competitiveness, the absolute obsession to win and be the best. That was Kobe Bryant. Freakishly talented, and yet, somehow, even more exceptional at everything else. A few months ago on his podcast, Gilbert Arenas discussed what made Kobe so incredible at his craft, and I couldn't agree.
Modern Gil could suck my ass, but let's see what he had to say back then.
Anymore with him.
If you go 6'6" guard and you took all their names off and put their attributes on it, you wouldn't find Kobe. He'd be somewhere at the bottom because of his measurement. Like, we're not talking about how he uses it. You gotta remember, he uses it maximize. Like, he uses 38 inches better than most people use their 42s, 44s. So the fact that Kobe did more with less. Every shot had to be harder because he didn't have he couldn't just jump over everybody. His shots was more difficult.
Yeah, he didn't have the vertical like Jordan did. And if we're talking pound for pound, Allen Iverson wins the game over anybody else. But Allen Iverson didn't have the work ethic that Jordan and Kobe did. Um, I'm still. It hurts me to say because Jordan's my GOAT, but I can be open minded about everything. If I was in the street, we're talking park ball, street ball. Kobe Bryant's my guy. Kobe Bryant's the best player that just straight up basketball. Just straight up basketball. Fuck the NBA. Fuck all of that shit. Kobe Bryant might be the best basketball player of all time. The best professional basketball player of all time, Michael Jordan, hands down. Hands down. But we're talking just basketball, like hood ball. Kobe Bryant, man. Any day of the week.
The reason Kobe will be number one is just like 300. Leonidas. You don't supposed to win this fight. You're not supposed to get close to the Greek god is supposed to kill you guys. But the fact that you made him believe is the reason we remember you. You fought and stood knowing you were going to die. That's why Kobe's number one. So the fact that out of all the athletes that ever came in this league, the one who is average is the one who got close to the Greek god makes him the Greek god.
Fair enough. And just to clarify, who's the GOAT? Jordan. Like, don't get in the comments and diss me on that, on what I just said. Because who's the best professional basketball player of all time? Organized basketball player of all time? That can be high school, college, Olympics, NBA. It's Jordan. Who's the best, just like basketball as an art player of all time? It might be Kobe. It ain't LeBron, but it might be Kobe.
He had to work for everything that he got.
Although the loss of Kobe and his daughter Gigi has left the basketball world shattered, hurt, and just absolutely heartbroken, I feel so blessed to have witnessed the greatness that was Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, me too.
So as time passes, we must do our best to preserve the legacy of Kobe.
That was the one shot. D-Wade said he couldn't even be mad that it went in because it was Kobe Bryant. They talked afterwards and he was just like laughing with Kobe. Like, I can't even be mad at you. You're fucking Kobe Bryant.
NBA, I'm talking to you. Among the suggestions I have seen from fans, many said that the NBA should retire both the numbers 24 and 8 to honor the Black Mamba. And although I think this would be great, I've got something even better. Make January 26th Kobe Day or Mamba Day around the league, and for the games that are scheduled for that day...
Hey, to be fair, Jimmy X might have gotten his wish because this year, this just a couple of weeks ago, we saw Luka go out for an explosion. What was it? 71 points, 73 points? I can't remember anymore. But then Devin Booker putting up like 62. So I had an argument with my dad about this because he doesn't think it has anything to do with it. But people are stepping up on basically Kobe Day, to pay him tribute.
For that day, have one team all wear number 8 and the other wear all number 24. That way we are all reminded of Kobe's legacy each year. Of course, having a team full of players with the same numbers would get a bit tricky with the refs. I'm sure we could figure it out. Right. Another suggestion that I personally feel the league has got to do is change the NBA logo to Kobe. To me, this is a no-brainer. The NBA has a shady past with the existing logo anyways. We've discussed this in a previous video. Jerry West...
Yeah, we just covered it. I don't agree with the Kobe thing. I think it should be Jordan. But if it was Kobe, I sure as hell wouldn't be mad. I'll tell you that.
Himself has said for years now that he no longer wants to be the logo. And honestly, the league has evolved so drastically over the past decade that I feel a new logo would be a fitting way to bring in this new era of the NBA. The players that will be playing in the NBA 10, 20 years from now, we all looked up to Kobe. It only makes sense.
Fair.
And what better way to immortalize the man that made us fall in love with the game than by making him the face of the league? Kobe Bryant was the physical embodiment of basketball. He gave every fiber of his being to this game. I think it's time the game gave back to Kobe.
Yet the game has been disrespecting Kobe. And it's been pissing me off. It's part of the reason why I make these videos.
There are so many things I could say about this guy right here. I could go on for days, and I mean that quite literally. Kobe, thank you for inspiring us, for showing us that our mind is the most powerful tool of all. Thank you for 81. Thank you for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 championships. Thank you, Kobe, for everything. Have you ever seen this photo before? It's iconic. One of the most powerful photos the NBA has ever produced. A young Kobe Bryant in the midst of a heated battle taking a moment to hear the wise words of his idol Michael Jordan. It's been seen by millions, but do you know the context of this picture? The story behind it. It's December 17th, 1997. The Lakers were 18-5, dominating the NBA behind superstar Shaquille O'Neal and a 19-year-old soon-to-be all-star Kobe Bryant. On the other end of the court, you have the Chicago Bulls, reigning NBA champs, coming into the game with a record of 14-9 with the best player in the league. The league's two best teams facing off in the Staples Center. Coming into this game, Kobe Bryant wanted to make a statement against the great Michael Jordan. This was the season he would break out as a legitimate NBA talent and prove to the world that he wasn't just another student of MJ's. And with Shaq sidelined, this was Kobe's opportunity. And it wouldn't take long for him to get his point across.
Real quick, the cool thing about Kobe was, I mean, he was so competitive when it came to Jordan. You know, I mean, to the point where he was almost an asshole in the very beginning. Phil Jackson arranged a meeting for him and MJ and Phil to sit in a room, in a cigar room of the Lakers facility. And Jordan was just going to sit there and talk to him about like why he should give the triangle offense a chance and move the ball around and just trust that your shots will come. And Kobe just disregarded the entire meeting and just went up to MJ and was just like, I could take you one-on-one. He was so freaking cocky. Excuse me. But the reason I bring that up is because I know a little bit of the backstory of this image. And even though Kobe was dead set on surpassing Jordan in every possible way, he was still asking him for his advice. And he continued to do so throughout his entire career and even after his career, just as far as like life lessons. So imagine the guy you're trying to surpass, you're hitting him up, and even in game, you're asking him for advice. Sorry for the ramble. Like I told you, I had some drinks. Let's keep watching. Let's keep watching.
Of the incentive. Kobe Bryant shooting and hitting with Michael Jordan in his face. And you hold people down and shooting.
Oh shit, he's going at MJ.
Better than a lot of backups in the NBA center. Guarded by Michael Jordan.
God damn.
And a fall away by Kobe Bryant.
That's a ridiculous shot.
And even Michael Jordan will tell you that Kobe Bryant, the future of the NBA.
That look on Jordan's face, by the way, you rarely saw that. That was like a, oh shit, you know? I mean, you see this in some All-Star games too. Actually, you see this every time he plays Kobe, which it just, he's really freaking focused. He's literally telling himself like, oh shit, this fucking kid's trying to humiliate me. He's not used to that. He's used to just destroying everybody. Kobe was a different beast.
You're looking a 20-point for his ministry. And Jordan with a move quickness and to be good three-point shooter. Andy Jones got his points again.
3 defenders.
Kobe Bryant up and under and fouled by Luke Longley as Jordan is guarding. Kobe Bryant.
God damn, how did Jordan not block that?
Michael Jordan gets 2 more. The Lakers are getting tonight at the hands of the world. The fact that he's a highlight.
That's the only thing MJ really had. I mean, okay, not the only thing, but that's like one main thing. Phil Jackson was asked at one point, what was the difference between Kobe and Jordan? And Phil Jackson said, the mitts. the hands, because he could just grab that ball and just move it all around and grip it and do whatever the hell he wanted.
But there's not. One Jordan looking for Wood on Monday night at 31 after establishing a career high of 23.
Man, Kobe just bombing threes.
Off the bench, a 19-year-old Kobe was going blow for blow with the league's MVP.
He was so skinny back then, man. He was a little kid.
Mike with 36, Kobe with 33.
Damn,
the Lakers
Kobe
were taking a beating, but Kobe was making a statement.
Yeah, you remember that. You remember that. Even though it was scrub time, he's still trying to make a point. And Jordan notices. This is not edited. Like, what was going on? Freaking Kobe's over here pulling a windmill.
Taking a beating, but Kobe
is so powerful that he falls on his ass. And MJ's on the bench while it's scrub time because they destroyed the Lakers, just going like, holy shit, this kid reminds me of me.
Was making a statement.
Look at that look.
With 7 minutes and 9 seconds left in the game, in the middle of this intense matchup, with Bulls small forward Scott Burrell at the line, Kobe approaches Michael and sparks a conversation. And a
23 minutes, 21, damn, almost a point a minute. As a kid, 12 Lakers, 6 in the second half, man. Kobe, even before he was really Kobe, he was showing signs.
Photographer snapped this photo. Kobe asked Mike a question about his jump shots, and Mike gives Kobe advice that, without a doubt, stuck with him for the rest of his career. But pay attention to Kobe's demeanor.
Yeah, fill the defense with your legs. I wish I had that advice when I was playing ball when I was younger. That's great advice. How do you anticipate the defense? With your legs? Shit.
Michael is doing the talking, and Kobe is all ears, listening attentively. A moment for a young kid to hear from the man that he shaped his entire game after. One of the most subtle.
Look at that respect. I'm sorry for pausing so much. Just like, this is huge for me. You know, I wasn't planning on covering something like this, but tonight kind of just spurred it. That's one of those things where I've known a lot of guys and a lot of people who, when they want to emulate someone or be better than somebody, they try to destroy that somebody. And I disliked Kobe in the 2000s because I was such a Jordan fan. But I got to give it to Kobe because he didn't try to bash Jordan. He respected Jordan all the way to the end of his life. And that's because instead of trying to crush him, he was actually, like, through respect, he was asking for advice from the guy. And I mean, this whole thing, like Jimmy X says, this whole interaction just shows it all. Like, he's not being cocky. He's literally asking a question. Like, how do you feel the defense? How do you anticipate the defense? And Jordan's just telling him, and Kobe's just soaking it in like a sponge.
Kobe advice that, without a doubt, stuck with him for the rest of his career. But pay attention to Kobe's demeanor. Michael is doing the talking, and Kobe is all ears, listening attentively. A moment for a young kid to hear from the man that he shaped his entire game after.
It's like a big brother, little brother.
But memorable moments in Kobe's career. And there are...
And if you don't know, like, Jordan literally refers to him as little brother. You know, to this day.
Moments like this throughout the history of the game. When a single photo captures the essence of a player, a game, a legacy. When the story behind the photo is just as interesting as the photo itself. Some of these iconic images have backstories that we've all become familiar with, whereas others come from seemingly insignificant moments that we would come to acknowledge years later. Like on December 6, 2010, when the Miami Heat faced off against the Milwaukee Bucks. Just 22 games into the new Big Three era, and the Heat weren't exactly living up to expectations. With a record of 14-8, this new era was getting off to a rocky start. But during this seemingly uneventful December matchup, LeBron and his right-hand man Dwayne Wade had a moment that would be the turning point in their season. After getting out to a 6-2 lead, Dwayne Wade rebounds the ball and gets out on the break. He spots LeBron trailing and dumps off a no-look pass. Then, A photographer on the baseline captures a photo that would be seen around the world.
Yep, with the arms extended.
Lamute got a touch, but it goes to Wade. He has Arroyo in front. And follows.
Yeah.
To James. If you miss,
That's such a classic picture. That's such a classic picture. D-Wade knew Braun was going to dunk that
LeBron
shit.
with his trademark tomahawk. D-Wade with his arms out, a look of confidence like, yeah, that just happened.
He didn't even
a
look.
single moment that
He didn't even have to
encapsulates
look.
one of the greatest duos the league has ever seen. Following this game, the Heat would win 17 of their next 18 games and establish themselves as the best team in the NBA. And it was in this moment that we would all come to realize just how special the Heat would be. Speaking of dominant dynasties, the Los Angeles Lakers.
I just wish we talked more about D-Wade. I'm always going to do it on my channel, but so many people are forgetting about D-Wade. You know, they think D-Wade was like nothing without LeBron. It's just ridiculous. LeBron went to Wade to win. Like nobody knows the fucking history.
And the Boston Celtics have proven to be two organizations that have controlled the league since its inception. Throughout the 80s, these teams would face off in the most intense rivalry in basketball, led by two all-time legends in Larry Bird and Magic Johnson. Since their days in college, Magic and Bird seemed to always find a way back to each other. Whether it was the NCAA championship, the MVP race, or the NBA playoffs, it always came right back down to Bird and Magic.
By the way, I've covered these guys a lot, but how beautiful is it that they were such rivals? They were like bred to hate each other since college, and they ended up being friends afterwards, out of respect. Love that.
And in the 1985 NBA Finals, it was no different. After beating the Lakers in the finals the season prior, the intensity between these two teams was at an all-time high. Fights were breaking out every single game, and neither team was going to back down. It's Game 2 in Boston Garden. After going back and forth for 3 quarters, the Lakers have gotten out to a decent lead early in the 4th, but the Celtics refuse to break. Bird has 20 in the half, and Magic is sitting on a double-double. With less than 5 minutes left in the game, Bird feeds Robert Parrish inside, and Parrish sinks the bucket after drawing the foul. This play in particular isn't all that special, but what follows is a moment that will be remembered forever. As Parrish lines up the shot, Bird and Magic stand side by side, ready to box each other out. And then, this happens.
Beautiful pass to Parrish, who really powers it through after being hit by McAdoo.
Great pass by Larry Bird.
Oh yeah, look at that. I remember that.
In a moment that was seemingly insignificant, a photographer snaps a photo that would summarize the greatest rivalry in the history of the sport. 2 dynasties, 2 legends, battling it out on the greatest stage. After all, this box out was irrelevant. Robert Parrish sunk the shots, but the photo itself isn't what makes this moment so incredible.
I had no idea about that, by the way. I know that photo. It's a classic. I didn't know the context. It's funny how that works.
It's the story behind it that has cemented this picture as one of the NBA's most recognizable images. Bird and Magic weren't just fighting for a rebound. They were fighting for their legacies. Another legend that had to fight for his legacy was Reggie Miller, a player that had to claw his way through one of the toughest eras of the Eastern Conference. Miller had to play the Bulls dynasty, a New York Knicks squad with Patrick Ewing and John Starks, an Orlando Magic team with the best young duo in the league with Shaq and Penny, and a dominant Miami Heat team with Alonzo Mourning and Tim Hardaway.
So many players we would have thought differently if Michael Jordan didn't exist. I mean, he just covered some of them. And, Reggie Miller, Penny Hardaway, young Shaq, prior to Kobe, Tim Hardaway, Alonzo Mourning, those guys, like Patrick Ewing, John Starks, and the crew, like they all were title contenders, but Jordan just fucking sold their dreams, man. Anyways, let's get back to this. I'm sorry. That's a cool fucking dunk pose right there. Like it looks like he's gonna pull a hip.
All 4 teams having 60-win seasons throughout Reggie's prime. But despite Miller being the best shooter in his day and leading the Pacers to the
Reggie
top
was
spot
no
in
joke.
the Eastern Conference on 3 occasions, he was never able to get them over the top. He got close again and again and again. But close was never close enough. However, of all the incredible...
Same thing as the Suns guy, I can say cool close. So same thing I can say as the Suns guy if it wasn't for the damn Rockets. Man, I hated the Rockets in the 90s because the Suns could have gone to multiple finals. I'm talking 3 or 4 finals in the 90s when we had Barkley. If it wasn't for the damn Rockets. Y'all remember Mario Ellie? Man, that guy broke my heart.
Moments the great Reggie Miller has given to the game. His most memorable one came in Game 4 of the 1994 NBA Finals. The Pacers were facing off against the Knicks in Madison Square Garden.
Gonna do a choke
After
pose.
being up 2-0 early in the series, the Pacers fought back to tie it up 2 games apiece. Indiana had all the momentum, and they brought that same energy in Game 5. With Spike Lee in attendance, after trailing by 12 points at the end of the third, Reggie Miller activates Miller time and absolutely buries the Knicks in the fourth.
With a 15-2 lead, here's Miller for 3.
Bang.
Fleming with another Miller in the backcourt. Here's Miller points.
I loved Reggie Miller, man. I still do.
Here's Miller. Swings away.
Bang.
And hits. A man. 5 minutes
Skinny little guy busting ass. Look at him.
Miller for 3. Yes. Miller open again.
What most people don't know about Reggie is he was one of those rare, like 1 percentile that had the killer gene. Like, he would bust your ass. And Mike Lee was stupid for setting him off. That's like setting off Jordan, Kobe, Luka, Bird, one of these guys. Like, you don't piss him off, dude. And New York would have won this game if it wasn't for Spike Lee. I'm sorry. I don't think it's a hot take. Anybody who watched it knows. Reggie would have probably lost this game. The Pacers would have lost.
From downtown in this fourth quarter. Miller
He got pissed.
hits again.
Nothing but swishes.
35 for Reggie Miller. 14 of 26 from the field. 21 of the 35 have come here in the fourth quarter.
Miller
21 of his points came in the fourth quarter because Spike Lee pissed him off. You understand that?
would go on to score 25 points in the fourth quarter alone.
Yeah.
But while having the game of his career, Spike Lee was taking part in his usual banter. At this point, Spike has become a staple at Knicks games. Where there is heated action going down in the Garden, you are sure to see Spike Lee close by. Now, most players may play along.
Yeah, and the Bulls busted his ass
say a
too.
thing or two and move on.
Hey, New York fans, if you're out there watching, I appreciate y'all. New York fans, how do you feel about Spike Lee? Do you want him pissing off the opposing team? Because he sure pissed off a lot of the teams that beat your ass. You know, I'm not talking shit about the Knicks. I'm just talking about Spike Lee. How do you guys feel about him?
But on this day, Reggie had time. And in the midst of
like,
dropping
fuck you,
39 on Spike's team, Reggie Miller shut Spike Lee down with one of the most infamous moments in playoff history.
Do it. Do it. He was staring right in his eyes. This wasn't even about the Knicks anymore. This was Reggie Miller versus Spike Lee. Look at that. He just stared. Holy shit. Oh, man.
Reggie Miller giving the choke side to Spike Lee.
As if Spike didn't already know his team was blowing the lead in the series, Miller gave that man a clear reminder. A reminder that stood as a warning for all trash talkers. After adding insult to injury and humiliating the Knicks in their own house, it was clear that Spike was not ready for the smoke.
I know this has nothing to do with Kobe, but I got another question for you, New York peoples. What is it about Madison Square Garden? Why does everybody light you guys up in Madison? Like, everybody has their best game against you guys in your home court. Like, is there something to this? Because it ain't just Jordan. Like, it used to, we used to just think it was Jordan, but everybody lights up in Madison Square Garden. Why? What the hell is it?
Just look at him. Pathetic. Now, I want to end this video with a brief story about the most recognizable photo in NBA history. This one. Well, not the logo itself, but the photo it was designed after. In 1969, the NBA wanted to separate itself from its newly found competition in the ABA. So the National Basketball Association commissioned Alan Siegel to create a logo for the league. And after searching for the perfect picture to design the logo after, Alan stumbled upon this photo of Jerry West. Thus, the famous NBA logo was born. Only this is not the photo the logo was based off of. Despite this being the image most fans associate with the logo, this is the wrong picture.
Wow.
The actual image that inspired the logo
Really?
is this one. A photo of Jerry West driving to the basket circa 1966. In fact, when you put the photo side by side with the logo itself, the resemblance is uncanny. Why this image has been tagged with the logo image is a mystery. Some fans theorize that the league wanted to distance itself from the idea of designing a logo after one specific player, so they found an image that was similar enough to give inspiration to the design, but not so similar that it can definitively be one player in particular. But again, when looking at the NBA logo and this specific picture of Jerry West,
Wow. One more rant before this video's over. First of all, I'm gonna do a second video. I think I'm just gonna like fire these off, even though it's late. These videos are gonna underperform. I'd really appreciate some comments and some likes and all that stuff. You know, share it with your friends if you could. I'm just doing this because of how I feel about all the Kobe stuff today and the statues. By the way, I only saw one statue. I thought there's supposed to be three. I wonder what they're gonna do about that. But do you guys think it's about time that we move on from Jerry West? Like this is a classic logo. I appreciate this, Jerry West. But I kind of feel like it's time to move on and put Jordan in there. You know? What do you guys feel about that? It's no disrespect to Jerry West, but this day and age, 2024, I think it might be time to update this.
it's clear that the NBA did just that. Let me know in the comments below. What is the most iconic basketball photo ever taken and why? Is it the image, the moments leading up to it, or the players themselves that have made these photos so iconic?
I mean, that's the coolest looking photo. My favorite one, though, is the Kobe and Jordan. Because once I learned the context of it, and it was Jordan. It was post game, Jordan. That game, I think it was Ahmad Rashad who was asking him, like, what were you and Kobe talking about? And he told him straight up, like, I'm kind of surprised Jimmy didn't cover it, but what Kobe was asking him, according to Jordan that day, was Kobe asked me, like, when you're in the post, how do you read the defense? And Jordan said basically it was, I read the defense by what their legs are doing. So it's not about them doing that, because back then you could forearm somebody. So that's not about the forearm in the back. That's how I read the defense. Apparently that was a mistake. You know, I didn't get mentored by freaking Jordan like Kobe did. But it was by the leg positioning. And it makes so much sense now that I'm older and I can think about it. Because if you can feel where the legs are with your own legs, then you know how they're postured because your back is facing them. So if they're postured with their right leg into you, then you know, well, you got to move to you got to go to the right. You know what I mean? Because they can't move fast enough. And Jordan, I mean, I saw him do it 1,000 times in the post. So if he shifted to the right, did a pump fake, and then back to the left, he got him every time. And if it was a slower opponent, he'd just go to the right, give him what they gave him, and he'd drive to the basket or take a jumper. Sorry, this is like deep fucking basketball nerd shit at this point. You know, I love the game. But was that make sense to you guys? You know what I mean? And it was the exact same if someone was, you know, left forearm with their left leg, like, you know, hitting your back left leg, then you know what's going on. You know, you can ride them in with the right if you wanted to, but you're going to be contested. or you can shift them to the weak side, you know, their weakness to the left, and then they have to shift their whole body in order to catch up with you. And you got to clear lane to the basket, and you got 1,000 different tricks you can pull once you get them on that first juke. All right. That's it for this video, you guys.
Be sure to subscribe to join High Roller
No more
Nation,
basketball
and
talk.
as always-
This one.
The GOAT, greatest player of all time. A debate which has been percolating around various NBA hot stoves for the better part of 60 years. And generally, the individuals who owned each NBA era, broken down by decade, beginning in the 1960s and running all the way until today, are the players most commonly found in these top 10 conversations and GOAT debates. But starting in the 1960s and running all the way to the 90s, all of those eras were and are subject to some kind of debate. It wasn't until the 90s where a player singularly owned an era, with Jordan leading the league in scoring and winning a championship in all 6 years that he played in during the decade. But
Agreed 100%. I mean, we know we're going to cover the 80s now, so that's Magic and Bird. 90s was all MJ, man. After that, what we're going to cover today is the 2000s. And it's going to be interesting because there's a lot of Kobe in there. There's a lot of Shaq in there. And then, you know, you got a lot of Spurs in there. So this should be an interesting video.
But following his three-peat repeat at the end of the 97-98 season, the NBA was left in a state of limbo, waiting for the next great player to take over. And in those last 2 years of the 90s, two bigs would surface and use those final 2 seasons as a springboard to audition and set the stage for their claim as the GOAT of the following decade of the 2000s. It was a strike-shortened 50-game season in the 1998-99 league year when 22-year-old Tim Duncan would lead the San Antonio Spurs to the best record in the NBA and what would be his first of 5 eventual NBA championships. The following season in 1999-2000, Shaquille O'Neal would win league MVP while leading the league in scoring and winning the NBA championship. And
dude, he got so much more thick the second he went to the Lakers. Like, I mean, if you could have just stayed right here and kept working on his dribbling, can you imagine how dominant he would have been? He just had to go and gain like another 50 pounds of fat. Slowed his ass down later on.
And the following decade of the 2000s would then present a case for seemingly 3 or even 4 different players in what many present as the greatest coin toss era of them all, with O'Neal dominating the early portion of the decade, producing averages of 21 points, 10 rebounds, and 2 blocks per game for the 10-year span of the 2000s, while being named to 8 All-Star games and making an All-NBA first team 6 times.
I gotta look at that again.
While being named to 1 points, 10
All right. As impressive as this is, I feel like he should be getting more rebounds. You know? I'm not dissing Shaq. I'm just saying, where were those rebounds? Because in his prime, he was easily getting 15 rebounds a game. So he definitely took some nights off.
Rebounds and 2 blocks per game for the 10-year span of the 2000s, while being named to 8 All-Star games and making an All-NBA first team 6 times during the decade. He would add an additional All-NBA third-team selection during this decade, as well as 2 All-NBA defensive second-team honors. All of the individual accolades en route to 3 championships during the 2000s. 2 at the front end of the decade with the Los Angeles Lakers, and 1 in the middle part of the decade with the Miami Heat. And as great as Shaquille O'Neal was during this decade, his reign tapered off in the second half, while the 22-year-old that won the first post-Jordan era title in the 98-99 season was only getting started. And Tim Duncan would grow into not just arguably the best player of the 2000s during this decade, but would become one of the best players of all time, as he is generally credited with being the best power forward in NBA history. And when evaluating...
I mean, that's a good argument. If it's not him, who is it? Power forward? We did small forward, and the majority of the comments agree. Larry Bird. But who's the greatest power forward of all time, if not Tim Duncan? Charles Barkley would have been on the list if he would have won some rings, but Timmy's got it all.
Evaluating his play during this decade, it was easy to see why. During this decade of the 2000s, Tim Duncan averaged 21 points, 11.5 rebounds, and 2.3 blocks per game, while being named to an...
If he's pulling in more rebounds than Shaq did, that's interesting to me. That means he worked harder.
All-Star team every season and being named to a first-team All-NBA distinction 6 times with 3 second-team honors and 1 third-team, rounding out the decade with an All-NBA team selection for all 10 years. He also made 6 All-NBA defensive first teams during this decade, while being named second-team defense 4 times, thus making an All-NBA defensive team all 10 years of this decade as well. Therefore, Duncan was the best player at his position on both sides of the floor for a decade, where he won 3 NBA championships along the way, making him an easy candidate for the best player of this or any decade. He was so great that he overshadowed other elite all-time players throughout this decade, such as Dirk Nowitzki, who averaged 24.5 points per game, 9 rebounds, and 3 assists per game for the 2000s.
Not only 3 assists. That I wasn't expecting.
Averaging more points than either Duncan or Shaq, while scoring more total points for the decade than either of them, substantially more. Nowitzki would also be named an All-Star 9 times during this decade, while being named All-NBA first or second team 8 times in the 10-year span. While Dirk would ultimately capture his one and only NBA championship, which is one of the very best titles in NBA history, that wouldn't ultimately come until the next decade. Along with Duncan and Dirk, the decade of the 2000s...
Dude, Dirk is one of the most, clumsy, just... weird. I've never seen a player just look so clunky and clumsy. But the dude knew what he was doing. He was precise with his clumsiness. I figured it out after watching him for a year or two. I was like, this shit's intentional. And it's effective too.
Would yield yet a...
It's like a drunken what is it? Like drunken kung fu? It reminds me of that, where it's like you think this is not really like a master, it's just some drunken old man, but just sipping on his freaking wine and fighting. But this shit's intentional, and he's gonna whoop your ass.
Another historical all-time great power forward, also in the loaded Western Conference,
KG was a beast.
As Kevin Garnett would rise to prominence during the 2000s, being named an All-Star every year of this decade and averaging 21 points, 12 rebounds, and 4.5 assists a night, while being named to...
See, it's another power forward that got more rebounds than Shaq. Just saying. It's interesting how this works.
An All-NBA team 7 times for the 10-year span, along with All-NBA defensive honors 9 times for the decade. Also along the way of this decade, a new crop of NBA talent would come along in the 2003 draft. A legendarily stacked draft class, rivaling the 96 class and the 1984 class for the best draft ever. In this one, LeBron James, Carmelo Anthony, Chris Bosh, and Dwayne Wade would come off the board in 4 of the first 5 picks. While none of them have a valid claim on this decade, all of them would make immediate impacts during the 2000s, most notably Dwayne Wade and LeBron James, with Wade averaging...
Hey man, Chris Bosh was a beast when he played in Toronto. It wasn't until he joined LeBron in Miami that he was just like an average player at that point.
25.5 points per game, 5 rebounds, 6.5 assists, and nearly 2 steals per game for the 7 seasons he played in the decade.
I gotta look at that again real quick. Sorry.
5 rebounds.
That surprises me. Only 5 rebounds, D-Wade, huh?
6.5 assists, and nearly 2 steals per game for the 7 seasons he played in the decade, while winning a championship in the 2005-2006 season and claiming Finals MVP that year.
Yeah,
LeBron, meanwhile, would average
performance.
nearly 28 points per game, 7 rebounds, and 7 assists, while being named All-NBA first or second team 6 of his 7 seasons played during the 2000s. But he wouldn't be able to parlay any of that individual success into winning until joining the other elite newbie that came in the 2003 draft class.
Yeah, LeBron had the stats, but D-Wade had the clutch.
Oh, and one other guy from the top part of that class. That, however, wouldn't be until the following decade of the 2010s. But what if I were to tell you that despite all of the greatness displayed during this decade, one player dominated the 2000s more thoroughly than any player in any other decade in league history?
Did Kobe get all 5 of his championships in the 2000s? I mean, 2000 and 2010, that is? Because I think he did, huh? They got Powell by then, right? 2007, 2008, something like that?
Aside from the 90s.
What?
Yes, it's true. And it was not any of the aforementioned players. While it's true, the decade from the 2000-2001 season and running through the 2010 league year is one that would be presented as a toss-up by revisionists in the biased media and teenagers on social media, in reality, Kobe Bryant dominated this decade more thoroughly than any player in league history aside from Jordan's 90s. In this 10-year span, Kobe led the league in both scoring average and total points scored. One of only 3 players in league history to do so, joining Chamberlain from the 60s and Kareem from the 70s. His 28.5 points per game during this decade is the 5th highest average ever in league history, behind only Wilt Chamberlain and Oscar Robertson's averages in the 60s and Michael Jordan's averages in the 80s and 90s.
Okay. So we're talking eras. So in the 60s, Wilt had 34 points a game. It was stupid, ridiculous. 30, that's right at his career average, 30.3. Oscar at 20. Damn, man. Oscar at 29 in the 60s. Kobe was right there. You know, it's similar to a lot of things that Kobe did in his career, which is like right there, right next to MJ's, just slightly below. When it comes to his championship, he had one less. His points were slightly less, except for the totals, but the averages were. And then same thing if you broke down like defensive stats, like steals, blocks, all that. It's just like so freaking close to Jordan. He was just, I mean, he was like Jordan, but 10% less, basically.
While Kobe's 21,550 total points scored in this 10-year span is the 4th most ever, trailing only Kareem's 1970s total by a mere 264 total points for 3rd place, and behind Wilt and Oscar Robertson's monstrous decade of the 1960s. But while Wilt and Oscar played in the turbocharged pacing of the 1960s, which was the highest scoring decade in NBA history, where nightly league-wide scoring averages were 115.
Hey, that's interesting, because I talk about this a lot and the difference of what that's making in current scoring. So the 60s were just ridiculous. That was the worst time as far as defense goes. It just wasn't happening. 70s, still high. 80s were actually higher than I thought they were. So it wasn't until the 90s when Jordan dominated. Scoring went down to 101, and then it went down even more. And I believe this is around the time where they brought in the 3-point line to be college regulated, you know, the college regulated line instead to increase scoring. But now we're up 12.5 points from that 90s era. So Kobe's points actually, wow, I got to admit it, Kobe's points actually went the furthest. Even further than Jordan's. Slightly, but further. So when he averaged 35 a year, I mean, that's right there with Jordan's 37. I gotta fucking admit it. Go Kobe.
Points per game. The decade from 2000 through 2010 that Kobe was in his prime during was the slowest paced, lowest scoring decade ever by far, with nightly scoring averages for his 10-year span at only 96.9 points per game, nearly 20 points per game less than the 1960s. The 2000s were also significantly lower than the 108.3 point per game average.
I just got to say, so in this era, Kobe Bryant had 81 point game. How freaking crazy is that? You know, when the average is 97, like what the hell did he pull off that game?
1960s. The 2000s were also significantly lower than the 108.3 point per game average Kareem enjoyed in the 1970s, and even substantially lower than the scoring and pace of play in Jordan's decade of the 80s and yes, even the 90s. Factoring in pace of play and scoring rate, one can easily make the argument Kobe Bryant had the greatest scoring decade in NBA history during the 2000s, the most lethal scoring weapon in that decade, and arguably the best ever. And in that decade, Kobe also made 9 All-NBA defensive teams of that 10-year span, with 7 of those being first-team selections. This is while being named an All-Star and to an All-NBA team for all 10 years, 8 of which were first-team distinction. So like Duncan during this decade, Kobe was easily the best player at his position on both sides of the ball. But Kobe did this while leading the decade in points scored and scoring average, while scoring over 5,000 more points for the decade than Tim Duncan. And during the decade, Kobe...
Yeah, but to be fair, Duncan filled up the other stats a little more. You know, Kobe's still my guy in that era, but, you know, Duncan did more rebounds and yada, yada.
He went to 6 NBA Finals series, more than anyone else, and won 4 championships during this 10-year span, also more than anyone else for the decade. And that was with Kobe going through a full-blown rebuild in the middle part of the decade and wasting 2 full seasons with dreadful supporting casts, which eventually would result in one of, if not the greatest playoff runs in NBA history to end this decade. Taking at the time his one-time All-Star in Pau Gasol and running through a playoff gauntlet never before seen and never seen since to make 3 consecutive finals appearances, winning back-to-back titles.
The reason I think, you know, Jordan and Kobe were different than LeBron, one of the many reasons, is you got a guy like Pau Gasol, right? Player. But he played his best when he was with Kobe. Like, by far. Before and after his tenure with Kobe, you know, he was just a good player, like a really good player. But, I mean, he was freaking amazing when he played there. Now, you can say the same thing with pretty much everybody Jordan played with. And, yeah, they had their best years with MJ. Now you switch over to LeBron, and I have the exact opposite argument. Players like D-Wade, Chris Bosh, Kevin Love, freaking recently Russ, you know? Like, the list goes on, honestly. All those players, they played their worst when they were with LeBron. So what is it? You know, what is it with LeBron and his system that's just like ruining these players' potentials? I don't know. But MJ and Kobe sure brought it out of players, you know? Guys like a Luke Longley or, you know, a Bill Wennington or something like that. Like, they were, I'm sorry to say, they were nobody. But they were champions with MJ.
Titles. In his 3-year finals run from 2007 through 2010, 11 of Bryant's 12 playoff opponents won at least 50 games during the regular season. Kobe would also lead the NBA playoffs in scoring for all 3 of those seasons, a feat accomplished by only one other player in modern NBA history, and that, of course, was you-know-who. Kobe, meanwhile, would also lead the Lakers in assists and steals over the 3-year finals run, spanning 67 games in the postseason, while averaging 30 points points per game, right in the heart of the aforementioned slowest paced, lowest scoring decade ever. And yet, people actually say this decade is a toss-up, or even more pathetic, try painting it as Duncan's decade, when in reality, no one destroyed his era more thoroughly from a collective, individual, and team success standpoint than Kobe Bryant, other than Michael Jordan. Which is why so many players and those of us who actually watched this era have Kobe Bryant ranked so highly on those all-time lists. And while that does conclude our look at the 2000s, please make sure to subscribe and tune in for the next and final episode of The GOAT by Decades, when we take a look at the super team stacking decade of the 2010s. Until next time. Jordan or LeBron, LeBron or Jordan. A debate that has been waging on at the behest of the fake news media for nearly 20 years and counting. But somewhere along the line, at the tail end of the Jordan era and a few years before the LeBron era got underway, there was this other guy that came along. Yes, of course we're talking about Kobe Bryant, a guy who faced the most difficult competition in NBA history, who had criminally negligent amounts of supporting casts throughout major stretches of his career, and yet still managed to find his way to 5 NBA championships.
One more than LeBron.
And while there have been varying debates for years between the camps behind Jordan and LeBron, the Kobe-LeBron discourse has trailed off in recent years. But one thing that was pretty much universally accepted, even by people taking LeBron over Kobe, is that...
By the way, Kobe went, what, 5 for 7 in the finals? What did LeBron do?
Kobe was that guy when it mattered most.
Yeah,
that when your life was on the line in do or die moments, there was no one, maybe ever, that you would rather have taking the shot than the Black Mamba.
I mean, straight up, who we got? You got Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, Kobe Bryant, maybe Reggie Miller. Who am I missing, chat? Put it in the comments down below. Who else? Who would you want to take that last shot?
Of course, we're talking about this premise of clutch, having proverbial ice water in the veins, the alleged killer mentality. But in recent years, in the never-ending quest to prop LeBron James's legacy up, there has been a massive push on mass media outlets, which has produced a trickle-down effect to every teenager with a social media account to spam us with the reasons as to why LeBron James is the most clutch player in NBA history.
Damn it. So ridiculous.
As a result, Kobe Bryant has been catching strays as of late, and the conversation has been shifting as to why he himself was not clutch, but instead was just a volume-scoring shot chucker. As always, the truth is in the numbers and the context. So let's dig in and see what the actual truth is. And to get to the bottom of this, we need to dial in and define clutch time. For purposes of this conversation, let us begin with the last 5 minutes of a game, regulation or overtime, with their teams in a game where the margin is 5 points or less, either ahead or trailing.
I like it. I mean, it's not just about the last shot, to tell you the truth. It's who's delivering in that fourth quarter when the game is on the line. And I've seen LeBron just fall apart in a lot of big game fourth quarters. I've seen Kobe rise up and get half his points in that fourth quarter. I saw Jordan do the same damn thing.
We're going to further shift the focus to the games that mattered most, the playoffs.
Playoffs?
This will be no small sample size, as LeBron James has played in the most playoff games in NBA history, logging 282 and counting, while Kobe Bryant played in the 7th most playoff games ever with 220. And in these situations...
Yo, did Kobe ever miss the playoffs except for his last couple of years? Because I don't think he did. Even after Shaq left and the team was abysmal, he was still pushing that team to the playoffs. The playoffs?
A playoff game within a 5-point margin in the last 5 minutes. Kobe and LeBron are pretty identical.
Identical.
LeBron James has a 90-50 team win-loss record in those situations, shooting 143 of 353 from the field, which is good for about 40.5%, while he is 162 of 213 from the free throw line during those clutch situations. Kobe, on the other hand, produced a 69-43 team win-loss record in these games while shooting 107 of 270 in clutch time, good for roughly 39.5%, while he was 149 of 179 from the free throw line during that time. As I said, there is not much separation here, but LeBron actually produced a better team win-loss record while shooting slightly higher percentage from the field and predictably a good amount worse at the free throw line.
All right, I want to look at this real quick. 950, 943. Okay, field goals. A lot more attempts. All right, what are we finding out here? Percentage is similar. Free throws look in favor of Kobe. Oh yeah, 83%. All right, that's something LeBron always did have trouble with since his rookie year. His fourth quarter free throws.
Nonetheless, what is going on here? Is LeBron clutch?
What?
And is he as clutch or more so than Kobe Bryant? Not so fast. Last 5 minutes, within 5 points? Let's ratchet this down a bit more, make it a bit tighter with less time. We are now going to examine the final 2 minutes of their playoff career with their team in a one-score game.
Yeah, Kobe took those shots. LeBron still to this day, he's passing that shit off. You know, he's just like, I don't want it. It's like a hot potato in his hands.
That's up or down by 3 points or less. And this is where we can start to see things shifting in these situations.
Big game
LeBron
time.
James has a
2
record
minutes,
of
3-point differential.
38, which is still good for about 60% win percentage. But he gets worse in these situations, shooting just 49 of 127 from the field, which drops down to about 38.5%, while his free throw shooting at 56 of 76 for about 73% also drops. By contrast, Kobe actually gets better in these situations, as his team record in these games was 51-30, good for 64%, while he shot 40 of 94 in these moments, which is good for about 42.5%, and his free throws also rose to nearly 85% on 67 of 79. All of these numbers not only best LeBron, but Kobe gets better when the games get tighter and later, while LeBron gets worse.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys got to see prime Kobe, but there was a literal fear in the air when the game was on the line and had the ball. You knew who was getting it, and you knew what he was going to do. And you knew more than likely the guy was going to deliver. LeBron, I'm expecting him to pass or fumble the ball the majority of the time when the game is on the line. Completely different scenario. Just a killer gene. You know, Kobe's got the killer gene. And I've never seen that in LeBron. And I'm not just trying to, like, you know, people in the comments think I'm just like ragging on LeBron. I'm not. I'm just stating facts. You know, LeBron is, you know, he's one of the greatest of all time. He's got the best basketball body I've ever seen. He's durable as hell, but he's not clutch. You know, it's that mental shit, that Tom Brady gene, you know, he just doesn't have it.
But listen, these numbers aren't terrible for LeBron, and no one is refuting ultimately that LeBron is a historically great player who has a...
Look at that. Yeah, Kobe's free throws, that's a big thing he would do. Would drive it to the basket, draw the foul. So that's like the ultimate pressure, is hitting game time free throws when the game is on the line. His field goal percentage rises up, LeBron's goes down. And yeah, looks like LeBron is taking way less of those shots because of the amount of games that, the amount of situations where the game was on the line like that. So he's passing it off. 51 for 30. Okay.
Amassed a storied resume, which does include some degree of success in the playoffs throughout his career. Just primarily that he is a complete choke artist when it really mattered most, while other players, such as Kobe Bryant, distanced themselves from him in those moments. And when you add these moments up, those are the things that elevate others over LeBron. These are the moments that invalidate LeBron from the upper hierarchy of discussions, like that GOAT debate. It is, of course, LeBron's finals struggles that has depreciated his legacy for years. Because, yeah, it matters. And looking at these two players' performances,
it does. Fight me in the comments if you want. If LeBron went 7 for 10 in the finals, he'd be the GOAT. I'm sorry. I love MJ, but if LeBron did that, he pulled that off, even a 70% win record in the finals, he'd be the undisputed GOAT, because that means he's delivering when it matters most. Getting to the end doesn't fucking matter. Winning the last game, that's what matters.
In clutch time during their vast finals resume, it is clear who the clutchest player is. In the NBA Finals round, in the final 2 minutes of one-possession games, Kobe Bryant in his career shot 10 of 20, good for 50% from the field, while making 5 of his 6 free throws. While his team went 11-5 in those games, a win percentage of 69%. Again,
yes, sir.
The tighter
70%.
and closer the games are, with the highest stakes, is when Kobe was at his best. In stark and alarming contrast, LeBron James falls off of a cliff in these situations. He has shot just 8 of 29 through his career in the finals during these clutch times. That's just 27.5%, while making 12 of his 16 free throws. And his team in these games went just 10 and 11. 47%.
Ouch. Losing record.
Kobe
Once
is
again,
shooting 50%
failing record
from the field in these moments and winning nearly 70% of his games. LeBron James was shooting 27% and losing over half of those games.
Holy shit. That's worse than I thought. That's worse than I thought. So what? Kobe's got a 70% base record in this situation. LeBron has a more than just failing record. I mean, 10 wins, 11 losses. That's terrible. 8 for 29 field goals. That's worse than I thought, LeBron. What the fuck is that? And you call yourself the GOAT? What the fuck?
And this is exactly why Kobe was known as the most clutch player of his era for years.
Freaking killer.
Beginning in 2002, the NBA started conducting an anonymous GM survey. And in this annual survey, every general manager in the NBA was asked several questions, one of which was the player you want taking a shot with the game on the line. This survey was conducted every year for the last 20 seasons. And from the first year it was conducted in 2002 and running all the way through 2012, Kobe Bryant was the answer. 10 straight years. NBA general managers concluded Kobe Bryant was the clutchest player. Since Kobe's run of 10 straight until he ruptured his Achilles and unofficially ended his career, Steph Curry and Kevin Durant have gone back and forth, each being voted the clutchest 5 times apiece, while Damian Lillard was selected 1 year. No player has more than 3 straight. Kobe had 10 consecutive.
Yeah, and if they kept track of that before that, which is funny, it's like literally right when MJ retired the last time, MJ would have won every single year too. It would have just been a nice torch hand down. Clutch player MJ. Now Kobe's the clutch player. And honestly, Kobe was that guy from like probably 1999 on. So that's about when MJ would have passed the torch, was about 99. The Damian Lillard thing is interesting because I consider him much more clutch than Kevin Durant. What do you guys think?
Not only that, look at these last 6 years. No player got more than 55% of the vote. Now, direct your attention to Kobe's prime. While LeBron was winning multiple league MVPs, and yet 90% of the general managers were saying Kobe was the clutchest player. How in the world has this even become a conversation in recent years? But I know what you're thinking. Kobe was playing easier competition. For his career, no one faced more 50-plus win teams than Kobe Bryant. In all, Bryant played 37 50-plus win opponents in his playoff career. Of the 43 series he played in, that is
man. You had the freaking Mavericks. You had the best Suns team. Well, the best Mavericks team, the best Suns team we've ever seen, the best San Antonio teams we've ever seen. Like, I hated Kobe back then, all right, because I was a Suns fan, and he made a lot of clutch shots against my Suns in the playoffs, and that shit hurt. But let's be real, man. That's the hardest path to the finals I can imagine. It's probably beyond Jordan's era, in the 90s in the East, because that was tough back then. The East got soft in the Kobe Bryant era, and the West was so stacked. Like the 8th seed in the West was literally competing with the top seed in the East during that like 10-year period. It was embarrassing.
Is good for 86% of his total opponents. Comparatively, LeBron James has faced 27 such teams of his 51 opponents, or roughly only 53% of the time. Accordingly, no one has beaten more 50-plus win opponents in the playoffs than Kobe Bryant's 26. But for purposes of this conversation, what kind of defenses they faced really matter the most. And again, this isn't close. Looking at LeBron's 10 finals trips versus Kobe's 7. LeBron played a top 5 defense 15 times out of the 40 series he played in those postseasons, which is roughly 38% of the time. He faced a top 10 defense in year-end net defensive rating metrics 22 times, or roughly in 55% of his series. By comparison, Kobe Bryant faced a top 5 defense in 14 of the 28 series he played in his 7 finals runs.
All right. And top 5 defensive teams. I mean, he's really going into detail with this. He already had me sold, like, massively with that with that win percentage and that field goal percentage rise by Kobe and the downfall by LeBron. But let's see what we got. Top 5, 40, top 5D percentage. That's what matters. Totals can fucking eat my ass. I don't care. But that percentage. Yeah, once again, someone has a bigger number than the other when it comes to averages.
So 50% of the time, he was playing against a top 5 defense. And 22 of the 28 series were against a top 10 defense in year-end ratings, or roughly 80% of his opponents.
Look at those finals runs. That's what I was talking about. The West was stacked.
Faced ranked higher compared to the other defenses in his requisite era than the ones LeBron faced, but they also just allowed fewer points than the defenses did in the majority of LeBron's deep playoff runs. Average points per game allowed by defenses faced by Kobe in his 7 finals runs was 94.4 points per game, while the average defenses LeBron faced in his 10 finals runs gave up on average 99.6 points per game. Yeah, but Kobe was carried half of his playoff series. Okay, let's take a look at Kobe's worst title run in his aged 21 season when he and Shaq won the championship in the 1999-2000 season. For the playoffs that year, in the final 2 minutes of one-possession games, Kobe Bryant led the Lakers substantially in these clutch moments. In 8 games during that playoff run, the Lakers found themselves in these tight games, and they produced a 7-1 record. In the final 2 minutes of those one-score games, Shaquille O'Neal scored 2 points, going 0 of 2 from the field and 2 of 4 from the free throw line. No Lakers player in that postseason had more than 4 points in those situations.
I mean, because the Hack-a-Shaq, he don't want to go to the line. He's admitted it now. He'd avoid the ball sometimes in clutch time because he didn't want to get fouled and go to the line. A guy like Penny Hardaway, Dwayne Wade, Kobe Bryant, he needed that guy. Not, by the way, not dissing Shaq. I'm just facts. That's what a 1-2 punch is. So he knew his role.
From Kobe Bryant, who led the Lakers with 19 points in these situations, shooting 6 of 9 from the field and 7 of 8 from the free throw line
66%.
in a playoff run where Kobe is viewed as an afterthought. Now, for comparison, let's examine LeBron's greatest playoff run ever.
Hot take. I mean, everyone says, Shaq carried him. Yeah, that was MVP Shaq. Shaq did the majority of the work. But if it wasn't for Kobe, he don't have those 3 rings. You need that other guy. But to be fair, Kobe wouldn't have those 3 rings either. So I wish everyone would stop dissing on one or the other and say, it was all Kobe or it was all Shaq. No, man, it's a 1-2 punch. They needed each other.
Kobe's worst versus LeBron's best. The 2015-2016 NBA playoffs, where he single-handedly carried the Cavaliers to a championship and defeated the unbeatable 73-9 Warriors. The playoff run that made LeBron the GOAT in his own delusional mind.
Right there made you the greatest player of all time.
God damn, man, Scap, you got to put that in every fucking video and trigger my ass. Look at Michael Jordan's face. It gets me every fucking Scap.
Yeah, in that postseason, 31-year-old prime LeBron James scored 5 points on 2 of 9 shooting in clutch time during the final 2 minutes of a game within 1 possession, while Kyrie Irving led the Cavaliers in clutch time scoring with 8 points.
That's it right there. That's all I've been saying about the Cavs freaking finals, man. Who was the clutch guy? Who was that guy? It was Kyrie, man. It's never been LeBron. Who won it in Miami? Ray Allen. Who won it in Cleveland? Fucking Kyrie. LeBron was the guy to get him there, but he needs a finisher, and Kyrie was that guy.
On 3 of 6 shooting in those situations. I mean, who carried who? Kobe Bryant, at 21 years old, was vastly more clutch than LeBron James ever was. What I'm saying is, there's levels to this. Kobe was more clutch against much stiffer defensive opposition and regardless of what teammates he had surrounding him. When comparing LeBron to Kobe as it pertains to killer mindset and closing ability, keep Kobe's name out of your mouths. Kobe was always the most clutch player of his era and substantially more clutch than the likes of LeBron James. In fact, if we are talking all-time clutch players, Kobe has very few equals. That is why those people who actually watched his entire career...
That one hurt. That one hurt so bad. And he starts pounding his chest. Man, I was watching that game live. I had such high hopes for my sons during that 5-year run with Nash. Man, one man on a shitty team broke our heart. That man right there. You son of a bitch, Kobe. Rest in peace. I love you. But at that moment, I hated you.
Rank him so highly because at the end of the day, those are the times and those are the moments that really matter. Many thanks for tuning in as always. And if you have not subscribed yet, what are you doing? I mean, what are you waiting for?
What are you waiting for, huh?
Click that subscribe button now.
Yeah, I agree.
Do it. The age-old media-created debate has been waging for, it seems, years now. Is it LeBron or Michael Jordan?
All I'm saying is, my mind on this specific topic will never change. LeBron James is number 2 all time, and Michael Jordan is number 1.
I got him number 3.
Time.
But the vast amount of players who have gone on record tell a different story altogether about an often forgotten player who bridged both of those eras, Kobe Bryant, routinely marginalized and discredited by the mass sports media. But the players are here to remind you what is what.
I mean, then there's the conversation, too, about Jordan and LeBron. Who would you take there?
How come Kobe's name is never brought up?
There you go, Shaq.
I'm just asking.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
No, I'm just asking.
And by the way, Shaq played with both of them. He played with played with LeBron in his prime.
You know, that's a good point.
I think it's kind of disrespectful. I
It
don't compare
is.
anybody to Mike, but if I had to answer the question, Kobe is the closest thing to Mike. And is there somebody that's close to Kobe? No.
You believe Kobe is a top 5 player all time? I'm talking about all
Absolutely.
players currently and
Yeah, and I think a lot of players will tell you that actually played against him, to be honest with you. His mentality and his competitiveness, it set him apart. Your peers are the ultimate respect and the ultimate bar for, how they feel about you. How you he went 5-2 in the finals.
Main reasons that I feel that
Yeah, that's what's cool about this video and why I wanted to cover this. They are his peers, So let's hear what they have to say. I mean, we all have our opinions, but we're spectators. I played a lot of basketball growing up, but these are professionals.
that Kobe is constantly disrespected in this whole
But that's what I
GOAT
said
and
Kobe
everything.
did.
No, I'm not saying that y'all did it. I'm just saying
KD.
period. But I feel like I literally had to guard him. Prime, 3P, all the way to whatever you want to say. Like,
Yeah, he lit up my sons. Prime Kobe, Quentin Richardson couldn't guard him. Steve Nash sure as hell couldn't do anything against him.
bruh,
It's different.
bruh, you hear me? Like, please, what are y'all talking about?
It's ridiculous.
My top 5 is MJ, Kobe,
Me too.
easy Kobe.
Easy number 2 ever.
Exactly.
I don't even want to say number 2. It's like they just up here with
Man,
each other.
bro, like, and they disrespect him constantly.
He was
like,
just
nobody had the mentality that he had. Like, man, that man was like, it's kill everybody all the time. Can't nobody fight me. You say something to me, I'm putting 50 on you. And I'm not saying it. I'm talking about literally, I'm about to try and put 50 on you.
Yes.
Top 5 all time. Who's in your top 5?
Michael, Oscar, Wilt, Kareem, Bill Russell,
Those are your top 5.
Kobe, LeBron, Tim Duncan, Hakeem, Jerry West. Those are my top 10.
Did you have Bron in your top 10?
He's 7 after
Okay.
Kobe.
Okay.
And it's so fun. I had an argument with a dude. He's the biggest LeBron fan in the world. And I says, man, I didn't put Steve Nash ahead of LeBron. No disrespect. I put Kobe Bryant.
Yeah.
I said, and I love LeBron. I said, but the difference, in my opinion, I said,
He's a killer.
Michael and Kobe will kill you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chuck.
When they talk about
It's the mentality.
him and Mike, I don't understand how they don't have the debate when it comes to
Allen
Kobe.
Iverson.
Like,
He
I
loved
don't
Kobe,
get it.
man.
I mean, what you forgot or something? What they forgot?
Forgot about Dre.
That's what I'm saying. Talk to me, please. I really think they forgot. Like, I really think they forgot the Mamba, man.
No disrespect.
Yeah, there was like some narrative and some media push that happened when Kobe was on his way out. Like no one was comparing him to MJ anymore, which is weird to me because that was like his whole career. They were comparing him to MJ to a fault. But I mean, Kobe came pretty damn close. Won 5 rings, looked damn near identical on the court. Played for the same coach, but the only difference is he lost those 2 finals and he won one less than MJ. And MJ has more awards. But other than that, I mean, you can't get much closer to MJ, in my opinion, than what Kobe pulled off. But the second he was gone, the media completely forgot about him. And then to make it even more disrespectful, they didn't start talking about him again until he passed away, And then we're talking about Kobe and Kobe's greatness and all this shit. Yeah, I found it really disrespectful.
Respect to LeBron James. I love LeBron James. I think LeBron James is a great basketball player.
Yeah, Strawberry.
I think it's unbelievable. I think he's like the 3rd best. I think it's me personally, Michael Jordan, then Kobe, then LeBron.
It's my list too.
So you got an opportunity to see a lot of them. Who's the hardest to defend?
Mike and Kobe. Mike and Kobe.
Action Jackson.
Just thinking
attack every single moment on the floor. And the mentality and the way they wear you down with their approach would be the two guys I would say. All-time great competitor. The only guy that I would put in the discussion, because both of these guys, unfortunately, the late great Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan, in my opinion, the two guys I ever played against that was willing to leave it all on the court. And I didn't mean it all. They were willing to, if it meant drop dead on the floor, those two guys, I'm convinced, would be willing to do that for the victory. Now,
yeah, those guys didn't get carried off the court. You know, they walked off the court even if they were limping. You guys remember Kobe checking back in when he tore his Achilles, checking to the game, busting those 2 free throws, and then walking his proud ass off the court. You know, not going to miss, important, crucial games like LeBron. You know, he's been missing games left and right ever since the tournament. What the hell, dude? Aren't they trying to make a playoff push? Like, what is he doing this year? I mean, he's playing great, but why is he absent? I don't understand what the deal is. Play the fucking games. Go to work. Get your team to the playoffs. And stop bitching about not winning championships if you're not going to help your team make it to the damn playoffs.
I would say this. As great as a competitor I am, that ain't my testimony. I want to win, but not at all costs. Not at that expense. I'm not willing to take my last breath and win.
Right?
I got number
They were
2,
psychos.
Kobe Bryant. So I got MJ number 1, Kobe number 2, Bill Russell, Magic, and Tim Duncan. Now I'm gonna go to this Kobe aspect of things real quick, because now I competed against Kobe quite a bit, and every single night I knew, if I go under the pick too soon, he gonna stop and pop. If I don't get any help, he's gonna do this. So every time I was trying to plug a hole, something else was happening when it came to Kobe. Now, with LeBron James, when I first met that young man during the Western Conference Finals against the Lakers, I looked at them shoulders, Greeny, and I said, oh my Lord, he gonna be problems in this game. He was problems in this game, and he still is problems in this game. But at the same time, I'm going with all the things that Kobe, when we talk about that number 1 and 2, yes, Kobe is very much like Michael Jordan as far as how he played the game, the way he attacked. LeBron was more, I think he's one of the greatest individuals, especially with his vision and making others better. But I just have Kobe above LeBron in that aspect of things. He should be number 2.
But I got. That's a cool take too, because I don't know if you guys remember, but Bruce Bowen was, I mean, I don't want to call him a Kobe stopper because nobody could stop him or MJ, but about as close as you can come. He played dirty. He did whatever he had to do to try and stop Kobe. So he was one of Kobe's, I don't want to say worst nightmares, but you guys know what I mean. Like, yeah, he had trouble with Bruce, but for Bruce to give Kobe that kind of respect after they went to war together year after year in the playoffs, that's really cool. That holds a lot of weight.
I had the opportunity to play against Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, and LeBron James, so I got to see all of them in their element. Not obviously I didn't play against prime Mike, but Mike was pretty damn good at 40.
He was still good then.
That man scored 50 points at 40.
Yeah,
right.
Wizards.
Where do you put those three?
Up
You got a chance to play against all those three in from your opinion, where do you put Mike, Kobe, and MJ?
And that's what I said, because you're going to always ruffle feathers. If you're a diehard Bron fan, you think it's disrespect when you say otherwise about him, Kobe, and Mike. So that's just, it's going to be an ongoing battle, because unless they ever played against each other. Just imagine them playing against each other.
Ooh. So for the record, you got MJ, Kobe, and then LeBron?
Yes.
MJ, Kobe, and LeBron. Yeah.
Once upon a time, there was a young basketball player who had dreams of becoming one of the greatest basketball players of all time. He worked day and night, every day, for years and years and years and years and years. As time went on, 20 years had passed. He felt that he had accomplished all that he set out to accomplish. But what he come to realize is that the goal that he set out initially of becoming the greatest of all time was a very fickle one. And when he realized that the most important thing in life is how your career moves and touches those around you and how it carries forward to the next generation. did he realize that's what makes true greatness. The story would be about transformation of a kid looking inwardly to then growing up and understanding the importance and the power is looking outward.
Been privileged to bear witness to a number of legendary playoff runs by various immortals throughout the history of the NBA. I recently outlined the reasons as to why Kobe Bryant had the best one we have ever seen during the 2008 through 2010 NBA seasons. And Kobe Bryant has been subject to some of the most pathetic and disgusting lies in NBA history, such as he was carried by Shaq to 3 finals, or he was an inefficient, team-destroying ball hog. These narratives, for whatever reason, continue to rise with more prevalence in various social media forums, but were originally fueled by the malicious fake news media in a desperate attempt to destroy Kobe Bryant's legacy. We saw it while he was actually playing, as he was robbed of various MVP awards, all for the...
It's true, by the way. He could have won a lot more MVPs. I'm a Suns guy, so I'm not going to say we should take away Nash's MVPs, but it's kind of the same that we had for Jordan. Basically, every year of Jordan's prime, he should have won MVP. And probably the same thing goes for Kobe.
The glorification of the media darling self-proclaimed king, as throughout NBA history, there have been 6 players to finish top 5 in season-end MVP voting 10 times or more. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar had the most such seasons with 15.
15 years? What was that, top 10 voting? Hold on.
Had the most season-end MVP voting 10 times or more. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar had the most such seasons with 15. LeBron James has done it 14 times. Bill Russell did it 11 times.
I mean, to be fair, LeBron could still be top 5 in MVP voting even this season. Y'all call me a hater, but I still think he's 3 players of all time. I just don't think he's number 1. That's all. LeBron's blowing me away this year. You know, for an old man, he's doing some things that make me question. I don't know. Is he on like some performing-enhancing drugs, or what the hell is really going on? Because this guy is a freak of nature still.
Michael Jordan had 10, and Will Chamberlain had 10. Oh yes, and Kobe Bryant did it 11 times. While
Kobe.
Kareem, LeBron, Russell, Jordan, and Chamberlain.
All right, let's look at that. Most in NBA history. Who actually won? Kareem. Goddamn, Kareem got 6 MVP. It's crazy. I thought Magic was up there too. I thought he had at least 4. He got 5 rings though.
All won the award at least 4 times each. Kobe Bryant was given only 1. For some additional context, Larry Bird and Magic Johnson were each given 3 MVPs of their 9 top 5 finishes. And Moses Malone.
Oh, that's why. That's why Magic didn't win more, because half of those MVPs were going to Bird.
Won the award 3 times of his 5 top 5 finishes. Steph Curry, meanwhile, won the award 2 times in his 4 top 5 finishes, and Steve Nash won 2 league MVPs of his mere 3 top 5 finishes. One of those years, by the way, was arguably the greatest scoring season ever.
Okay, I know where Scap's going to go with this, but the Lakers weren't that good that year. So he's probably going to make a case for Nash not deserving MVP. But I don't agree, because Nash took a team that was garbage and all they added was him. And all of a sudden they were the craziest team in the league. You know, that era of Suns was amazing. I mean, they were number 1 or number 2 in the West. So, but Kobe, that Laker team sucked. But yeah, he's he put up numbers that were ridiculous, like 36, 37 points a game.
Put forth by one Kobe Bryant, while he was also named All-NBA Defense First Team. The fact the media hated Kobe Bryant and systematically tried to destroy his legacy.
But it's the same reason why Jordan didn't win MVPs in his early years. I mean, Jordan was putting up things like 37 points a game, Defensive Player of the Year, just blowing everybody out of the waters. But he didn't win MVP until the Bulls were a legit title contender.
Is not speculation. It's not an opinion. It is an absolute and undeniable truth. The hatred and belittling tactics deployed by the media throughout Kobe's career fuel further fire to the lies percolating around Kobe to this day, including the narrative around that 2008 through 2010 finals run by Bryant. Kobe has been painted to have some kind of super team during those runs, despite having only one other All-Star on the roster and being the only NBA player ever to win consecutive championships without a top 75 all-time player. Yes, he's the only one, and he did it in the deepest, most difficult conference ever. Not only was his conference the best ever, there was also an alleged super team out east with 3 Hall of Famers and 3 top 75 players on it, the Boston Celtics.
That was a pretty brutal time. That West was so stacked. I mean, to think, the 2-time MVP Nash Suns couldn't even make it to the finals. Even though they cheated, I'll probably cover that someday, what happened with San Antonio. But, to not be able to make the finals and be that good, unbelievable.
A team that eliminated LeBron James in the playoffs during the 2008 and 2010 seasons. The loss in 2010 of which forced him to destroy the competitive balance of the NBA.
And that's the moment when I stopped liking LeBron James. I was a huge supporter up until this move.
For what would become nearly a decade when he slithered his way from Cleveland to South Beach.
In this fall, I'm going to take my talents to South Beach.
He stole that line from Kobe, by the way. Kobe said that when he went to the NBA out of high school, he was like, and I'm going to take my talents to the NBA.
Because, of course, he didn't have enough help. While LeBron gets routine passes for his cowardly super team building move, Kobe's unprecedented playoff run is actually somehow discredited because of his 2010 finals performance against those Boston Celtics.
And it's crazy too. We disrespect Kobe, but Kobe did the Jordan thing. He stayed home. He stayed with the team that drafted him, throughout bad times, and they rebuilt, and then they became champions again.
A series many claim Kobe didn't even deserve the finals MVP in, and he got rescued by Ron Artest, aka Meta World Peace, and Pau Gasol. But as with most things in sports, this requires the proper context. And the media's love affair with their anointed chosen one and self-proclaimed king had already graduated to full-blown obsession, as they had just given LeBron his 2nd consecutive league MVP award in the 2010 NBA year. And LeBron did have the best record in the NBA that year and home court advantage when they came up against the Celtics team in the Eastern Conference.
That's crazy to think about. So we say LeBron, LeBron didn't have help, yada, yada, yada. How did he manage to get the best record in the NBA? At that point, whoever has the best record in the league, you're expected to win the title.
Semifinals. And the Cavs were up 2-1 in this series when LeBron James absolutely fell apart in one of the most stunning choke jobs of his entire career. In Game 4, 5, and 6, James scored just
Hold on. I want to look at this. Game 4, 22 points, 7 for 18. Not too bad. Not great, though. 15 points, 3 for 14. Terrible. That's inexcusable. Game 6, 27 points, but 8 for 21. That's pretty rough.
21 points per game on 34% shooting from the field, while posting a negative 37. And the Cavaliers went from a 2-1 lead to not winning a single game the rest of the series. But again, LeBron just didn't have enough help. Oh, and also teammate Delonte West and LeBron's mom, Gloria, may or may not have been getting nice. But let's focus on the not enough help.
What's the story with that? I've heard some bits and pieces, but was that really going on? Like, LeBron's mama was really doing with Delonte?
Part of this. In this series, LeBron James averaged nearly 27 points per game.
Didn't Delonte end up being like a meth addict or something? Like he's homeless right now? You know, I gotta watch some stuff on Delonte. See what the hell this story is.
While the other top 3 scorers on his team in that series were 27-year-old Mo Williams, coming off of an All-Star appearance 1 year earlier, 33-year-old Antoine Jamison, who in his previous 5 NBA seasons averaged 21 points per game and 9 rebounds while making 2 All-Star appearances, and in fact was averaging 21 points and 9 rebounds per game.
Yeah, so Jordan had, I mean, LeBron had no help, but Jordan did. Right there, 20 points and 8 rebounds. That's better than Pippen giving up. And we don't even talk about this. And he had Mo Williams.
Season when he was traded to Cleveland, and 37-year-old Shaquille O'Neal.
Shaq don't count. Shaq sucked at that point. Suns got rid of him, you know, and yeah, Shaq was washed up at that point.
Who had made his 15th All-Star appearance 1 season earlier. These 3 players, with an average age of 32 years old, with a combined 18 career All-Star appearances, who in this series against Boston combined to score
13.5, 52% shooting. All right, Shaq. That's actually better than I thought you did.
39 points per game on 45% shooting from the field. In the NBA Finals this year between LA and Boston, a 7-game defensive war. Kobe Bryant averaged just under 29 points per game, while his other top 3 scorers were 29-year-old Pau Gasol, who made an All-Star team 6 total times in his career. 30-year-old Ron Artest, a.k.a. Meta World Peace.
The Rib Cracker.
Who made 1 career All-Star appearance 7 years before this series in the 2003-2004 season. And 35-year-old...
Yeah, but, I mean, Ron Artest was a defensive machine.
Derek Fisher, who never made an All-Star team in his 20-year NBA career.
Made a lot of clutch
These
threes,
3
though.
players, with an average age of 31, with a combined 7 career All-Star appearances, who in this...
All right, let's look at this. Powell was in his prime. Only put up 18. Decent field goal percentage. Ron Artest was giving you 10. Hitting those threes back then, but his contribution was defense. Fishhead, damn, dude, only 8 points. All right, yeah, Kobe didn't have a lot of help. He really didn't.
Series against Boston combined to score 38 points per game on 42.5% shooting. So LeBron actually had more help than Kobe Bryant. At 100%. The very least, a very comparable amount of support. To lose in 6 games, a series he had a 2-1 lead in before dropping the last 3 consecutive games.
It's just the only difference is, I mean, they had comparable teams, but, you know, one guy choked and the other didn't. That's always been the thing with LeBron. He's God's gift to basketball, but his mental ain't always there. He chokes.
Kobe Bryant won this series, a series his team trailed 3-2 in and needed to win the last 2 games. A series in which his team, the Lakers, averaged 90 points per game in. Kobe averaged 29, nearly a third of his team's scoring. And
I mean, that's like what Jordan was doing in the 90s too. You know, they're averaging about 90 points a game, and MJ's putting up 30 of them, 1/3 of the points. Now we're impressed with LeBron putting up 25. It's still impressive, don't get me wrong, but they're putting up 120 points now. It's not the same impact, you know? That's what, 1/6 or so? 1/6 of the points?
yes, many will point to the Game 7 where Bryant shot 6 of 24. He also scored 23 points in a game that he won with a final score of 83-79.
Crazy.
The Lakers shot just
Game 7. I got to go back and watch that Game 7. Maybe I'll live stream that someday or something, because that's like a defensive grind. 7 in the NBA Finals, they both wanted it.
32.5% as a team for that game. The Celtics scored only 79 points. Breaking news. No one shot the ball well. They actually played defense back then, kids. But Kobe Bryant, in typical Kobe Bryant fashion, found a way to win because he was a winner. He led both teams in scoring for that Game 7. He led both teams in fourth quarter points for that Game 7. For the series, Bryant averaged 29 points per game, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals.
Let's look at that. Okay, so he upped his rebounds, his assists went down, but his steals went down. All right, so you can just see, you know, yeah, he was going against the Celtics, so his points are down just barely, not even noticeably. But the rebounds and the steals, that tells a story. Just like MJ, he upped that stuff in his playoffs too. You know, he wanted it.
In a series that, again, his team scored just 90 per game in. Kobe outscored all players in this series on both teams by at least 10 points, a feat LeBron James has equaled only one time in his 10 career finals appearances, which
4 for 10, everybody, 4 for 10.
Was the 2014 series against the San Antonio Spurs that he got absolutely smoked in, losing 4-1 in the most lopsided finals in NBA history in terms of total point differential. Kobe equaled this same feat just the year earlier when he beat the Orlando Magic in the finals.
Y'all remember prime Dwight Howard?
And he is the only player in NBA history to outscore all other players by at least 10 points per game for an entire final series multiple times in their career, other than, you guessed it, Michael Jordan, who did it 3 times from 1991 to 1993. This series should be talked about as one of the greatest final series ever played.
Yeah, it was the closest thing to prime MJ we've ever seen.
Culminating the greatest playoff run in NBA history. Yet instead, it is painted in a negative light, while LeBron choking and vomiting all over himself in those same playoffs against that same team as the league MVP, with similar supporting casts, is routinely excused. Yes, the media gave LeBron more accolades. Yes, LeBron has padded stats in a vastly different system than Kobe played in, and in an increasingly easy league with each passing season since 2016. But
he stole that from Kobe too. The guy steals everything. It's ridiculous. He does the chalk thing from Jordan. You know, he steals Kobe's line. And he did the big balls thing. He stole that from Kobe. Only difference is I think LeBron got fined. Kobe didn't.
as always, if you really care to look closely, you'll find the easy answer as to who the true king of this century of the 2000s really was.
Well, you can add Raiders All-Pro defensive end Max Crosby to the countless list of professional athletes who think LeBron James is a cowardly ring-chasing mercenary. I know, crazy, right? It isn't just 9 out of every 10 NBA players who pick Kobe and Jordan over the fraud king.
Straight
Even
up.
athletes in other sports know what the scoreboard reads.
I wonder what they think overseas. Like, I wonder what, like, soccer players or tennis players, whatever other sports are at. Now we can actually say basketball. Whatever sports are prominent overseas. I wonder what they think about all this.
The stud defensive end was a guest on the Jim Rome show recently when the topic came up of Crosby's contract extension with Las Vegas. And Rome asked the All-Pro if he had ever considered the possibility of leaving the Raiders for greener pastures. But that's when Crosby went on to explain that taking the easy way out was never a consideration, and LeBron caught a hilarious stray.
Okay, I don't know enough about football. I know we're talking about the Las Vegas Raiders, but I'm not too familiar with this guy. But props. Now I hope you get a ring, because you're going to stick around and do it the real way.
The guys who inspire me are the Kobes and the Jordans, the guys that stayed at the same place and won in the same place. So no offense to the guys like LeBron and those dudes that, took the easier road travel. And that's really not the way I look at it. I feel like for me, going through it and going through the ups and downs and the hardships is going to make it even that much, sweeter when I do win a Super Bowl. So.
And of course,
wow, he just straight up name dropped LeBron and no one else. He's like LeBron and other guys like that. That's your reputation, LeBron. This is what you created, man. And then Kobe falls right in line with Jordan because he says Jordan and Kobe and those guys, which we all know. Throw Tim Duncan, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson. So far, Giannis on there, all these kind of guys.
Let this serve as yet another of the countless reminders that there are indeed levels to this. In a tale as old as time, literally, this isn't merely about something that is applicable to sports. This is the concept of the hero's journey. And in that quest, you are only as good as the challenges you face and the obstacles you overcome. The villains, the foes you vanquish. By sidestepping all of these challenges and making that quest as easy as possible, you fundamentally cheat not just yourself, but by extension, as it applies to professional athletics, the sport itself.
Yeah. You guys remember rivalries? How they existed from the beginning of basketball until just about 10 years ago? I miss them. But rivalries don't exist if there's a Goliath and a David, and then David just like ditches and goes out and, finds a new army to help him accomplish his goals. And then together they take on Goliath. It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing at all. I always go back to Jordan and the Pistons and how that was. And let's be fair, the Pistons and the Celtics, the Pistons had to get through the Celtics in order to take the top of the mountain. And then the Bulls took it away from them. That's what was so cool. These rivalries made sports. But what did, the topic's on LeBron because of Scap here. So what did LeBron do? He went to Miami. There was a rivalry between the Celtics and the Cavs. And then that rivalry died in one season, one off season. It died because LeBron just ditched. So that no longer existed. I see it a lot today. And it's been pretty disturbing that I can't point out one rivalry. The closest thing to it is like Denver and LA, because Denver like completely owns LA right now. Is there another rivalry? I might be missing something obvious, but point it out in the comments if you can think about it. The idea that I have to think about it so hard is sad. We had the Knicks and the Bulls back in the day. I'm not going to get too deep into this, but, they were all over the place.
Now,
the Celtics and the Lakers.
LeBron wasn't the first to apply this tactic of sheer cowardice, as ring chasing is nothing new in sports, particularly the NBA. But you will be hard-pressed to locate a player who gave up so quickly and at such a young age and stage of their career as LeBron.
That's the problem, by the way. Scap nails it right on the head. That's the problem. He did it so young. He didn't do it in the later parts of his career. He did it when he was still really young.
Abandoned the noble pursuit of a title. And it wasn't just one destination. This ring-hunting coward mercenary has been changing locales every 4 to 5 years since he was 26 years old.
Yep.
And James is seldom ever satisfied with the immense amount of talent he stacks around him in those various cities, instead opting to whine, cry, and beg for more help year in and year out. And this is why the prolific winners who stayed in one NBA location for their entire careers should be viewed at a different and higher level than the ring chasers.
I do. And I try to explain this to younger people, and they don't agree. They think that the traveling circus is more impressive. And I don't. I think winning it for the team that drafts you, doing it the hard way, building a team around you, that's real leadership. Floating around from team to team, that doesn't show leadership. That shows lack of accountability, and that the second that things get tough, you're going to run. You know? Not the same thing.
If you want to celebrate LeBron's individual statistical accomplishments, if that is your be-all and end-all, so be it.
Yeah, he stacked
rarely,
stats.
In the course of any sport, do we celebrate stats over winning. The winners have and should be viewed in a different light, held to a higher level, in a different tier of the conversation. Because they didn't run. They didn't take the easy way out. Crosby specifically mentions Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. Jordan, who entered the NBA in an absolutely stacked Eastern Conference, one that contained the dynastic, legendary Boston Celtics, who typically deployed anywhere from 4 to 5 Hall of Famers in any given season during the 80s, the bad boy Detroit Pistons, the Charles Barkley, Moses Malone, and Dr. J 76ers, and the Dominique Wilkins Atlanta Hawks. Jordan, meanwhile, was surrounded by literal trash, as it wasn't until his 6th NBA season when he played with his first All-Star teammate.
Let me tell you, I'm rewatching The Last Dance for the first time in quite a while, and I am just remembering two things. That team was absolute trash in the 80s. That Bulls team, terrible, terrible team. 2, my God, was MJ a freak of nature in the 80s. Dude was crazy. We'll never see another player like that, man.
Kobe, meanwhile, substantially luckier than Mike in the supporting cast department when he came into the league. But when Kobe was just 26 years old and in the peak of his prime, Shaq was traded to Miami, and the Lakers ultimately ended up taking a package back in return that would end up constituting one of the most laughable and embarrassing trades in NBA history. The Heat sent back Caron Butler, Lamar Odom, and Brian Grant. It's a complete crap. And aside from Bryant, the core players on that roster, those to log at least 15 minutes per game for LA, included Lamar Odom, Smush Parker,
Smush,
Kwame Brown, Chris Mim, Devin George, Luke Walton.
Hey, Devin George was all right. Lamar Odom was all right.
Brian Cook, and Sasha Vujacic.
Sasha was, he was a shooter. Yeah, I know. It's not a good team.
These top 8 rotational players, aside from Bryant, combined to make exactly 0 total All-Star appearances and All-NBA selections ever for their entire careers. Meanwhile, that Western Conference at the time, historically stacked, with the Steve Nash, Amari Stoudemire, and Sean Marion Suns.
I'll be fair. The fact that Kobe basically alone gave the MVP Nash Suns a run for their money. What was that, 2005? 2006? It's blurry for me. He gave us a run for our money in the playoffs. He had no business doing it, but the guy was sick, man. Kobe was so sick at that point. It reminds me of, young Jordan versus the Celtics, where there's no business for the Bulls to be competing against the Celtics, but one man is willing their way to make this a competition.
Fantastic San Antonio Spurs team with 3 Hall of Famers, the typical 60-some win Dallas Mavericks led by Dirk Nowitzki, and other tough teams like the Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady Rockets, and the Carmelo Anthony and Allen Iverson Nuggets. Kobe, though, would stay put and get, at the time, a one-time All-Star and absolutely run that conference for 3 years with not a single other top 75 all-time player.
Yep.
These titles hit harder. They mean more. And don't tell me it's not the same league today.
Absolutely. I'm going to back up Scap on this one. Those 2 rings with Pau Gasol for the Lakers, that's more impressive alone for Kobe Bryant than Kobe Bryant's previous 3 championships combined. These 2, man, was that the hard way. The first 3, they had the advantage over everyone in the league. That team was stacked. From coaching all the way down, that team was stacked. But these last 2, shoot, man, that was mission impossible to accomplish what he did. I mean, I'll go out and say it, and I'll say it confidently. Those 2 championships, more impressive than LeBron's 4. Any day of the week.
Today's greats can't be held to those same standards. The 3 best players on the planet today, Nikola Jokic, Giannis Antetokounmpo, and Luka Doncic, all 3 of them have been surrounded by subpar talent for the vast majority of their careers. Yet none of them have run, and all of them, at the end of the day, depending on if they stay put and if they deliver multiple titles, should also be held above those ring-chasing cowards that slithered around the post-2010 NBA.
Yeah, so far, Luka's the only one not on that list, but what Giannis accomplished in Milwaukee against my Suns again, man. Why are my Suns the butt end of everybody else's awesome story? Jordan, for instance, Michael Jordan's probably his best finals performance ever against my damn Suns. Anyways, what Giannis accomplished, he's already on that list. He accomplished something amazing. Jokic, same thing. Fantastic. Did it the hard way. Did it the right way. Luka, well, made it to the finals, but not quite. It went to 5 games. Not quite that impressive. But he is trying to do it the right way. So if he does win a championship in Dallas, that's something to celebrate in my mind. That's Dirk winning a championship in Dallas. You did it the hard way. We need to celebrate this kind of stuff.
Because no matter how some might like to try to change the standards or move the goalposts, winners will always be held above losers. And the difficulty of the journey our heroes take should always be factored in.